Surrey live stream for this Metrobank 50 over game between Surrey and Hampshire, and a cloudy day down here in South London. Nice and warm, mind you, and we're dry at the moment, so that is good news. There are our two umpires, Rob Bailey and Bilal Shafiat, making their way out into the middle. Hampshire arriving here, sitting in third spot in Group A on 12 points. Surrey 8th with 4 points, that coming from their win against Glamorgan, their last game here. Surrey went to Essex on Friday at Chelmsford, and Essex winning that by a small margin of 244 runs, and Surrey conceding 417 for 6 and then all out for 173. Curtis Campher with a magnificent 100. Hampshire have won 3 of their 4 games. In their last game, they beat Leicestershire by 7 wickets. Ali Orr making 131, Nick Gubbins making 81. Nick Gubbins has been in fantastic form, the captain in this competition. 325 runs he scored already in the comp. And from a Surrey perspective as well, I was just looking at results between these two sides in this competition. Surrey actually haven't beaten Hampshire since 2017, so it's 8 years since Surrey have beaten Hampshire in a 50 over game. Delighted to say Jeremy Coney will be with us today, and Hector Vickers is behind us. He will be with us today, and Cameron Ponsonby will be with us as well. But alongside me to get us started this morning, and you can see there that Hampshire won the toss and will bowl first. I'm delighted to say Nathan Johns is alongside, and the first thing to say is I'm a huge fan of the Hampshire 50 over strip.
Are you?
Yes. Simple, to the point, something you could wear outside of cricket. That's what I always go with shirts, Mr. Johns, and I think you could possibly go out in that shirt without the name and the number on the back. But this is going to be a tester for Surrey. Hampshire winning the toss under cloudy skies with a pretty good bowling attack. But I think actually in a way for Surrey, I was saying to you earlier, I think in a way for Surrey this is better because they haven't got a total to look at and think, right, we've got to get on with this. They can just bat, and I think that's their best way of going about it.
Well, I think it makes a nice change of pace from that Essex game, doesn't it, when all of a sudden, halfway through the game, you're looking at chasing over 400. And as you say, that brings with it a certain pressure, and it just changes the entire mentality of the contest. So, yes, I think given what happened in that game, not the worst result in the world to be asked to bat first, and it's beautiful here at the Keogh. Just as the players come out, perfect timing, have just a slit in the clouds just about big enough for that sunshine to start poking through. Welcome sunshine, I think, for these Surrey batters. You always want the sun out when you're walking out to bat.
You do, especially with this gentleman, Carl Abbott, getting us started from the Vauxhall end. I'll run through the two sides for you during this first over, but Rory Burns out there with Adam Thomas. So, first ball of the game, couple of slips in there for the left-handed Burns, and Burns allows this one to go, and there is a little bit of shape from Carl Abbott coming around the wicket to the left-handed Burns. So Surrey are unchanged from that side that was defeated by Essex. So these two, Rory Burns and Adam Thomas, then Nikhil Guruntner will be at 3, Ollie Sykes at 4, Ben Folkes the captain, Josh Blake, Cam Still, Nathan Barnwell, James Taylor, Yusuf Majid and Alex French. Burns is letting this one go off a goodish length outside the off stump. The only thing I would say about this magnificent kit that Hampshire are sporting is the keeping pads.
They don't go.
The T20 yellow.
They don't go together.
So I think for next year, if I was sort of from a sartorial point of view, I'd be looking for the blue pads to go with the magnificent blue shirts and trousers. They do look terrifically smart, and as I say, it's definitely something you could wear out and about for Saturday shopping or something. As again, Abbott just probing away at Burns outside his off stump, and Burns just lets that one go, then goes for a little wander. Rory Burns.
It sounds like maybe for Christmas we all might stump up and get you a Hampshire shirt.
Well,
See if you wear it doing the shopping.
Yeah, although the Surrey shirt and trousers, I like those as well. I do like without collar for 50 over cricket. I quite like sort of just the round collared shirt for 50 over cricket for some reason. As again, outside the off stump, Burns has nothing whatsoever to do with that. So, Hampshire, Ali Orr and Nick Gubbins, who, as I say, both made runs in the last game. Fletcher Middleton, then Brandon McMullen, Tom Prest, Ben Mays, the keeper, Felix Organ, Andrew Neil, Kyle Abbott, James Fuller comes into the side, and Manny Lumsden. 16 years old, Manny Lumsden comes into the side as well. So, big day for him here at the Kia Oval. 5th ball of this first over. And Burns lets this one go outside his off stump. He knows exactly what he's going to get from Kyle Abbott. These two have gone head to head so many times in Championship cricket. And Kyle Abbott straight away around the wicket at Rory Burns. Good line, good length, little bit of swing. Interesting start from Burns as well. This is what I meant about batting first for Surrey. Burns is just playing this like the opening over of a Championship game at the moment against Kyle Abbott. Last ball of this first over, and Burns lets it go as it goes the other way from Abbott. So it's a nice, interesting probing over. Burns with a big grin on his face as Kyle Abbott went down just to have a little peer round the corner there to see that one going the other way and where that was pitched. And into the first over, a maiden from Abbott. And Surrey yet to get started.
I wonder if that was Abbott just having a polite word with Rory Burns, just reminding him that he does have a bat in his hand if he'd like to use it.
Yeah.
You know, always frustrating when every ball is left behind as a bowler and you haven't made the batter play with that new ball. Plenty of swing there, but it was all very late swing. A lot of it was almost after the ball had passed the bat, which is always very tricky for the wicketkeeper. But obviously not much of an issue for Rory Burns.
We're going to start with McMullen from the Vauxhall end, and interestingly, straight away for McMullen, Ben Mays is up to the stumps.
Yeah, this happens a lot when he bowls for Scotland. Brandon McMullen, he bowls outswingers to the right-hander, but he's bowls good areas, but not express pace. So I think, given that Hampshire are doing it as well, I wonder if it's personal preference. McMullen likes having the keeper up.
Well, he's got 2 slips, that swings away. Exactly what Mr. Johns was talking about. Thomas has absolutely nothing to do with that. But at this pace, with the keeper up, he would just be looking to swing this ball. Go stump to stump. He's got 2 slips in there, McMullen. So this will be a tester for Thomas. You know, when you go out to open, you're sometimes expecting express pace. Here we go. He's had a little nibble at that one. That's gone away from him. It's nicely taken by Mays. And Thomas just has to work out how he's going to play this. Because, as I say, you walk out as an opener, bowling like this, and he's much better than this, McMullen, but always reminds me of when you go and play a club game and the wily old pro off 3 paces, he swings it both ways, and you're not quite sure how to go about it. As Thomas pushes this one down towards backward point, and I think that's the first time ball has been on bat in the game. And Felix Organ doing the fielding down there. You can see Cam Steele and Matthew Spreagle having a bit of a chat there in the distance. McMullen in once more. Goes fuller of length, inside edge, as again just swings away a touch from Thomas. It really is interesting, this, because, as I say, anybody who's ever played any sort of club cricket will know what I'm talking about. Out you go. They've played for 30 years. They come off 4 paces, and they can just nibble it or swing it both ways with the keeper up. And this one, Thomas almost had a nibble at, but he lets go. Nicely taken by Mays away to his right-hand side.
Hey, there's a bit of bounce here for McMullen. That one just lifted a little bit. A few deliveries previous just veered up off a length as well. As always, there's a touch of green on the surface, and that tends to give the ball a bit of extra lift.
Those 2 slips, Tom Prest at first and Neil at second. Oh, that's a good leave, because that one hasn't swung. That's a really good leave from Thomas, and it's a very tidy first over. But this is what I was talking about with Surrey. First 2 overs have been maidens, They're in no rush here. There's Mark Stoneman and Jimmy Adams, the coaching crew. Tim Tremlett there as well. Nice to see him here today, all sat on those seats, those comfy seats in front of the dressing rooms. But yeah, Mr. Stoneman, of these parts, of course, as well, won the championship with Surrey in 2018. He's been opening the batting in championship cricket for Hampshire this season, doing a bit of coaching in this competition with Jimmy Adams. Start of the third over from the Vauxhall end. Burns lets it go again. And, well, Abbott has not missed his length yet. And Burns is down to do a touch of gardening.
Yeah, it's tricky for him to go through the offside, which is obviously the line that you'd have to play at with Abbott coming around the wicket and highing it outside that off stump. It's going almost against the swing, if that's the right way of describing it. And, the odd one will hold its line and go the other way. We've seen Abbott try to put it the other side of the wrist and nip it away. But
well, this is going to be a battle of, does Abbott go a bit straighter? Yes, he does, and Burns clips him in his favourite area for a couple of runs. So Burns has won the first mini battle there, because Abbott was just probing away on or about the off stump and swinging it away just outside. That one he's just straightened up to Burns. And anybody who's watched Rory Burns over his career, anything straight, he will tuck into the leg side. So Burns is off the mark with a couple.
Yeah, if anything, Abbott's done well to stay patient enough for 8 balls to before he fires in that straighter delivery into his wheelhouse.
He might go back to what he was doing before here. He's in. Yep, he does. And this one's left alone by Burns outside his off stump. You see, I'm one of these strange people, Mr. Johnson. I could watch players leave balls alone all day. I love a good leave. I love a good leave. There's an art form to a good leave. And Burns is a very good lever of a cricket ball. He's got a stylish lever. He's not one of these, you normally see it with the lefties, don't you? Where just pull the bat inside the line. He genuinely gets that bat high in the air. Fourth ball of this third over. And Burns is down on one knee, just looking to chop this one down to the shortest third man boundary. Bottom edge more than anything on that. And that's the shortest boundary for the left-hander from the Vauxhall end down towards Lee Fortis and the groundsman's workshop.
That's what we were just talking about with the swing coming into Burns. It's very hard to, when you get that width, it's never going to be as wide as you think because it's coming back at you. It just cramps him for room. So it's quite tricky trying to flay the ball through the offside. It's clever from Abbott. He's making it difficult to score.
This is two extremely good cricketers going head to head this morning. There's a single here for Burns. That's well run. And that will run up there to, is that Matty Lumsden up there? With no, that's James Fuller with no name on the back of his shirt.
Yeah, I thought it was Lumsden as well.
Yeah, no, that's James Fuller with no name or number.
I think Lumsden's down at what was deep third. Now it'll be fine leg for the right-hander. We have, of course, our Manny Lumsden expert behind us.
Absolutely.
He tells me that he's down at fine leg.
Well, I'm going to allow Hector to explain to everybody on the Surrey live stream why he is our Manny Lumsden expert. I believe that should he ever get onto Mastermind, it's going to be his specialist subject, the schooling and career of Manny Lumsden. First ball that Thomas has faced from Abbott, and he's solidly forward, nicely played, just pushes this away into the offside, and the fielding's done by the Hampshire skipper, Nick Gubbins, who loves playing here. Nick Gubbins always scores runs at this place, does Gubbins, but a tidy over again from Carl Abbott, 3 off it, and it's a quiet start, but I think actually in many ways it's not a bad thing for Surrey. They're up against a very good bowling attack here for Hampshire. And they can take their time about it as well and try and set some sort of foundation. That's the other thing, isn't it? You don't want to see Ollie Sykes too early.
Yeah, well, with the form he's been in as well, Sykes, in this competition, with the half centuries he's hit. Yeah, from a Surrey perspective, you absolutely want him coming in when the pressure is off, so to speak. This is going to be interesting. McMullen swinging the ball in to Rory Burns, similar to what Kyle Abbott was doing, but McMullen's going to stay over the wicket, so he's really going to try and bowl stump to stump and swing it back against the angle.
First time he's bowled at Burns, and Burns will just work it with the swing down to the long leg boundary rope for 4. So it swung, started it 2 straight to Rory Burns. And as I say, anything on those stumps, Rory Burns will be looking to work down to the fine leg boundary rope. Did swing, but just started on the stumps and just tucked away by Burns.
Yeah, first boundary of the morning as well. Like you said, just started it 2 straight. That's the tricky part about bowling in swingers from over the wicket. It's easy to start that straight.
It's in again, 2 straight again, and tucked away for 4 more by Burns. McMullen will learn quick. Said it with Abbott. Abbott managed to get through, 8 deliveries before he straightened up to Burns. But Rory Burns will do this all day if you let him.
Well, it's the length as well, isn't it? It's back of a length, so if what little swing there is it's done early. It's not going to threaten Burns. He doesn't have to come forward on the front foot and wait for the ball and then it moves late. It's swinging straight out of the hand and hip high length. That is just a player of his quality. It's too easy for him just to work it off his hip.
All 11 runs to Burns now. Better. Just goes across him.
Yeah, just held its line, that one, didn't it?
And taken very nicely by Mays. Burns, as always, has a twiddle of the bat in a minute, then he'll have a touch of everything. Yep, there he goes. Tends to almost touch every part of his body, Rory Burns, before the ball comes down. Mullen in once more, and that's better. Better length. Forward goes Burns. Turns this one into the leg side. Potters into short mid-wicket. Good crowded this morning again. We've been blessed with good crowds during this 50 over competition. And of course the whole ground's open. So everybody is dotted around the place. I think there's some Hampshire flags as well in the JM Finn stand I can see. So there's some Hampshire flags there as well. But the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion, very well populated today. So again, very good crowding. McMullen's just brought his mid-wicket a little closer. Oh, well bowled. Really well bowled. That's gone across Rory Burns. And that's buys. That's beaten the edge. And it's also beaten Mays behind the stumps. And Tom Prest looks a little confused by that one as well. Stood in the slip cordon. But that's very well bowled by McMullen. He's gone the other way, actually, to be fair to him there. It's nicely bowled.
Off the pitch as well. We've seen a lot of movement in the air so far this morning, but that one's moved.
Yeah, it has, and
significantly.
I think that's why the look on Tom Prest's face was priceless there. Sort of just turned around and watched it go, as if to say, "How on earth has that gone like that?" Last ball of the over, and left alone by Rory Burns. So an interesting over. 4 gone. And we've had 4 buys, 11 runs for Burns off his 17 deliveries, as you can see. Thomas is yet to get started, but you'd expect it to swing on a day like today. It's humid. Yesterday's weather was amazing. Oh, here we are, look. Hampshire fans having a little watch. There. All sorts of different shirts being worn.
None of those tickle your fancy, like the Hampshire current strip?
No, they're all quite bright colours, aren't they? They are sort of a mixture there, isn't there, of 100 shirts and training shirts. Simple, like me. That's how I like my fashion. Abbott to bowl the 5th. Thomas has had a nibble at this one. It's nicely bowled by Abbott. Beats the edge. This will be a good education for Thomas. And Burns is down here to have a chat with him. It's good from Burns as well. So the experienced old pro just coming down to have a quiet word with the young man. This is what Abbott's done for years though, isn't it? He is a top quality bowler, Kyle Abbott. Really is. In again, and solidly forward goes Thomas. Makes a nice sound off his bat.
Yeah, just the last few deliveries. I wonder if Hampshire are looking for something different. We saw the kind of prodigious swing out of the hand that was either left well alone or like I said, it came out the hand, so it was easy to read. But it's almost as if they're looking for movement off the pitch now. We saw that delivery from McMullen that nipped. These first 2 balls to the right-hander from Abbott haven't swung, so I suspect he's trying to just bowl these with a wobble seam rather than the seam straight up, and trying to nip it rather than swing it.
Thomas waits again, and this time he's off the mark. He cuts one that's just back of a length down to third man. And there is young Mr. Lumsden. He's down in front of the pavilion. So Thomas is off the mark. So he'll feel better about everything now.
Yeah, always tricky when your partner just has a nice little spell, back-to-back boundaries, and you're stood on your bat down the other end, struggling to buy a run. But yeah, he's always boosts the confidence.
What's he going to bowl here to Burns? Still got his 2 slips in there, has Kyle Abbott. It's gone back of a length. Burns is turning this one into the leg side. And there's no run as Press does the fielding.
Yeah, that one did swing. So he's varying it nicely. Sometimes the wrist is behind the ball, sometimes it's not. And see what the pitch offers. It's skillful.
Yeah, and I'm enjoying this. As I say, it's 2 highly skilled, experienced international cricketers going head to head out there. They've done this so many times against each other as well, be it in red ball or limited overs cricket. Burns and Abbott, and Abbott will bowl 2 straight again there to Burns. Be a bit annoyed with that, I think. Abbott on the angle, just turned off his hit by Burns, and 2 more to Rory Burns. He's on to 13. Must say as well, congratulations, we saw it up on the big screen, to Mr. Edward Handley, who, big sign went up, 60 years as a Surrey member. So congratulations to Mr. Handley there. 60 years as a Surrey member. So he'll have seen some cricket in that time, here especially. Burns pushing off the back foot this time, up towards mid-on. End of the over. 18 without loss, Surrey. And I was being told by our producer, Mr. John Surtees, that today marks the 180th anniversary of the first meeting for the creation of Surrey County Cricket Club. So there we are.
There you go.
There
Surtees
you
was
are.
at the meeting, was he?
He was taking the minutes of the meeting. There are those flags I was talking about. Hedge End, of course. Pride of the South. And some younger fans there brought their mini bats for signature. So start of the 6th. McMullen bowling once again from the pavilion end. And Thomas is driving back down the pitch. One of those where he could have driven that straight back too. McMullen, who got a hand to it as it bounced in front of him. Just checks his fingers, does McMullen. Great to see Bilal Shafiat. Now, he was a hell of a player on his day. But also what I remember with him, I'll say, that Jimmy Anderson and Monty Panesar's saving of the Test match at Cardiff, as Thomas gets something on this, running away down the leg side. It sort of looked more thigh guardy than bat, really, and I think this will be leg byes, signalled by umpire Shafiat. But during that stand, if anybody remembers, Mr. Shafiat, well, he sort of made the acquaintance of Ricky Ponting, when he for no reason whatsoever, other than wasting a lot of time, ran drinks and gloves out that neither of them had asked for. Thomas pushing this one down towards backward point, but he was a fine player. It was Bilal Shafiat, and of course Rob Bailey for Northamptonshire, scored thousands of runs. Played for England as well, of course. Stood at square leg, and one of the most experienced umpires there is now is Rob Bailey. So 2 good men in charge today of this one. It's a nice length from McMullen. Nicely played by Thomas, just pushes it away out into the offside.
Yeah, he's not swinging it as prodigiously as he was earlier on. I wonder if that is a control aspect, because in the previous over we did see it. He just swung it too much almost. It swung straight into Rory Burns' hip, which is exactly where he wants it. Now, granted, he does have the right-handed Thomas on strike, so I wonder if he'll try it again. No.
This will be a single for Thomas. It's good running. Just turns it up the ground. Scampers through for the single. It can happen, can't it, that you sort of run in and you swing the first two and you can't actually control it. You know, you think happy days, great, it's swinging, but you can't control it.
Well, that's what happened to poor old Alex French in his
Yeah,
first over.
absolutely,
In
yes,
the last
it
game
did,
here.
Yeah.
Was it 17 runs off the first? It was, but he came back and
Oh, he did so well.
Surrey did back him. Actually, we spoke to Ben Folks after the game, and he said, "Nah, was there any thought of bringing him back, taking him off, and bringing him back when the ball was older, easier to control?" And to be fair, he was very much of the opinion that it probably would have done more damage had he taken him off, and probably proved to be right because, as he said, that the comeback was a big fill-up for him.
Well, he started very well at Chelmsford as well, French, with the ball. His last ball of the over just pushed away quietly by Burns. They tidy over again from McMullen, but no, he started very nicely at Chelmsford. He's definitely got a bit about him. The Peter May boys are in. There they are, the Peter May boys. Fine boys they are, the Peter May boys. Their flags are always there. That's where they always sit, the Peter May boys. So, lots of families in today. That's nice to see. So this is a good crowd again, and that's in the pavilion there. So that's in the Mickey Stewart members pavilion. But it's not quite the weather that we had yesterday, where there wasn't a cloud in the sky yesterday. It was very warm, very pleasant it was yesterday. Start of the 7th over. Abbott into Thomas, that's going down the leg side. Half a shout as Thomas was just trying to work that leg side. Then he rehearses playing it with a straighter bat. But you can see here, he after he's played this shot where he's trying to work that leg side, he then rehearses playing straighter. There you go. So just trying to keep that bat straight, because then if you keep that bat straight and it does come back, it's going to hit your inside edge and you're probably going to get a run down through the leg side. Plus you're more likely to take LBW out the equation. That's well bowled by Abbott.
Was it Sam Northeast when we were here last week for Glamorgan? How many? He just kept scoring runs off his inside edge down to fine leg.
He did, and the inside edge of his bat was magnificent. Actually, his first scoring shot was a big inside edge. It absolutely tore off to the boundary rope for 4.
I think that happened 2 or 3 times, didn't it? Early in his innings.
It was a lovely piece of wood he had in his hands, because of course the ones he middled as well. Well, I think it was one of those bats where wherever he hit it, it was going to race off Sam Northeast. Yeah, that was last Wednesday. That's nicely played by Thomas and very nicely bowled by Carl Abbott. Thomas just going for a little wander.
Yeah, he's been a little bit unfortunate, Thomas, in that he hasn't had the same quantity of deliveries in a scoring area as Burns. Abbott and McMullen have both drifted onto his pads and his hips, the left-handed Burns, but they've been much more disciplined to Thomas. He's kind of got everything close to his stumps, nothing really on his pads or on his hips.
Well, he probably knows he's not going to get anything really from Abbott. Now, as forward he goes, solid looking defensive shot, but in the back of his head Thomas will be thinking, just something, give me something, but Abbott won't.
Well, I think that's when he's got to think about, right, well, how do I put pressure back on him? How do I find a scoring shot? Do I use my feet? Do I go deeper in the crease? Do I walk across? What do you try and do here to try and access some sort of scoring zone?
Be interested to see how many overs Abbott gets in a first spell here. You know, Thomas is thinking might be, I'll just get him out the way. It's well bowled again, and Thomas just pushes this one down towards backward point. So just good bowling this from an experienced campaigner to a young man.
Yeah, it's a learning experience, I think, isn't it? 19 years old. Adam Thomas. God, every time I go in these players' quick info profile, I just see that year.
Well,
2006.
I'm commentating on the sons of now, which is always a concern. Yeah, that's always a worry. Last ball of the over from Abbott, and no run there. It's solidly played from Thomas, but straight out to Gubbins. But I don't think Thomas should worry too much here. In the modern world of cricket, we're always saying, oh, how do you get after the bowler? Look, what's Abbott going to bowl in his first spell? At the end of the day, if Abbott gets to the end of 5 overs, and what's he gone for 4 runs at the moment, and he bowls 3 maidens, fine. Absolutely fine. I think that the key thing here from a Thomas point of view is not to go chasing yet. Two off 21 balls, yes, but he's come up against Abbott, and McMullen's bowled very nicely so far as well, so I think he's doing all right here.
This is interesting.
Thomas.
The keeper's gone back for McMullen. So I wonder if that was in response to the one that jagged and went for 4 byes.
This one's left alone by Burns. Outside his off stump. Well, you say that he does this for Scotland as well. Has the keeper up.
Opens the bowling.
Yeah.
Can have the keeper up. A bit of, it varies depending on the situation. Maybe, he did start with the right-handed Thomas on strike, so maybe they had done some analysis that suggested that Thomas likes to maybe bat outside of his crease or get forward and come after the bowling, whereas Rory Burns is happy to sit on the back foot and wait for the one that comes into his hip.
Yeah, well, there's a committee meeting now. Look, Gubbins is talking there about Burns going. Even Gubbins is playing the shot off his hip. And Abbott's in there for a bit of a natter. But there's no change in the field at all here. He's obviously looking to push this across Burns now. As Burns is forward, thick inside edge, will get a single. So one more to Rory Burns, and Lumsden gets round to his left to do the fielding. I'm sure Rory Burns would love to be playing shots here, but Burns to me looks as if he's starting this like a championship game at the moment, and in a championship game, you respect what's coming at you, and at the moment it's pretty good bowling, so Burns is just playing every ball on its merits at the moment. Thomas comes back on to strike to McMullen, and he's forward. Again, just a little bit of shape there from McMullen.
Yeah, so it's definitely an individual batter
Keeper's
tactic.
up.
Yeah, keeper back up. So they obviously think Thomas is, which is normal actually. A taller player always wants to get that, big front dog down the wicket, get on the front foot, play some shots, whereas the more diminutive left-hander is happy hanging back.
Oh, well bowled. That's a lovely one from McMullen. Nicely taken as well. Behind the sticks by Mays, and even Thomas is indicating there that one went away from him, but it was a lovely line to start it on as well, wasn't it?
That's exactly why you have the keeper up, because as much as it was a very skillful piece of bowling, good length, nipped away, he's caught in the crease because he feels like he can't get forward, he can't come down.
He's got forward here, and he's played that all right as Thomas, and he'll get a couple of runs down there to third man. And good chase from Felix Organ. I think he's just scraped his knee there as he put the dive in. But Thomas will move on to 4. But McMullen, nice control at the moment from him. Thomas gets a ball that's straighter, turns it into the leg side. Thought about setting off for a single, but Lumsden's up there to do the fielding. So end of another tidy over. So both Abbott and McMullen have had 4 now. Thomas and Burns get together. There we go. Look, someone's going on holiday there. Very nice. It's that time of the year, of course. August bank holidays are coming up. Gentleman there, that's modern. He's reading his iPad. It's the way to do it, isn't it? He's got his iPad out there.
Maybe he's watching the Surrey stream.
He might be. Well, if you are, sir, good morning to you. I don't often these days. I do like a newspaper in my hands. I have to confess. Not one of these sort of tablet types, I have to say. Start of the 9th over. Abbott continuing to Burns. Burns turns one back up the ground, won't get a run. Felix Organ there once again. But yes, you see a lot of people now with their tablets at cricket, don't you? Working from home.
Working from Oval.
Yeah. well, that's home for many, isn't it? It's back to that whole thing of Thursday being the new Friday, they say, don't they? People work. We saw that at Chelmsford on Friday. I think there were a lot of people working from home at Chelmsford, from what I saw on Friday. It was a lovely sunny day down there. Burns plays this late. Down towards third man. They've got the third man down there now. It almost felt as if that came off the glove of Burns, actually. It was almost like he punched that. He shaped up just a late cut and it bounced on him and almost felt like that hit the glove and went down to third man. Carl Abbott having a think about what he's going to bowl next. Having a bit of a natter here with Felix Organ as well, who stood up there at mid-off for Adam Thomas. Thomas forward. Again, lovely length from Carl Abbott. Solid looking defensive shot, that.
Well, that's the challenge for Thomas. He knows he's going to get 5 balls out of 6, if not all 6, just on that little postage stamp area, top of off stump. Good length. He's got to figure out how he's going to score. You know, a lot of batters like to walk down. He can walk down if he wants. The keeper is back, unlike when Brandon Mullen is bowling. Does he try and open the face? Does he try and give himself a bit of width?
We might have a little bit of movement behind the bowler's arm here. Oh dear. 2 young gentlemen have, well, made a break for freedom there. Gentlemen, you can't do that. Straight in front of the sight screen. No damage done. Flashing at this one is Thomas. And that's going to fly away down to third man. Lumsden allowed that haircut at school, is he? Surely he needs a little bit of a trim there. Oh, school holidays. 26 without loss. And back on to strike comes Rory Burns. Come around the wicket here, Will Abbott. Looking forward to watching James Fuller have a bowl. Gets it down there at a good pace, does Fuller. Burns forward, punching up towards Felix Organ there at mid-on. Yeah, James Fuller with no name or number on his shirt.
Yeah, what's happened there? Do you reckon it's come off from the wash?
I don't know, actually. He's doing some leg stretching exercises at the moment, which are bringing a tear to my eye. Oh my goodness me. That is a proper workout as Abbott goes wandering back past him. So maybe Fuller's getting ready to have a bowl here. Might be Abbott's last one of this opening spell. Burns, good looking shot, just pushes away into the offside to the right of Nick Gubbins, and will nick a single off the last ball of the over. So another tidy over from Abbott, but I wonder if that might be it for the first spell from him, because as I say, Fuller was sort of getting himself warmed up. I remember seeing here Fuller bowling in a championship match against Ollie Pope, and Pope got 100. Surrey were chasing something, I can't remember what it was, and Fuller bowled Pope a bouncer, and he turned himself completely around and then hooked it into the middle tier of the pavilion for 6. I've never seen anybody do that before.
So he almost hit. So he almost turned around and
Spun
hit it
completely round and then
third
hit
man.
it behind him, hooked it straight into the pavilion. As McMullen continues, forward goes Burns.
What side of the square were we on? Were
We're
more
about-
central?
Yeah, more central. To probably where, if you on the pictures, you see the matting,
Right.
which is covering a pitch. I think we were about there. And Pope was in one of those moods. And he bowled him about. He was a good bouncer. And Pope turned himself completely around and then hooked it straight into the middle tier of the pavilion. That's 2-leg stumpy to Burns. He'll flick that off his hip all day. He'll only get a single because there is James Fuller down there with his sunglasses on. And they pick up another single. And that will move Burns, as you can see, on to 17.
Yeah, keeper back up with Thomas on strike. 5 off 27. He's struggled to get going. Interesting they're leaving a man out on the offside if he wants to take that single.
Kept his 2 slips. It's a nice looking shot, just driven away. Out towards that man sweeping out there, which is James Fuller. A lot of hands in that shot from Thomas. 1 more to him, he's on to 6. Abbott's just wandered across there to have a quiet word with McMullen. Burns forward. Just clips this off the front foot. And the fielding's done in there at cover point. And there is no run.
Well, Ali Orr has nearly decapitated Fletcher Middleton there. He's dived brilliantly to stop the ball. A nice little cut shot from Burns. And on his way back up, he's tried to no look, pop the ball off to Middleton next to him, and he was not ready for it.
Well, I think I've done Manny Lumsden a disservice there, because I think Ali Orr was the fielder with the long hair. This one's driven straight up the ground by Burns. Didn't really time that. And Nick Gubbins does the fielding.
Yeah, Ali Orr's a long way out of
yeah,
school, so he can have whatever hair he likes.
Absolutely. No, I do apologise to Manny Lumsden. No, I'm sure he's got a very, very short back and sides. In there at mid-wicket at the moment he is. Oh, that's 2 leg sidey again. This will be flicked away by Burns. Starts on the stumps and then swings, and Burns just helps it away. Down towards fine leg, so they will pick up another single. That's the end of the over. And that's 10 overs gone. And it's been a solid start this from Surrey. It really has, and it's been very good bowling from Messrs Abbott and McMullen, but we are going to get a first change. Abbott comes out of the attack after 5 overs. None for 9. Here we are. Manny Lumsden is into the attack. So looking forward to this, because only 16 years of age, Manny Lumsden. And I've been told he's got a bit of pace about him. Yeah, that's a very smart haircut that he has. But no, I'm looking forward to seeing this. Only 16. Ridiculous, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it's his second game. He played against Glamorgan earlier in this competition. 3 for 64, so he was a bit expensive. But he did pick up 3 wickets, which I suspect that's kind of the modus operandi for a young, quick, a bit tearaway, a bit loose, a few expensive overs, but he gets wickets. I mean, he did only bowl 5 overs, so he was going at nearly 13 and over there.
Well, he's got protection as well now, because we're out the power play, of course, the first power play. So he's got a bit of protection. Carl Abbott, not a bad man to have stood up there, is it, Carl Abbott? So Abbott's saying, get a slip in, I think. Or are they? No, hang on. No, he's
swapping his deep fielders.
So he's actually sending Tom Press to sweep out there on the cover boundary rope. Yeah, he's getting a slip in. I thought they were. I think that's probably right, actually. So he's got a slip in there. So here we are. My first sighting of this young man. Right arm over the wicket he goes. That's a nice start. And forward goes Burns to him.
God, he bounds in, doesn't he?
Does.
Very energetic run up. He doesn't amble in. Kyle Abbott, a bit more of an ambler.
Well, there is a slight age difference as well. I'm taking nothing against Mr. Abbott, but there is a slight age difference. Yeah. At 16, I think you can sort of almost sprint anywhere, can't you?
You can afford to be a bit more exuberant.
Yes, absolutely. Should have seen me at 16. Oh,
I bet.
The energy for everything at 16. It's a whippy action. He's in again, and that's on the hip of Burns. Just got to cross his stumps, did Burns. Flicks this away. He'll get a couple here. So 2 more to Burns. Probably his first sighting, I would have thought as well. Burns on to 20.
22 years is the age gap between Messrs Lumsden and Abbott. 38 years of age is Kyle Abbott.
Yes, you see, and probably at 16 he was tearing in as well. But I think Abbott knows On certain occasions, you don't have to tear in every ball. Nice action, Lumsden. We've only seen the 2 balls, but it's a whippy action. As this is pushed off the back foot by Burns down towards backward point. And there's no run.
Yeah, he's adjusted his line nicely there. He kind of fell into the Rory Burns trap in the previous delivery, didn't he, with bowling one. That was a bit too straight, but he does have protection. He's got a deep backward square and a fine leg, so I think Nick Gubbins has realised that his young quick is probably going to bowl a couple of deliveries each over in that area, but as long as it doesn't cost him too many, the confidence will still be up, the pace will still be there, and he might be able to buy a breakthrough.
Exciting. Oh, now he's going to get a wicket, because this is pulled by Burns off the top edge, straight in the air, and Lumsden takes the catch off his own bowling. So Rory Burns looking to pull Lumsden through the leg side off the front foot, big top edge, and Lumsden puts his name on it and takes the catch, and the young man has Rory Burns with his 4th delivery. Surrey lose their first, they're 32 for 1.
He's done well. He's called it early, which is the key thing in that situation, because if he looks at mid-wicket looks at him, and they take that split second, all of a sudden whoever goes for it, it's a very difficult catch. So a confident piece of fielding off his own bowling from the young man, but given the way Burns played this, I wonder. I don't think it's beaten him for pace, but it's just jagged across him a little bit.
And I think it's a pretty full length as well.
Yeah, not quite short enough to be playing that full-blooded pull shot. Heavy length, bit of extra pace in terms of quicker than what was coming from Kyle Abbott, but a bit too full, jagged away as well, and it's flown off the top edge.
Yeah, it really did. But he's put his name on it and takes the catch as well. So that's a nice start, and Nikhil Garuntla out there in the middle as well now at number 3. So Burns going for 20. Yeah, I think it was as much the length as anything as well for Rory Burns. So Nikhil Garuntla hasn't really got going yet, but he's got an opportunity here. He's in early. Still got plenty of overs to bat. And Surrey's batsmen so far being kept very honest by the Hampshire bowlers. His first ball. Now he'll like that. On his pads. Rolls the wrists on it. Whips it out towards deep backward square. And they will pick up a single. So off the mark first ball is Garuntla. Always nice that, isn't it, when you get out there and you get one on your pads first up.
Well, he timed it beautifully, didn't he? Almost timed it too well. Hit it straight to the fielder, whereas...
Yeah, the one thing I have picked up with him over his first sort of 4 games is he's quite a wristy player. Thomas has had a right old go at this one. And that beats the outside edge of the bat and swung after it had gone past the outside edge, and Mays takes it away to his left. Well, that's a very, very fine first over. And there's the speeds, which everyone gets very excited by. 85.4, 83.4, 84.9, 84.3. That was the wicket-taking ball. 85.8, and then his quickest ball was that final one. So, end of the over. End of me for the time being, because Mr. Cameron Ponsonby has just zoomed in here, armed with laptop stats and stories of his weekend, no doubt. So a few more thoughts from you, Nathan Johns, and then you'll be joined by Cameron Ponsonby.
Yeah, it's good captaincy that from Nick Gubbins, just the way he handled Lumsden in his first over of the day. He had the sweepers out on either side, so he could afford to bowl both sides of the wicket, which a young 16-year-old fast bowler, and he's fast, this kid, is likely to do. He's going to bowl both sides. He's going to bowl on Rory Burns' pads. He did, but I think the fact it only cost him a couple of runs rather than 8 runs, as it cost Brandon McMullen earlier on, just meant the confidence was still there, his tail was still up, he was still charging in, and lo and behold, he charged one in, banged it in, and took the top edge.
Well, first look at James Fuller in this year's competition. Been released from his 100 squad. I don't know if released is the right word for that, actually. He's kind of let go, allowed to play for Hampshire because he's been warming the bench.
I think released is...
You happy with released?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Wonderful. Well, I'm glad we're all in agreement. James Fuller from the pavilion end. Manny Lumsden, a very exciting young player. It is one of the kind of great joys of the Metro Bank One Day Cup, where you see these players pop up. He had a bit of an all-action debut. I'm sure you might have already mentioned. 3 for 64, 5 overs. Wonderful figures. Here comes Fuller. Oh, that's an attempted leave. That kind of skews off down to the man of the moment, Manny Lumsden at deep third.
Churchy, as he's walked out behind us, just passed a little note, and it's a very good point. Lumsden's action reminds him, and now it reminds me because I agree with him, of Nazim Shah. Just the way he kind of sprints in, whippy, doesn't have like a big jump or gather, just really gets through the bounds in and gets through the crease. Big high front arm as well, moves a lot. Yeah. Nazim Shah, who of course came on the scene very early. I believe was he not 16 when he made his test debut? I think he might have been down in Australia.
I tell you what, this is what Google's made for.
I think he was. He was very young when he was given a hospital pass of going on a tour of Australia.
I'm playing Oz. So, test debut, November 2019. Born February 2003, so you're correct. 16 years old. Well, by that point, well, Manny Lumsden was also 16. It's a bit later in the year, so positively ancient by Nazim Shah standards. And Thomas is just, I don't know if he's struggling for tempo so much. He's looked fairly comfortable at the crease. He's just not been going anywhere.
Well, he's been defending the ball off the middle of the bat. His issue is he hasn't been scoring. So, I mean, 6 off 31. He hasn't been beaten too many times. I mean, we saw Lumsden beat him for pace with the last delivery of the previous over, which was Lumsden's quickest ball of that first set. But there's been a lot of pushing the ball hard to cover or driving it straight to mid-off. He hasn't been able to kind of just open the face, hit that gap where the sweeper is out, or even pierce the gap and drive through extra cover for boundary. He's really struggled to find gaps.
It's nudged towards mid-on. Quick single. Goodness me. Tell you what, hit and he'd have been in trouble. And that's just that little bit of angst that being on 6 off 31 causes. Desperate to get to 7 off 32. He made it in the end, but not without risk. Let's have a little look at the replay here. See how safe or otherwise Thomas would have been. Sets off immediately. Throw comes in. What's the problem?
Big dive. Good dive.
Home with time to spare.
Tall man. Long dive. Always helps.
Grantler to face the final ball of this over. That's just dropped into the leg side for a much more gentle single. Ali Orr does the fielding. After 12 overs here at the Kia Oval, the score's 36 for 1. It does look like a little bit of a green wicket. There's life in the pitch. And I do wonder whether, if Thomas can push on from this quite sedate start, whether it could end up being a very valuable innings, where it seems like, well, faced with a combination of McMullen and, more to the point, Carl Abbott on a green top under overcast skies, just putting some time into the game could end up being a very worthwhile endeavour.
I think there's two ways of looking at the first 10 over power play from Surrey. Either they actually have been quite astute, and as you said, they've played off two men who were moving the ball prodigiously, and McMullen did offer up a few boundary deliveries to Burns, but they were still scoring. They weren't completely shutting up shop. Or were they a bit too sedate, and maybe they're leaving themselves with a big challenge ahead, and we'll find out as the afternoon progresses.
Cuts behind point. Grantler should get a couple here. They'll turn back, think about two, and agree to it. Well, this is where the kind of yin and yang, not sure if that's the right phrase, but we'll go with it, of the kind of Hampshire bowling attack comes into play. Because you have the metronomic accuracy of Kyle Abbott, you can afford to then have your X factor in the youngster Lumsden at play, because it's all going to average out to around 4 or 5 runs and over. Just Abbott's going to go at 2s and Lumsden's probably going to go at 6s. Pulled, that's quick. Really well directed bouncer from Lumsden. It's got up and ugly at Grantler, who's had to fend it away. This is a good start from the teenager. Just a little gesture from Adam Thomas at the non-strikers end that the ball's kind of seamed back into the right-hander, which sounds not particularly pleasant, to be honest. It's just seaming off the pitch back in towards your grill.
Well, he did that to the Rory Burns dismissal. It wasn't as short as that, but it seamed the same direction, so away from the left-hander. I think that's actually what did for Burns, just the seam movement going away from the attempted pull shot.
This time well fielded at point.
Yeah, it's good from Lumsden. He's hitting the bat hard. That's the way I describe this. A lot of energy through the crease.
Also a bit of a nerve settler for him. Yes, he got those 3 wickets on debut against Glamorgan, but he was conceding his runs about 13 and over. It was really was. I recommend going back and finding the highlights of it because it was a great watch. And here he's been on the spot. Quick single, well batted by Grantler. It's a comfortable single into the offside.
Well, Felix Organ's done well there. He's had to pull out the dive to stop the 4 overthrows, and he's just suggesting that even that one nipped off the surface from the throw from backward point. It deviated as he was trying to throw the stumps down, but yeah, good bit of fielding.
Short again. Thomas just gives himself a bit of room, looking to push that into the offside.
Long follow through as well. Tail is up. So good to watch when you see a young fast bowler in stride. Surrey have seen a few. Alex Green gave him a bit of bother a few weeks ago down in Guildford. Took 5 for Leicestershire, named player of the match.
Short again, well played by Thomas, who rides the bounce and kind of pushes it out to point the boundary. So a single to finish the 13th over. The score's 40 for 1. I just wonder at what point, or if, Thomas will be ticking at all. Do you think he'll be fairly comfortable as things stand at the crease, or there'll be part of his mind going, I might be needing to get a move on here?
I think it's inevitable that it's the latter option. He's 8 off 34. Dare I say, this could be one of the most sedate starts to innings he'll have in his career. Young man that he is, it's difficult, it's tricky. You've got your wily veterans at one end and your young tearaway coming in and trying to hit you at the other. Any time he finds the middle of the bat, he's finding a fielder. So he's got to try something different. I don't know if it involves using his feet or making a bit of room outside off, walking across the stumps, but he's got to try and find a way of scoring.
There we go. That's clipped behind square for a single. Noted the shot we just had of the fans in the stands. One of the gentlemen was wearing an Ashstead Cricket Club top, and that's where Adam Thomas plays his cricket this year, having grown up at Guildford. So he's got some support in the stands, willing him on. Now we're going to have a second slip come into place for Grantler. No fielders out on the offside boundary, so we're outside of the power play, but there's only 3 men on the boundary's edge. It's well bowled. It's got Grantler jumping. And Hampshire sensing an opportunity here. They know that runs aren't being easy to come by. Fuller's getting a bit of movement off the surface. They're encouraging Grantler to play that big drive. There's no boundary protection on the offside. That would be his reward. His risk, well, there's 2 slips in place.
Yeah, it's just interesting to see how Hampshire are going about strategizing for their different bowlers. Fuller is a lot more experienced, probably a lot more likely to bowl on one side of the wicket, and they have no protection on the offside boundary as a result.
And there is that boundary. Just a bit of width, and Grantler capitalises. A really nice shot from Surrey's number 3. Leaps onto the back foot and pushes it through the offside.
Yeah, the field is set to bowl straight. He's got deep square, fine leg, so he's there to bowl straight, maybe the odd short ball, heavy lengths. He cannot afford to offer any width with just... We've still got his 2 slips in, so he's only got 1 cover in place, and he hasn't got anybody back on the offside. So don't mind the length. He has got protection for bowling heavy, shorter lengths, but can't bowl that wide.
Ooh. That gets 2 straight, down the leg side. Ben Mays behind the stumps, wide signalled from the umpire.
But it's interesting they still have the 2 slips in. They obviously think there's still a bit of nibble, something happening with either of the balls that they're using. I suppose we have seen Lumsden on the other end. He's still getting a bit of lift and a bit of movement off the surface. I think Fuller, he's quite similar in that. I think any movement he's going to get is going to be off the surface rather than in the air. He's a taller man. He's going to bowl heavier lengths and bang it in. He's not going to float it up there and swing it.
Almost a rinse repeat of the boundary earlier in the over. This time skews off the toe of Grantler's bat. It's something I kind of realised we never talk about that much. Not in terms of in the red ball game, the shape and the softness and the disfiguration of the ball is kind of spoken to the point of kind of boredom in effect, but it's more reflective of how important the ball is in cricket. Then we play a white ball game. We just see that second slip is going to drop out and head out to the boundary. You've got a ball at each end, but you very rarely hear about times where they're behaving particularly differently. It's not the case often where you go, well, the ball from the pavilion end was swinging this week, or today even, but from the Vauxhall end, nothing. This time driven up to mid-off, and they're able to take a long one.
Well, today both new balls do quite a lot. I mean, Carl Abbott was starting it on a 6-7 stump line almost and swinging it back in, and the wicketkeeper, the problem was it was actually swinging after it past the bat, so the wicketkeeper had a lot of work to do. He had a fun time of it, I'm sure, but Roy Burns was able to leave it alone, and similarly Brandon McMullen was getting plenty of movement, too much to the left-hander. He just bowled into Burns' favourite scoring area, so at least today both balls were consistent.
Adam Thomas poised and ready as Fuller runs in. He just runs that down to third. That's nice from Thomas. Getting that scoreboard ticking over a bit more now. 48 for 1 at the end of the 14th. Looks like Nathan Johns is going to be making his way. And with great joy in my heart, I can welcome Jeremy Coney onto the live stream this morning. He'll get there eventually. He's sitting down. Now we do see, I believe, some of Adam Thomas's Ashstead club mates. Good to support your mates, don't you, Jeremy?
I do. I rather like this sedentary life.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Morning, everybody. All right, we've got a 16-year-old bowling here.
Randy Lumsden in to bowl, and this time clipped towards mid-wicket.
Bowling to a 19-year-old, and at the other end, at the non-striker's end, a 22-year-old.
That's the good stuff.
So this is youth cricket here at its best.
That is, to be fair, it is youth cricket at its best.
Yeah, and I don't mind the way that Surrey have started this innings at all. I think while it isn't galloping along, at the same time, they haven't really set a target at all in this competition.
This time it's cut behind square. Will Thomas be able to get back for two? Yes. He's in a bit of a race. It's the second time we've seen Thomas diving at that end. Just a couple of overs. Nathan Johns made the astute point that he's a very tall man, which means his dive goes a long way. So it's
especially if he reaches out.
Exactly.
With the bat.
Just keep going.
No, they're both starting to develop their innings now. Garantler's come in. He's 11 from 12, so he's been a little bit busy. And Thomas has worked hard for his 12.
Shorts. Well, that beats Thomas's outside edge. Well bowled by Lumsden. At 2, the ball before brought up Surrey's 50 in the 15th over. Ticking along at 3.45 and over.
And just let's wait and see how they get on. That's some decent bounce, isn't it? There's some bounce there if you just bend your back a bit. Lumsden isn't super quick, is he? But he's a tall lad, and he can use that bounce. He's bowled that a couple of times. One of them's got a wicket for him.
Whoa, that's wild.
Goodness.
That's flown for 5 wides. Lumsden, who's been so on the money throughout the early stages of his spell, well, that one slips out, and that's gone a long way. That's 5 wides.
More than 5, really, isn't it? I mean, that's probably 8. 8
5
wides, I would say. But and probably the most productive shot in the entire innings so far. But however, no, but it's a greenish pitch. Looking at it from here, we haven't been able to see it up close, but a little bit of grass on it. You can understand Hampshire bowling first.
Ooh. Bowled him. Chopped on to his own stumps. It looked as if the ball had just come off the under edge of the bat and gone through to the wicket-keeper. As it happened, the ball's flicked the bails off and Thomas's stay comes to an end. He makes 12 and Surrey's steady start is now in danger of just becoming a slow one.
Yep, and it's the angle that's got the wicket for Lumsden here, as he's run quite wide, I think, on the crease, angling it back into the right-handed Thomas, and he's faced 40 balls for his 12. You can see it coming back in, and it's under-edged, hasn't it, onto the stumps. Maybe a little bit of movement off the surface. Well, just angle, I think, really, but off the inside, well, the bottom edge in this case, and into his off stump.
Well, it's really clattered into that off stump because the ball's then flicked on and gone through to Mays behind the stumps. But the bails end up on the floor, and Thomas, well, he's gone for 12, and it brings Ben Folkes to the crease, who played a wonderful innings here against Glamorgan, which took Surrey to their only win of the season so far. And he's going to need to play an innings of, well, similar importance but different style if he's going to take Surrey towards a total today. There's plenty of time out there for Surrey, but they're only on 55 so far. Are you still happy with Surrey's start?
I mean, well, happy. Obviously, you'd like to be a bit more from 15 overs, but really, the way that they've played, if you have a look at some of the results that they've had, they've got to just use their 50 overs for a start and set a target and try not to lose too many wickets early on. It's such a probationary side, isn't it? We've now got the second of the A-listers, if you like, in Ben Folkes in this team at the crease now. And hopefully he can stay in for a while and guide the middle order a little bit more than they've been able to at the moment. There is Sykes still to come, who's had a couple of good innings in this competition.
So pushed up towards mid-off. It looked as if Ben Folkes was taking his guard a long way outside his crease there. Or he's just trying to get down the ground, negate any lateral movement off the pitch. It's been a good start for Hampshire under-17s.
Yeah, I think so. And they've kept the slip in too to encourage him to pitch the ball up. He's actually got wickets with the angle and with the short ball at this stage so far.
Ooh, that's well bowled. This time just a little bit fuller from Lumsden. It brings to a close the 15th over. Sorry, 55 for 2. And there we go. Just the two batters just doing that little angle-in gesture to each other to confirm the fact that, yes, Lumsden's coming wide of the crease. How's that for a Monday? Sipping on a beer at 12:03. Shard in the background, cricket in front of you. That's basically what you're doing, Jeremy.
It is really. I'm not sure whether they're getting paid. But are we getting paid is the other question, which is even more important. However,
I assume so. Hope so.
Look, good bounce from the young man from the last over, encouraging the cut shot, so it was just short enough and then got an under edge.
It's a dot ball to begin to the 16th over. It's something I feel like counties around the country should advertise more, is how good their Wi-Fi is. And you get people to come in and say, bring your laptops.
Do your work.
Work from home.
Work from here, yeah.
And just settle in with, well, as those men were. Have a beer, scroll, just wiggle your mouse every now and then. What's the problem? Just a bit of a tweak to the field here. I think just a little bit of finishing touches to the fielders on the boundary. Fuller just placing them exactly where he wants them. That's a beautiful shot. Races away behind points, and Grantler has looked in moments like a very fine player across his opening matches for Surrey. He's been backed by the club, been given a full professional contract. He's a very good fielder, and with shots like that as well, looks like he'll be a very good batter as well.
Yeah, 6-3 offside field, so So anything that's too straight, there should be a single on the onside, anywhere between mid-on and the umpire. So he's got to keep it outside the off stump.
This time drop down to the feet of backward point.
And this is where I think batsmen can just move themselves around. As they get into their innings and they've got themselves in at the crease, I think they should, against a bowler like this where they're obviously going to be bowling at and outside the off stump, you can get yourself across. Anything too straight, you knock it for a single. It forces the bowler to bowl wider of off stump, and you bring the cut shot, and dependent upon the length of the ball that the bowler's delivered, whether you can get a drive away as well.
Another dot ball. This time it's just forced to cover.
See, I quite like that. For example, a man to get to his off stump and to knock that with a straighter bat, not trying to pull a shot because there are two men back for the pull shot. So just to knock it on the onside and just take your single. It doesn't have to go very far. As long as it's not going to go into the follow-through of the bowler, you're going to get a single every time. And he'll get very frustrated with that. And he'll either put a man in, which brings then the pull shot into play, or he'll change his line.
We're having a bit of a rinse-repeat over here. That's a bit wider. I imagine Grantler would have been it'd been a tough endeavour to get that one over to the onside.
Yeah, that was more of a sort of a punched sort of just square, isn't it? Or just to angle it square. Got to work out places where you are. I mean, we're into the manipulation phase of the innings, aren't we? Where you knock it around. There's an extra man in the field at the moment. They could drop another one out, could they?
This time, Grantler does get a bit further across his stumps and is able to tuck that one down to fine leg for a single. So he keeps the strike. It's 60 for 2 after 16 overs. Grantler's on 16. Ben Folkes yet to score. And I'm going to make way, and I'll be replaced by Hector Vickers.
So 5 runs from that last over. Grantler was able to play a lovely little stroke off the front foot, actually coming forward and getting it square all along the ground. No chance for any of the field. And the rest of it, the bowler just dropped the ball a little bit shorter, angling it back into him, and just tucked him up a little bit. See what he can, if trying to solve problems throughout his innings, see if he can work out a way.
Well, Lumsden to continue here from the Vauxhall end. Goes short and pulled by Grantler. And he's get back for 2 there. Deep square leg, alley all out there in the deep doing the fielding, coming round to mid-wicket. What have you made of the start that Surrey have had here today, Jeremy?
Well, I mean, they were slow to start, weren't they? They were deliberate about their innings and the way they were. They did not want to be the way they have been in the past, and losing too many wickets in the first 10 overs. Against Leicestershire, 2 for 32.
Short again and pushed to backward point.
Against Gloucestershire, 2 for 37 in the 8th over. Glamorgan, 2 for 31 in the 7th over. And Essex, 3 for 32 in the 9th over. And look, it's pretty hard to rebuild when 20% of the innings is over, so 10 overs up. It's a lot to expect number 5, 6 and 7, which is, where you were pretty close to. It's a lot to expect them to knock the ball around.
Lumsden in again here. Fuller this time and driven by Grantler, but no run out to cover.
And then do a little bit of the hitting as well. And you can't expect 8, 9 and 10 to be getting 30s to get you across the line. And so those first 4 batsmen in a one-day game as this 50 overs are absolutely critical, and the bulk of the runs should reside in that part of your innings. If you look at Gloucestershire, who are leading this at the moment, leading this group.
Short and wide and given as a wide by the umpire.
Gloucestershire's scores so far in this competition have been 341, 293, 286 and 289. And so that's where you want to be as a batting side. You're getting those totals. They have won every match so far. And where have those runs come from? They'll be from Bracey or from Ollie Price or from Bancroft.
Oh, Fuller, and played a miss there from Garantler. Just leaned into that one and threw his hands outside off stump, but beaten for pace there by Lumsden.
It's too wide to play the drive and a little bit short. And that's where your runs are. Bancroft 143, Bracey 96, Charlesworth 80, Bracey 83, Price 103. That's where the runs have come from for Gloucestershire, but it has been missing from Surrey. I know there's lots of players missing from the Surrey side.
Lumsden in again here. Second last ball hits Garantler on the pad, but looks to be sliding down leg.
But that's where you need the runs to come from, and it's asking too much from sometimes the others. And I suppose if you're a wee bit disappointed, I mean, you look at the first wicket partnerships for Surrey, 10, 22, 19, 8. It's hard to go somewhere from there, and you look at the second wicket partnerships, 22, 11, 12, 25.
Final ball of Lumsden's fourth over. He has 2 for 17 into Garantler. Fuller and driven back down the ground. That's a glorious shot. And that'll be 4 more for Garantler. Moves to 22.
Well, some boundaries starting, going for the Yorker perhaps, and just a little full, missing his target. Garantler's able to get on the front foot as he's shown a keenness to do and just get it past the stumps on the offside. So good stroke, didn't have to hit it too hard, didn't overhit it.
And as a player, Surrey, of course, last match out against Essex at Chelmsford, lost by 244 runs. How difficult is that mentally to sort of come back in? You've got a game quite soon after. How can they
tough
come back?
I mean, that's 5 runs per over, even from the entire 50 overs, virtually, isn't it? I mean, that's a hammering. And then to only get what did they get? 140 or 150? Yeah, and had 12 overs themselves.
Fuller to continue from the pavilion end, left alone.
And I thought, they've obviously had a crack at trying to get down this 417 for 6. And they haven't bowled a side out yet, Surrey. So I thought, they'll be having a crack, and playing some big shots, high-risk shots, but they're not. If you look at the number of balls that they faced, 12 off 15, 7 off 18, 11 off 21, those kinds of figures, they're right through the order. So they're not able to manipulate the ball enough as well.
Folks facing up here, yet to score. Just clip back down up the pitch.
And so that's one of the areas, once you get in, like Garantler now has had 24 balls. I want to see him now having the ability to knock it onside if it's too straight. Now that may mean he's got to get across his stump slightly if it's short of a length, just short of a length, where the bowlers, like Fuller, like to operate. And if he's going to bowl outside off stump, he's got a gap between backward point and cover to always get a single, and that's what he needs to find every time he's out there.
Fuller and again shorter, and folks almost just tucks his bat over the top of that one there. And Garantler, scores of 0, 6 and 7 so far in this competition, but he's played some good shots today, hasn't he?
He has. He's played a lovely stroke backward of point and from Fuller in the last over. He's played a drive that we've just seen, a straight drive. He didn't try and overhit it. And he's knocked it around. He's starting to go. So 22 from 24 from him. He's just got to keep going now and enjoy this moment. And forget the 0, 6 and 7. It's gone. It's past.
Fuller and again folks on Norton. There he is off the mark, tucked into mid-wicket. No one there, so he'll stroll through for a single.
That's folks, you see. An older player is able to get a ball that's perhaps middle and off and tuck it away. That's where you want the runs to come.
And as an older player, you look at the team, you've got Ben Folkes, Rory Burns, to an extent James Taylor in there. What would they be telling us? They've got a young side. What would they say to the youngsters coming off that Essex loss?
I would have thought that the coaching staff and the older players would be talking to the youngsters. I would hope that they would be practicing in between pretty hard about knocking things around, keeping the score moving along at this phase.
For him, wide of the crease and short, and Garantless chopped it up, and that's a brilliant catch at mid-on. Fantastic catch. It looks like it's Andrew Neil there.
Andrew Neil it was.
Number 17, just short and almost rushed for pace. Garantler looking to pull it. He's got to go for 22 off 25 deliveries.
Well, how disappointing for Garantler, because there were runs there for him. We've seen 3 dismissals now, 2 of them from horizontal bat shots, one going high in the air, low to high, which was the opener. And so that was caught comfortably, wasn't it, with Burns, wasn't it, Rory Burns? And then now Garantler, it's hit high on the bat, didn't supply power, perhaps a little bit of effort. Yes, effort ball from Fuller, and it's hit high on the bat, and he couldn't get inside the line of the ball. He's tried to fetch that a little bit, and I think, yeah, it's just cloth, doesn't it? And coming forward, a good catch.
Yeah, brilliant catch by Andrew Neil, just diving forward. Only just got there in time, but got his fingers underneath it and will bring to the crease Ollie Sykes, the informed player for Surrey. Ollie Sykes scores of 50, 97, and more recently 10 and 13, averaging 42.5 in this competition.
Yeah, good piece of bowling actually from Fuller. James Fuller played for Otago, where he started in New Zealand, and he's played under 19 for New Zealand as well. But an effort ball, you could see the effort he was actually putting in, and it's a good reminder to lots of bowlers, if you are going to bowl short, make it a bit quicker, hurry the batsman, and sometimes it'll get onto him, get it up around the badge on the helmet, and see if he can play and get inside the line. Well, he didn't there. It was a mistake by the batsman, and it's given Fuller his first wicket.
So much experience for James Fuller, over 100 first-class games. In he is again to Ollie Sykes facing his first ball. Prodded to backward point, end of the over. Surrey 68 for 3 now. You look at the Hampshire bowling lineup, they've got a lot of experience in James Fuller, Carl Abbott of course, 600 odd wickets in first class cricket, and you look at the people in their squad, Manny Lumsden, Eddie Jack not playing today. Here we go, here's another look at that wicket. That's a brilliant catch.
And you can see the delight for Fuller too, because the effort that he put, little bit extra effort to speed, and he got the bounce that he wanted, because he's been really medium pace so far, and Garantler has been getting on the front foot and driving him.
Well,
but that just a change of pace has worked for the bowler. Okay, here's Andrew Neil, the man who's just taken the catch, isn't it? So I think who's going to get a bowl now?
Just taking the catch.
Yeah.
Signed a contract with Hampshire, of course, just for this tournament. 25 years old. Left arm orthodox spinner. He'll be bowling to Folkes, who has 1 from 6. 2 new batsmen at the crease. Fuller and Clipped off his pads. Out in the deep, they'll stroll through for a single.
It's interesting that he's bowling from this end at the moment, the broadcasting end, if we like. Vauxhall end, and it's because that's the shorter side for the right-hander. He's got a left-hander in as well, of course, so that works for him. Bowling to Sykes. Sykes has to now just take his time to get in. We know he can bat. We know he can hit a ball cleanly.
Lofted up and just spinning into Sykes. He taps that back up the pitch.
Sometimes it'll turn damp, a little bit damp. There's some grass on the pitch. If it seems, sometimes, well, the great Warren used to say it would also spin. Well, he would.
And again, a bit wider, and Sykes just rocks back.
Yeah. Sykes, I'm not sure whether he picked the length, did he? That was quite full, actually. You'd expect a batsman to come forward to that. Single there for him, just on the offside.
Wide and driven, out to cover, no run.
Also, he can get a run to long on. Anything, if he can get his head just outside the line of the ball, he can knock it straight.
Wider and back and cut out to deep point. That'll be Sykes off the mark, 1 from 5.
Yeah, if it's turning, just be careful, don't cut too much, because if it turns a little bit more than you expect, you can chop on, you can get an edge to the keeper. So try and perhaps use the straighter bat, sometimes just to sort of angle it where the umpire was outside by point.
Fuller and clipped, and clever cricket from Folkes. That'll be 3 from the first over. And the over, 71 for 3. Andrew Neil, of course, debut tournament here, just the 25 years of age, but he's offered a lot of control recently. 1 for 39 from his 10 overs against Worcestershire, 2 for 43 against Leicestershire, 2 for 44 against Essex, and 1 for 45 versus Glamorgan. So he's been very valuable for his captain, Nick Gubbins. Good at holding up an end and taking wickets as well.
I mean, if from a Surrey perspective, if they are going to get runs, these two need to do it. And they've got to regard that as absolutely critical, that they don't want to lose another wicket over the next, really, maybe 20 overs.
Fuller to continue from the pavilion end. Full and clip from Folkes, nicely out to a sort of 3/4 deep mid-wicket. That's Tom Prester's the fielding.
Still persisting with the 6-3 field. That should be a run every time for a batsman on that leg stump. That's a mistake from the bowler. His line has gone too straight and he's too full, so he should be just clipped away. Sometimes you can pick up 2, you might even pick up 4 if you hit it nicely.
Well,
now you know that he's got the short ball now, so we watch for that as well.
Yeah, deep square out, fine leg out as well. Short, and Ollie Sykes tries to get underneath it. Looks like it hits him on the top of the arm, on the forearm, and just grounds before the fielder at backward point.
Yeah, made Sykes look very awkward. Looking virtually, was he to come forward for a study? He wanted to come, he's wanting to come forward and he's gone nowhere. Doesn't know where the ball is, lost the height of it, doesn't go under it, looking to play it. Very dangerous round the glove area as well. So he certainly knows about it now.
Yeah, bowls with good pace does James Fuller, 35 years of age. In and a bit Fuller this time, and Sykes happy to defend that back to Fuller. 2 slips in and the 2 men out on the leg side for the short ball, but there's also a chance of just pitching it up and trying to find a leading edge. Fuller, such an experienced player, born in South Africa, joined Middlesex in 2018 and then made the switch to Hampshire.
Was it Gloucester as well?
Gloucester as well,
yeah,
I believe. Sykes, high bat lift here. Fuller and driven out to deep cover, 1 run. Yeah, actually won the one-day cup for Gloucester in 2015 against Surrey in the final at Lord's. Took 2 for 34 that day. It's been around for a long time.
So this game just in the balance as far as Surrey are concerned, losing wickets at 32, 55 and 68. They can't afford to do it, to plunge any further here and put more and more pressure on the lower order.
2 to come for Fuller. Just the 1 slip to Folkes, who defends that back up the pitch, no run.
Obviously Hampshire field there on top at the moment with the slip still in there while the Folkes is getting set, or both batsmen really haven't been in that long, 1 10 balls, 1 8. So the slips in, and that's an indication, I think, how Hampshire are feeling right now.
Yeah, the 1 slip and a deep point, but also a backward point and a 3rd man. Interesting field here for Fuller. Last ball of his 5th over. In full and wide, and Folkes just guides that down to Manny Lumsden. He does the fielding at 3rd man, 1 run. End of the over. 74 for 3.
So 44 runs off the second set of 10 overs. The first 10, 30 runs. You can see it was a fairly pedestrian start and cautious because they didn't want to lose those wickets they have in the past. It has accelerated slightly and just over 4s through the next one, and they can accelerate as well through the next 10. But I'm afraid they've lost probably one too many wickets at this stage, so there is an element of caution still required. Playing cricket shots, not taking high risk at the moment.
Andrew Neil to continue from the Vauxhall end. Folks back, slashes that one out to point, no run.
Now let's see what these two can do with Neil. See if he bowls outside his off stump or he's going to bowl quite straight.
That is straight, and that's up in the air from Ben Folkes. The flighted delivery. Lumsden out there at long on takes the catch. Folkes has to go for 5, and Andrew Neil has his first wicket of the day. Surrey 74 for 4 now.
Well, it's an attempted slog sweep, isn't it, to go to the shorter side of the two boundaries that are here today. You know, you often find in the first class venues that you're taken to, you know, one side of the square. You're not right in the middle, and that maybe is what attracted folks to go there. But he's got a toppish edge, really. It's bounced, so he's missed the length of the ball. It's been a wee bit shorter and it's had time to bounce to the top of his bat, and so he's got a kind of a leading edge in a way. And so yeah, long on was very comfortable underneath that. So that wicket that I've been talking about, no, it shouldn't have happened, has. And that's put loads of pressure now suddenly on this innings.
Yeah, disappointing for the Surrey captain there. It brings out Josh Blake. Scores of 31, 26, 27 and 21 so far this competition. He's had a lot of batting to do with the man he joins, Ollie Sykes. Seems as if these two...
Yeah, they have, haven't they? Blake has kind of... He's scored a few runs throughout this championship. He's taken it, you know, some time to do it, but he's had plenty of time, to be honest, because the top order haven't done the job. Yeah, 31, 26, 27 and 21 are his scores so far. And these two have actually had to try and resurrect on a number of occasions in innings that has fallen apart, and they're going to have to do it again today.
Yeah, it's a good experience for both of them. Josh Blake, this is 25th List A appearance, so he's had experience in the competition. 100 to his name, 250s, average of just over 30. Scored an unbeaten century last summer against Essex at Chelmsford to win Surrey the match. Of course, Surrey born and bred, come through the academy, born in Guildford. Andrew Neil just going to come over the wicket to him here. One slip in, two fielders sweeping on the leg side, one out on the offside, and it's gone wide, and he's forward and pokes that one out to backward point, no run. Just the mid-on and mid-off been brought in quite close here. Try and stop any singles, and that's short at that time and just on the pads, and Blake's happy to clip that one out to deep square to get off the mark. Get over from Neil, just the one run so far, the one big wicket of the Surrey captain Ben Folkes. He's going to stay over the wicket. It's the left-handed Ollie Sykes. He has 2 from 8 so far, full and timed beautifully well out to long on. Last delivery of Neil's second over. Short and a bit wide, but just poked down from Blake, angled into the stumps actually, no run. That's the end of the over. Another wicket to full, 76 for 4 now.
Yeah, well, three wickets from horizontal bat shots. A low to high from Burns, getting a top edge, out hooking. Thomas was bowled off a bottom edge. He was looking to sort of cut the ball again from a horizontal bat shot. Garantler hooking again, beaten by a change of pace from Fuller. And then Folkes now clothed also a slog sweep off Neil and taken comfortably at long on. So they've been the cause, really, those horizontal bat shots right throughout this innings. To play with the straight bat has proved a lot more successful so far. So now Abbott coming back, change of end. Well, 4 down for 76. So let's get our main bowler back. Let's see if he can seam the ball and break through this middle order as well.
Well, he's got the left-hander Ollie Sykes in his sight. Slip in play. Punched nicely out for a single. So what's that saying about the surface then? If crossbar shots are...
I think it's saying that obviously there is some bounce there, and certainly if you put it in, you can get a response. If you are... And if you... It underlines the fact that if you make it an effort ball, if you don't get inside the line of a ball, then and you still try to hook it. We had a clothed one to mid-on that was taken, and we had one from the top edge. So again, coming from low to high instead of from high to low. I'm always quite keen, say in a one-day game, once you get into your innings, you get your bat up a little higher, because you're ready to, it's already up there, and you can play the horizontal bat shot much more easily than if it's down lower, that you've got to then get it up before you can play it. Otherwise you're going from that low where it is to high, and you run the risk of getting a top edge to it.
Oh, Hampshire have definitely dragged their length back a bit, haven't they? Abbott is bowled 2 bang-in deliveries to start his new spell. That's another one, but it's well played. Soft hands from Blake.
Yeah, so and maybe to Neil, maybe just the length, it hasn't been. It's quite early on. He's only had 2 overs. To just play him, for a while, just play him around. There's opportunities to score. I mean, they've closed things in and they're attacking more with the slip and so on. With obviously Abbott bowling men, they've also now picked up the key wicket of Folkes. So the game has kind of just changed in the last couple of overs.
Yeah, just a bit straight. The field is set to be bowling wider outside off stump. There's no one saving one in front of square on the leg side apart from mid-on. Although I say that, mid-wicket is now come up.
Yeah, there should always, I mean, in a 6-3 field, I think, Nathan, you've got to be able to find a single if they bowl too, especially round the wicket to left-handers. Too straight, you knock it square, you knock it between, just in front of square and mid-on. There's always a single.
Fuller this time, but the field is set for that kind of 4th, 5th stump line.
That's it. The line much better. And I think you'd be quite wary because of the dismissals. I think as a batsman you learn things as you go, so do the bowlers. Watch for the short ball. Watch for the short ball. Get your bat up, you know. And of course you do that and you think, well, I've also got to be very ready for the Yorker. So you're thinking all the time when you're batting.
Oh, beaten. One that just came back a touch. Abbott using the angle around the wicket to come back into the left-hander. 79 for 4, 22 gone. Yeah, it's interesting you say watch out for the short ball, because there's been some absolute brutes in this innings of bang-in deliveries. We saw Fuller pinned Sykes at one point, didn't he, with a proper bumper. And then we saw young 16-year-old Manny Lumsden. He was trying to hit a few people as well. So there's definitely pace in this surface.
There has been, and they've put it in, and certainly the dismissal that I've been on since, when Fuller, who's really a medium pace bowler, really had an extra effort to make that come at the batsman a lot. That was Garantler, and caused him to cloth it to mid-on because of that extra pace. He wasn't really ready for the ball, and when you're not, of course, you want to be dropping your bat if you can. Just get it out of the way. You don't want to be hitting it.
Punched nicely off the back foot by Sykes.
Now that's the release shot, isn't it, from someone like Neil? If he's outside, you're off stump to a left-hander. Something on square there, get it there in any way. Just off the back foot. Watch the cut, especially now the slipper's been brought in as well.
Dare I say that's the slowest delivery I've seen Neil bowl today. He's a tall man. He's been bowling it quick and flat
He
into the
has.
surface, but that one was properly tossed up, seeing if Blake wanted to use the flight and go over the top. Yeah, pace off again. Just did a slight change of tactics here from Neil. It's an interesting part of the game for him, bowling to the two left-handers. It's in theory a negative matchup for him, but he's got a big leg side boundary that's being defended. Beating everything. That one was quicker and flatter. The last two tossed up, that one just pushed through.
Well, what was the batsman trying to do there? It's nothing than to fit absolutely no foot movement at all towards the ball.
Better this time from Sykes. Picks up the length quickly. Rocks back. Gets down the other end. He'll keep the strike. 82 for 4. Gets to his over quickly, doesn't he? Does Neil? No hanging around.
No, that's very Jadeja-like. And bowls about the same speed, I would say.
Similar, a bit taller than Jadeja.
Not quite as much help as sometimes Jadeja gets over in Asia, but from the surface itself. But he's getting through his overs quickly. And so far it's been pretty tidy, hasn't it? From Hampshire, you can see why they are in the third position at the moment. They've lost a few players too, haven't they? I think to the 100.
Yes, they do. They have a few guys. So like someone like a Liam Dawson would be a very important
Yeah.
bowler normally for Hampshire, but he's away with the London Spirit at the minute. The heavy length from Abbott. Continuing to charge in. What a signing he's been for Hampshire over the last few years. And of course now here as a local player.
Oh, fantastic bowler, isn't he? Bowls you the overs, gets you through a day, seams the ball around, can bowl a holding length as well. So he's got a range. He's a pro, isn't he? He pays the bills.
Well, he's hammering away on this length. He's not going to give Ollie Sykes anything to drive, it looks like. And for now, he's not giving him any width, no room to free his hands, as all left-handers love to do.
No, Sykes will obviously be looking for a stroke to third man, won't he, with a little bit of width. Anything too straight, as I say, he should get into that leg side. So as long as he keeps it out there, he's got more chance, I think, of running it to third man.
Yeah, going to struggle to run that to third man. Tight lines. Yeah, Fuller was away at the 100. He's actually been released because he's been carrying the drinks. He hasn't got a game at the 100, so that's why he's playing today. Dare I say that's why he hasn't got a shirt number, because perhaps he wasn't initially supposed to play in this competition. But I'm sure I've got him back for today.
Yeah. Well, he's a very experienced bowler, isn't he? He's bowled in lots of places. Just have a little look at some of the teams that he's played for on Cricinfo, and you can see he's been around.
Uses his feet, does Sykes. I was wondering how long it would take for something like that to happen, because it just seems, granted, there's been a few wickets, they're 4 down, they don't have wickets in the shed, but Surrey haven't really looked to put any pressure back on this Hampshire attack. Abbott has been allowed to bowl on that spot. They haven't tried to put him off that length at all.
Well, the only way you can do that really is to either A, bat out of your crease a little bit, or B, to go at him. So that's just a little skip, a shimmy if you like, down the crease towards the bowler. And whether the fact that there's a bit of greenness there and it is Abbott, you know what I mean, and he's going to nip the ball about if there's anything in it, then that might just prevent them doing that. They've got to slip in as well. It might just keep them at home a little bit longer.
Well, they're dangling the carrot here. Both sweepers on either side of the ground have come up. So Cover has come up to save one, as has Deep Square. Sykes plays the big booming drive. He got the length for it, but he's hit it too straight. End of the over, 24 gone. Surrey 82 for 4.
Tidy over, wasn't it? Just on the money, really, from Abbott. All around that off stump. Nothing really available other than that last ball to drive. Just short of a length. One that beat Sykes as well, just with a bit of movement. One that beat Blake with a little bit of movement. Just a very tidy over at this stage of an innings.
Yeah, well, we're going to continue with the slow left arm of Andrew Neil. He's also been tidy. Just 8 runs conceded off his 3 overs. Just a smidge over 2.5 is his economy. He's got one man sweeping on the offside. One man in front of square deep mid wicket, long on, and it looks like square leg is also going to go back on the fence. So plenty of protection on the leg side. That is the larger boundary here. We're on the right hand side of the square here at the Key Oval. Yeah, one of those sweepers will come in and mop that up. Just for a second, I think Blake thought about pushing for 2, but good bit of fielding.
So where does Surrey go here? I mean, we're nearly at the halfway stage of their innings.
Down the track, it's aerial. Mid-on comes round. This will be a good catch. He holds it. Felix Organ at long on had a long way to go to his right-hand side to take that chance. And he's come round and he's held it beautifully in the end. It's Ollie Sykes coming dancing down the track. You were asking the question, where does Surrey go? How do they release the pressure? They tried to come down the track and hit it into the side screen. He hit it straight enough, but didn't have the legs to clear the fence.
No, not the power to go. It was a stroke that he was looking to hit for 6. I think you'd say that. And he just hasn't hit it or timed it quite enough. Now, whether it's turned a bit and got an inside edge, or whether he's just not, he's followed through with it, hasn't he? It's the look of a shot that should make the boundary. It's not a huge boundary down there straight. Organ's come round and taken a comfortable catch, but he's had to move to his right a little bit to get there. But it's always in the air enough. It's too aerial, isn't it? There's been that's been the cause of the stroke. In other words, he's got under the ball a little bit too much, rather than keeping it flatter. And so it's actually, he's missed the length in a way, if anything.
Yeah,
it's had time to bounce a little bit more and therefore get higher on the bat than he would have liked.
Yeah, off the bat, I thought this
it looked a good shot.
It looked a good shot. Yeah,
yeah,
it looked like
it
was going to clear the man. It wasn't one of those where it goes in the air and you instinctively think, oh, catch here. It took a second for us to realise that mid-on was in the game. But yes, another Surrey wicket to fall. That is the 5th now at this stage, and they've fallen in clumps. 32 for 1 was the first one to go, Rory Burns. There's 55 at the second, and they've just fallen progressively since then. So what was that? 4 wickets for 30 runs, give or take. Hampshire, they're not blowing Surrey away here, but they've just managed to chip away.
Well, 83 for 5. Where do Surrey go? I keep asking that, and I don't know what they do now, because once again it was Sykes, Blake, Steele. You're expecting too much from players who don't quite have the experience, I don't think, and the know-how, or the range of shots, or how to construct an innings with manipulation and then earning yourself things because you hit a ball that the bowler thinks, he can't score off that. I can get it to mid-on or just wide of mid-on for a single. And he doesn't want you to do that, so he bowls wider, and then you hit him away through the offside because he's had to go too wide. You've got to be working all the time and putting pressure on the bowler's line and their length so that they go to places where they are uncomfortable to prevent you from scoring. And if you can do that, you're starting to win the battle. And at the moment, no Surrey batsman has been able to do that, and they are having to be left to play big shots. A slog sweep that didn't work, an off drive down the ground that didn't work, 2 hooks that didn't work. So that's where actually it's Hampshire who have been able to push Surrey to, and I'm afraid it's a rather repetitious story, isn't it, really?
Well, Cam Steele is in, so we're into the all-rounders at this stage. he defends his first ball. So this is going to be interesting to see how Neil goes about it. He's got the right-hander in now, so he's got a slip in. So off the under edge. That one looked like it just, again, pushed through. Didn't quite bounce as much as Steele thought it would. Could so easily have chopped that on to his off stump. Slower. Steele reads it out of the hand. Defends.
Surrey have never been able to break the field up, have they? Never, not once in this innings.
Swept in the gap. Cam Steele's positive early on in his innings. Big gap between deep backward square and the man in front. And he picks it nicely with a strong sweep shot.
Didn't try and overhit it. Let's see what line it is. It is leg stumpish. It might have turned and come back a little, we don't know, but it was full enough that he could actually time that away. Good stroke.
Yeah, I think it's one of those that you know if you miss it, you're probably going to be okay.
Yeah.
Left arm round the wicket,
Yeah.
it's angling down leg. Big gap out on the leg side, so you just need to get some bat on it. If you don't, you're not going to be dismissed. This is an interesting move. Kyle Abbott, I think he just bowled 2 overs in that spell, yeah, so it's a little 2-over burst from the experienced South African, and they're bringing on a man at the other end of the experienced spectrum, Lumsden, 16 years of age.
Well, he's got 2 wickets.
2 for 21 off his 4 overs so far. Again, well, we thought the Kyle Abbott move was a bit, an aggressive one. You've got them reeling a little bit, bring on your most experienced bowler, but now they're bringing on their quickest bowler. Oh, and he's beaten Blake for pace there. First up.
I mean, can Surrey get to 200 here?
Be a battle.
It will be. It'll be a big battle, I think. So once again, I'm afraid the batting in the top order just hasn't worked for them. No one's really gone on in the sort of way that I was talking about, so that Gloucestershire batting that has got them to the top.
It's worked off a heavy length. He's got plenty of protection on the leg side, does Lumsden. Likes to bang it in short. Got 2 men back on the hook. I suspect something will be similar will be in play here with the right-handed Steele on strike. Yeah, deep square is going to stay out. Fine leg's still pretty fine, it has to be said, but what else has he got? He's got a deep point. Third man. Heavy delivery first up to Steele. Welcome to the crease.
Yeah, not such a tall stature as he, Steele, so the bowler has to be a bit careful he doesn't get it too short and get widered. And he's got to try and keep it round about that badge. And it's a clever and a skillful kind of method to use it. You've got to be fuller, but at the same time, I mean, that's what I think Steele will be looking for, that short ball. Be wary, see? Same thing there. That's a good height, isn't it?
Throat height,
Yeah.
wasn't it? Nasty. You always know it's a vicious delivery when the batter's hands go arching up towards his nose, trying to keep that ball down.
He also has the tactic kind of running quite wide on the crease, doesn't he? He's got 1 wicket. I think off an under edge cutting, hasn't he? It's come back onto the off stump.
Oh, in the air, just wide of that man of cover. Steele sitting on the back foot, waiting for the short ball, but he didn't quite control it. God, it must be exciting. You're 16 years of age and you're able to get these guys with much more experienced pros hopping around on the back foot.
Yeah, that's right. No, he's had a good start. He got hit in one of the games, didn't he? I think, was it? Did he go for a few runs?
Yeah. There's the Fuller delivery. He's done well. Good piece of fielding off his own bowling. It's the end of the over. 89 for 5. Yeah, you're right. I think he went at about 5 overs for 60 something in his debut. Well, but he got 3 for.
There you are.
So risk reward. I think Jeremy is going to take his leave of us for a little while. And, well, it was a short enough break for you, Hector, but Hector Vickers is going to come back, and Hector is our Manny Lumsden expert. I'm sure he's already told you all about the connection there. But, he's come back. He's going to... It looks like it's been nicely timed. There's going to be a Lumsden spell on for his fellow alumni. The left arm spin is going to continue for now as Hector comes in and joins me. Andrew Neil, 2 for 13 off his 4 overs. Both caught in the deep. Ben Folkes slog sweeping one out to long on. Didn't get all of it. Ollie Sykes looked to get all of his dancing down the track, but just got under it a little bit. He actually looked like he timed it okay, but just almost hit it too high. And Felix Organ at long on was able to run around and take a... Well, he made a tricky catch look a bit easier than it was, I think. Big drive through... Attempted drive through extra cover. Bit of bounce there to beat the outside edge. Both straight men are up for Neil on the ring. Tempting steal. In the air and out. He tried to play the same shot at delivery before did Cam Steele. Played and missed. This time he makes contact, but he hits it straight to Nick Gubbins at extra cover. And this procession of Surrey wickets continues.
Yeah, and that's what makes Andrew Neil such a dangerous player for Hampshire. He's been so consistent with his line and lengths. It's tricky to score off him that quite often you see batsmen just trying to find a release shot, and Cam Steele went for the release there and ended up finding the field at 89 for 6 now. Surrey in the spot of bother.
Yeah, we were just saying he could have gone down the ground if he wanted to, long off and long on inside the circle, so mid off and mid on rather. But he kept trying to go squarer, didn't he? He was trying to go through extra cover. And he hit that one reasonably well. It's a good low catch from Gubbins at short extra cover. Yeah, but you can see it's quite a straight delivery. He's really trying to work it. He comes across the ball. It's very hard to get any power on it. I wonder if he just would have been better served just keeping that bat face straighter for a touch longer and going down the ground. But good bit of captaincy. Keep the field up, try and force a shot. Buys another wicket.
Well, yeah, you can see the angle there. Neil just coming a bit wider of the crease and angling into Steele. I agree. I think the straight shot there just seemed a little bit easier, just playing it with the angle instead of against. But Steele has to go, and James Taylor joins Josh Blake at the crease.
Yeah, well, Jeremy Coney just said that would be a battle for Surrey to get to 200. I think if we can find a stronger adjective to describe it now, it's going to be a heist. I think that's the word I'm going to go for. It would be if Surrey would manage to get 200 and get something competitive, it would be some achievement from here. Blake is still there, of course. Taylor coming in at number 8 can offer capable support, but Surrey really are up against it now at this stage. And Hampshire, well, they're keeping their sweepers out, but a slip and everyone else is in very tight. Yeah, it's a loose delivery first up. Scatters the pigeons who are eating the seed that Lee Ford has put down on the square here, but he does get off the mark straight away.
Well, Andrew Neil, what a performance from him so far. Into his 5th over, already has 3 wickets for just the 14 runs. Just the contract for this tournament for Hampshire, but you wonder whether you'll see more of him.
Yeah, touched straight there to the left-hander. Didn't really adjust his line. Not the most sympathetic of throws there through to the wicketkeeper. He's worn that one in the stomach. All right, final delivery of this 27th over. He's taken 3. Slow, straight. James Taylor does not take the bait. 91 for 6.
Yeah, Surrey and spot of bother. And if you look at the Hampshire batting lineup, they've got so much experience, a great mix of experience and youth sort of blended in this team. They've got a really finely balanced team as well, and they've hit the perfect area. Surrey just started off slowly and quite an assured start from Burns and Thomas, but then Hampshire have just opened them up here. 6 wickets already fallen.
Well, it was one of those starts, wasn't it? It was so today. What were they, 30 for 1 or something along that after 10 overs? It was one of those where if Surrey had kept wickets in hand and built a partnership, you go, yeah, that's quite wily. They played McMullen and Abbott, who were swinging the ball quite a bit. They played them well, they've seen them off, and they've cashed in. But the fact that they've lost regular wickets, I think, means that they never look to put pressure back on Hampshire. Hampshire were never asked to do something different to try and change this game. They just had a lot of scoreboard pressure. Surrey weren't scoring They definitely weren't scoring quickly. They were scoring sedately. And as a result, Hampshire were able just to build pressure, and just wait for the mistakes to come. And they've come in their droves in the last, half an hour or so?
Yeah, absolutely. They haven't had to do anything out of the ordinary to force the wickets. They've been gifted a few so far.
He's still banging it in, is Lumsden. Blake watches that one nicely off the face of the bat out to deep square. Bit different from his previous game, Lumsden. You know, he's not going at 13 and over. He's not taking as many wickets. He's 2 for compared to the 3 for, but I think he'd take the slightly cheaper economy. Although that's the trade-off you get with any quick bowler, really, let alone a 16-year-old.
Yeah, he's been a lot more consistent today with his lines and lengths than he was against Glamorgan. Barring that wide delivery, he's bowled beautifully well. 2 wickets so far, one of whom being Rory Burns. Not a bad wicket to have, add that to the list. Billy Root, Kieran Carlson, Eddie Byram in the first match.
But this is interesting. He's got James Taylor on strike, so we are into the bowlers. And he's got a leg slip in place. Oh, well, maybe the leg gully. Probably not quite fine enough to be a leg slip, but the field is set for short bowling. When he takes it on, that could easily have gone anywhere. And Blake was quick out the blocks from the non-strikers, thinking about 2. I don't think James Taylor had any interest in coming back for a second run there.
Yeah, a risky shot from Taylor. Works out in the end. 22 overs left. You feel that these two could do well with just sticking around, just nurdling it around, taking a few singles. You don't have to force anything. And then hopefully if these two are around, they can explode at the back end of the innings. The final 8 overs we tend to see in one-day cricket is when you start to hit out.
Wow, it's nasty. Not for the first time. Lumsden's just got one to veer off a length. Maybe it's nipped a little bit as well. Yeah, Blake just suggesting with his hand there that one went across him. And
it's a similar delivery to the one we saw. Got the wicket of Rory Burns. A little bit fuller, yes, but just comes across the left-hander and really hard to pick up. Good pace, good line.
Yeah, Lumsden with his tail up, following through, getting into the eye line of the batter. That's a bit of a rank one. That's what you get. That's the trade-off with the young man, but he's still banging away on that length. Yeah, he's just falling over, losing his action a little bit there. Someone down there called catch it. Looked like it just moved after the bat, which has sold a few people there on the potential of an outside edge. But his speed looks, according to what we have in front of us here, the speed is down. He was averaging about 85 mile an hour earlier on in his spell. Now it's around the 80 mile an hour mark. But whatever about the speed on the gun, it's the speed off the surface. That's the one to keep an eye on. And if it's moving, not losing too much energy off the pitch, and it's moving, it really is difficult. Goes fuller this time, but Blake, well, he wasn't overly committed on the front foot there, but he does manage to keep it out. 94 for 6.
Yeah, another good over from Lumsden there. Just probing away. Looks as if he's got his wind at his back. Josh Blake just taking his time, just getting used to facing a new bowler. That's an advantage that we've seen in the One Day Cup, is that there are so many young players, so many people embarking on their debuts in this competition that experienced batsmen don't really know what to expect. Andrew Neil also being one of them, into his 5th game this competition, but this is first professional tournament, so not really that many statistics to look into when figuring out how to play the bowler.
Yeah, when he has missed, Neil, he has just missed slightly shorter, I guess taller man. It's slightly easier for him to veer, to send the ball into the pitch. But he doesn't mind that. Lots of protection on the offside. That's a nice looking punch. He will come back for a second, I think. He's placed it well. Just a moment of hesitation. Oh, I thought there was 2 for all money there. It's a good bit of fielding in the end from Alior out at deep point, sliding and keeping them to a single. I think James Taylor just at the last minute decided to send Blake back. Oh, it's a good dot ball for Neil. Really tried to float that up. Too much air. Low full toss. An underrated delivery, actually, the low full toss. Especially when batters are under pressure, you always think there's just the possibility of they get a bit too excited and spoon one up to cover.
Yeah, you see that a lot in white ball cricket, especially in the 100 actually. I've seen this campaign. A lot of wickets have come from the low full tosses, especially to the new batsman that hasn't timed the ball especially well. You can often find a fielder.
Tossed up. Blake is happy just to punch that one down the ground. Well, Taylor had the high backlift there. He was winding up ever so slightly, but doesn't really go at it with a full-blooded shot. 98 for 6. Surrey creeping towards that 100-run mark. Of course, that number 6 is a big issue at this stage of the game. Hampshire, well, they've been disciplined. I wouldn't say they've been dominant. They haven't been running away, haven't been blowing batters out of it, but they've just been building the pressure, not letting Surrey get away from them, waiting for mistakes, forcing them, and cashing in on them. They've been good in the field. Their catching's been good, moving well in the outfield. They've taken catches on the run. They've taken catches in close, low down. There was one brilliant catch at mid-on. I think it was Garantler spooned a pull shot, wasn't it? It was diving forward, just about carried. They've been disciplined.
Absolutely, and that, I think, has stemmed from the opening bowlers, Kyle Abbott, Brandon McMullen, wicketless, but keeping it very tight.
We got one. We were waiting today to see if anyone would say Brendan McCullum by accident. You did. But anyway, Blake has whipped that one off the pads. 2 straight from Lumsden. That'll be a confidence-boosting shot. It wasn't you, actually. I think it was Churchy. We were chatting before we came on air. And he said, I am going to call Brendan McCullum at some point. I think you didn't quite go Brendan McCullum, but I think you got a bit of both.
Yeah, a bit of a stumble there. I was worrying about it earlier, but hey-ho, get that out of the way.
Surrey's 100, 102 for 6. It's taken them the bones of 30 overs to get there. Better length. Blake is able to work that one off the hip. Out to Alior out there. Alior, who Mark Church took a bit of an issue with his haircut earlier on today, but I think he looks. I quite like the longer hair, flowing locks.
Yeah, definitely, and I'm excited to watch him bat, opening the batting with Nick Gubbins. Quite an explosive player, turned up in his last match out.
Well, this is going to be interesting. Taylor back on strike, leg gully in play. Takes it on in the air. It's going to land short. That's 2 balls he's faced now to Lumsden, and both times he's taken on that short ball. Not very convincingly, it has to be said, but he's taking it on.
Well, it's Tom Prest out there in the deep. For Taylor, he's in sort of at a 3/4 deep mid-wicket. Now he's moving to backward of point, for Josh Blake, for the left-handed Josh Blake. Deep square, Alior in a fine leg as well, 3rd man out. So 4 men out on the boundary, and the rest in close around the ring. 1 slip in as well.
He's played that shot well in the last couple of overs. Has Josh Blake able just to rotate the strike, but I don't think Hampshire will mind that. I think they, in an ideal world, they'd have Lumsden bowling the majority of his deliveries to Taylor here, whatever about the fact that he's batting number 8 and lower down in the order. I think purely just because he's faced 2 deliveries to Lumsden and played 2 unconvincing hook shots. They really fancy themselves here. They changed the field. Leg gully has actually gone out to a kind of a 3/4 of the way back. Fine leg, or we've got 2 men on the hook, both of whom are well inside the rope, so they don't think he's going to clear them. This time he doesn't take it on. Doesn't fall for the trap. You see that quite a lot in the test matches. Ben Stokes sets a lot of fields like that, doesn't he? With the men on back on the hook, they don't go back all the way. about, what, 2/3, 3/4 of the way back?
Yeah, we're seeing that more and more in the modern game, and it's good to see from Nick Gubbins. He's got 3 men out on the pull, all 3 of whom are quite significantly in from the boundary. Not expecting Taylor to pick it up clean.
Takes it on. It's a beautiful shot over point. Too much width from Lumsden. Tried to bowl another short ball, and Taylor's carved that overweight. I think that's his first boundary.
Yeah, the idea was there, but as you say, Lumsden just straying a bit too far onto the offside, and Taylor, that's a really nice shot. Keeps his elbow high and hits it over point. Nice fall from him.
That was a classy shot, that, wasn't it? Not quite elegant. I think it was a bit too disdainful to be elegant, but rides the bounce well. Knew the short ball was coming, let's be honest. I think Lumsden he's not quite got the double bluff in him yet, does he, of setting the 3 men back for the hook and then bowling a leg stump Yorker, but tossed up. Driven nicely, actually. Nice, pleasant looking drive through the offside. The long on was back for the left-handed Blake. And no, long on is back. I thought they were going to bring him up for Taylor, but Manny Lumsden trots back. He takes it on. That'll be 6. Oh, dropped in the crowd. The punter there. Gone around well to it, actually, in terms of trying to take that catch, but it's just burst his hands. Anyway, it's a good shot from Taylor. Don't think he got all of it, but he got required elevation over mid-wicket. Big gap out there. Safe shot once the ball is drifting into his pads there from Neil. Bit of a counter-attack.
Yeah, what a shot that is from James Taylor. 15 from 11 now. Just swung through the line, picked it up early on, and really quick backspeed. Easy, comfortable 6 in the end.
Neil responds by taking all the pace off that delivery. Taylor doesn't take the bait. Happy to push down the ground.
I like seeing here Hampshire just keeping the slip in for Neil. They've kept it in for every batsman that he's had to bowl against. It's nice aggressive play, and why not when you've got Surrey 117 for 6.
Where's that ended up? That ended up in the keeper's gloves. It has. Dare I say, I think that's been defended, and it's bounced over the top of the stumps.
Yeah, nice soft hands from Blake there. Almost a Bashir-esque bowled.
It's right over the top of middle stump. Right, the slip comes out. He's just going to code save 1 on the leg side. But he can't cut that one off. Single to end the over, 118 for 6. In a second, you're going to be hearing from one Mark Church. But before that, Hector Vickers, I'm sure, is going to say something very clever as I swap out.
Yeah, well, not really sure what to tell you. Sorry here in a bit of bother, but James Taylor combining nicely with Josh Blake so far. Looking good. Hit a couple of nice boundaries in the last couple of overs. Looks like there might be a change of bowling, or Manny Lumsden probably likely to continue here. Full fielders out in the deep. Afternoon, Churchy.
Good afternoon, young man. Yes, well, I think to sum this one up, so far Surrey haven't batted very well. This is not 118 for 6 pitch. I think everything we talked about before the start of play this morning with the 50 overs to bat, I think if you look at all 6 dismissals so far, I think all 6 would be disappointed with the shots that they played. I think now that the pressure's on Blake and Taylor here and the rest of the batting order to try and get something on the board. Can they manufacture something? But I think in that Surrey dressing room at the moment, I think they'll be disappointed with the way they batted so far, taking nothing away from Hampshire at all. But you just look at the dismissals and I think they'll be disappointed with the way this has gone so far. Fuller is back into the attack from the pavilion end, and that's a lovely shot from Josh Blake from around the wicket on his toes, and on that angle he's just rolled the bat timed it beautifully. This is a lovely bit of batting. If you watch this again on the angle, and he's just taken it off a length and worked it through the leg side, hasn't tried to hit it too hard, and it's over the boundary rope and away for 4.
Yeah, nice shot from Blake. As you say, just uses the angle. Fuller coming slightly wider of the crease there, and Blake happy just to help it on its way, timed it nicely.
Blake moves on to 21. Forward here, he guides it down to backward point, and there is no run. I thought the first 10 overs from Surrey was spot on. I thought Abbott and McMullen bowled very nicely. You know what you're going to get from Abbott. And Burns and Thomas, I thought, played it very, very sensibly. But Manny Lumsden got Rory Burns, and then Thomas went, and then Garunta went, and Folkes and Sykes and Cam Steele. So as I say, a bit of pressure now on the rest of this Surrey batting order. Fuller goes back of a length this time, because from a Hampshire perspective, the quicker they can finish off this Surrey innings and chase down for their net run rate, does that the power of good. And actually, when you get to the sort of qualification stage, net run rate can come into it. So they would like to get this done as quick as they can. But at the moment, Taylor and Blake doing a pretty good job. Fuller, the man with no name and number upon his shirt today. As Blake, oh, that's great at backward point, because Blake's just opened up the face of the bat. Look to guide this one to the right of Fletcher Middleton. And Fletcher Middleton, great athleticism from him. Away to his right hand side, it was behind him, and he gets back to his feet very, very quickly.
Good bit of springy fielding there, as you say. Churchley, Hampshire currently 3rd in the table. They'll go 2nd if they win today. Gloucestershire, of course, leading the way in this group. 5 wins from 5 matches so far.
That net run rate, though, can be important, as Blake has a nibble at this one outside his off stump, and you can see him just kicking the ground in frustration there. Josh Blake. Well, I've been impressed with Manny Lumsden. You did tell me. So he's got a couple of wickets today. For 16, he's got some pace about him as well.
Yeah, he's a proper talent. Really good athlete. Really good rugby player as well. I think he's just given up rugby to focus more on cricket. Still playing hockey to quite a high level.
His dad wasn't the worst rugby player either. As around the wicket goes Fuller. Fuller length delivery from Fuller, and pushed away by Blake into the offside. End of the over then, 18 remaining for Surrey. Hampshire winning the toss and sticking Surrey in, and that's looking a pretty good decision at the moment. There in the crowd, that gentleman. I've had a good idea this morning. I'll tell you where we'll go. Romantic day out. We'll go to the Oval, that gentleman was saying, and we'll watch some 50 over cricket. That dad's brought the whole family from the looks of things, and that's Mr. Abbott making his way back up to the dressing room. So I'm sure that's nothing too bad. He's still got 3 overs up his sleeve, so that'll just be either a call of nature or maybe just put his feet up for a couple of overs. So McMullen comes back into the attack. Got us started, did Brandon McMullen. Now coming into the attack from the Vauxhall end. James Taylor will be on strike. And Mays will be up to the stumps for McMullen. First ball of the 33rd over. Nice looking shot from James Taylor. Driving away out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They'll take a single. But yeah, I can hear that conversation at breakfast this morning. Long weekend. I've had a really good idea. Why don't we go into London and take you to somewhere very romantic on a day like today?
Metrobank One Day Cup.
Metrobank One Day Cup. 50 over game. Absolutely.
Special
sure.
day out.
Not sure there's anything more romantic than that. Blake forward. Bounced on him a touch, that one. But he'll get a single. Down towards James Fuller. But really good crowd in again today. Whole ground open as always. Lots of kids in today as well. So lovely to see everybody again here today. I'm not sure the sun's coming out today though. We've just sort of had a big bank of dark cloud above us since start of play this morning.
Yeah, it's a bit chillier than we've had in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, well, someone, it was cold in the commentary boxes because someone left the air conditioning on. So when I got here this morning, it was almost like the Arctic in here this morning. There was an igloo 2 boxes down. Driving uppishly is Taylor. He will get a single. They won't get 2 because Prest is out there and gets round very, very quickly. Taylor 18 or 15 deliveries now.
Mullen, interesting run up. I was wondering if I'd get your opinion on this. Runs in with the ball in his left hand and switches to his right. Is that to sort of cover any potential reverse swing that he might get?
Yeah, I suppose so. And it might just be something he's always done. Because normally, as this one's just pushed into the leg side, you see Benny Howell, he covers up the ball with the other hand. So he'll have it in his right hand, covers it up with his left hand as he runs in. But I suppose it could be that as well. Always, worry you would drop it on the way in. This one's pushed away by Blake into the offside. Gubbins does the fielding. End of a very tidy over from McMullen. 17 to go for Surrey. But yes, I think the normal way of doing it is sort of hiding that ball behind your left hand if you bowl with your right hand. To be fair, at this stage of the innings, how much are you going to get, really? We're only into, the 33 overs we've had. See Mark Stoneman set up there, having a watch on the balcony. And all the spectators down below him. Fuller it is to bowl the 34th over. Taylor on strike and turning this one from Fuller up towards mid-on. There you can see lots of people in the pavilion, and those people sat above the dugouts with the yellow-clad figures of the Hampshire coaching staff watching James Fuller. Fuller's got tidy figures at the moment. Into his 7th over now. Taylor waiting with that pat raised. Drives, will get a single. Out to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. So I do apologise to Ali Orr. His hair looks magnificent. But I got my fielders muddled up earlier. And I thought from this distance that was your young man, Mr. Lumsden. And I was thinking, well, surely at school cannot be walking around with hair that long at the back.
No, that would not be allowed.
No, not allowed.
Be allowed. Interesting field. When Fuller's bowling to Taylor, he's got men out to bowl short. It's a similar field here to Blake, a backward point, but also a deep point in the deep square and a fine leg third man.
When he thinks short, he'll be tempted as he's getting an outside edge here, though, is Blake, because he's trying to run that down towards third man, and that is a great catch from Mays behind the stumps. In the end, I think he's taken that one-handed. He's just trying to guide this one down to third man, and obviously no slip there, so Mays has got a lot of ground to cover. And when you watch this again, I think he'll come up with one-handed this catch. And I was about to say, well, Blake, if he gets a short one, will be tempted with the short leg side boundary, but he's definitely just looking to open the face and guide that one down towards third man. But this is a great catch. Around the wicket. Yep, he's just trying to open up that face. Yep, it is one-handed, left hand. Really good catch because he's got a lot of ground to cover there. Really good catch, that.
Yeah, brilliant from the 17-year-old. He's had a Very nice start to his professional career. That's his 4th catch, 1 stumping, and the 75 on debut. He's a special talent for Hampshire.
Yeah, 16, 17 years of age, and very nicely taken that catch. And you could see as Blake came off how disappointed he was. So Blake's gone now for 22. Fuller has a 2nd wicket. Nathan Barnwell greeted by James Taylor. Probably the chat here is got about 50 overs. Got to bat 50 overs, sorry. And they've still got 16.3 to go. But Barnwell's natural game is attack. And that's his natural game. Gubbins, I think, has captained this very well. Now, that might sound an easy thing to say at 126 for 7, but he hasn't really allowed Surrey any quiet patch. And every time he's thought, right, here we go. He'll get 2 slips in now. Just again to try and get this done as quick as they can from a Hampshire perspective. Fuller. He's got 2 slips. He's just moving Gubbins a touch. Well, he's now changing the field completely, bringing the sweeper from the cover rope up to backward point and moving Gubbins across to cover. First ball for Nathan Barnwell, and hits a thigh guard as he's just looking to turn that one into the leg side. So leg by, but really good bit of keeping that from Mays. I know he's a young man. The thing you tend to do with keepers is you tend to watch their hands, but it's actually their feet, because your feet have got to be good to get you to the ball. Ben Folkes, brilliant feet. I don't know what his feet look like, but those feet are quick and they get him to where he needs to be. Here's a short one from Fuller, and swaying inside it is Taylor, but it'd be quite interesting to just at the right moment see that catch again, because he's got a long way, he's got a lot to cover. So that's the short ball, nicely played by Taylor, just swaying inside that. But that Mays catch, no slip, and you can see that Blake is opening up, trying to run it down to 3rd man, so he's got a fair amount of ground to cover, and his feet get him into a position where he can then dive and take it one-handed. Bottom hand comes into this shot from Taylor, and that just squirts away up towards mid-on. So end of the over, good over that, really good over in the wickets. Now watch the ground he covers here. Blake's opening up the feet, and actually didn't have a huge amount to cover, but it's just a good catch, because it would have been away towards first slip. But yep, his anticipation is good, and then comes up with it. And you can see the disappointment there for Blake. Actually didn't go as square as I thought it had on first sight there. The modern way there, look. Come out for the afternoon and you're both on your phones. There. McMullen to bowl the 35th over. And Barnwell outside edge. That will fly away down towards 3rd man, and they will pick up a single. So Barnwell's off the mark. But I know what I'm saying about keepers is that those feet are so important to get you across to where you need to be. Now with that one, I thought he had further to go, but actually it's just one little step and then the anticipation with the dive. Oh, here goes James Taylor. He hasn't got enough of this. Back goes Abbott. Back goes Abbott. Takes the catch. Really good one from Kyle Abbott. Went straight up. Kyle Abbott's got a long way to go back. It's one of those ones that's going over your shoulder. And he has judged that to perfection, has Kyle Abbott. So now Taylor's gone for 19. McMullen's first wicket of the piece. But again, this is all about footwork from Kyle Abbott. Like being a fullback in rugby when they stick the box up at you, and it's coming down, and you've got to judge it and judge it and judge it, and that was eminently droppable. Taylor, you can see how annoyed he is, but this has gone a long way up. And watch Abbott here. He's having to watch it, and then does well, because as he comes to earth as well, sometimes your elbows hit the ground and the ball comes out. That's a really good catch from Abbott.
Yeah, another brilliant catch, and we've seen a lot of those throughout this tournament, really. But yeah, nice, just tracking back there. James Taylor, we knew he was going to go aggressive. That's how he started to play there. The 1-4 and 1-6. It's a big wicket there. Straight after Josh Blake. Surrey in a lot of trouble here at 128 for 8.
Yes, and Yusuf Majid is out there in the middle to join Nathan Barnwell. Yeah, nothing wrong with that from James Taylor. It just didn't quite get it right. Didn't get enough on it. As you say, it already hit a 6.
Saw a similar shot to get that 6 a couple of overs beforehand. So the intent was there. It was a fine enough shot, just as you say. Didn't quite read the length. Was a bit too high on it. But Surrey today, all but one of the dismissals going to the fielder, getting caught. So they'll have a lot to look at going into the back end of this campaign. Have thrown away a fair few of their wickets today, I would say.
Yeah, I think they've all been out playing shots today. As forward goes Madrid to his first delivery from McMullen. And keeper Mays up to the stumps. Got the slip in there again. McMullen bowled very tidily today. Majid, forward he goes. Plays this one back up the pitch. So those Hampshire supporters that have made the trip from Southampton will be very pleased with what they've seen today from their side. Quite a few in. I was saying earlier, the Hampshire flags in the JM Finn stand. 3 wins out of 4 coming into this one, as Yusuf Majid has just hung the bat out there, really. Not taken cleanly by Mays behind the stumps.
Absolutely, and they have such a strong side to Hampshire. They're missing 7 players out for the 100, but the depth is there. It's evident, as you say, 3 wins from 4, third in the table currently, looking to go second.
Nice looking shot from Majid. He won't get a run. It's up to Felix Organ. Stood up there at mid-on in his big blue Y-brim sun hat. So end of a successful over from McMullen. 15 to go for Surrey. 128 for 8 there. Oh my goodness me. I'll tell you what, I think I know what the order was for lunch there. And there we are, lots of people in having a watch. Not looking quite as warm as probably they would have been yesterday. There's a Hampshire cap watching away there. It's Fuller. 26th over. Looking for the hook shot there was Barnwell. Just a bit too quick for him, I think.
Well, he's always going to go for that, isn't he, Barnwell? As you say, he's an attacking player. 2 fielders out there on the pull, but it's not going to deter Barnwell for going for it.
Yeah, we saw him play one of these at Guildford, but actually that was a good short ball because that just kept following him. He got the top edge on that. It would have gone straight over the keeper's head, I think. Goes Fuller now. Pushed away by Barnwell. What's your pizza of choice, having just seen, I think that was about 8 pepperoni pizzas we just saw there in the crowd.
I'd have to agree with them. Pepperoni for me.
Interesting.
It's pretty simple, but does a job. What about you?
Anything without pineapple on it. Who came up with that idea?
It's criminal. criminal.
Well, I think it's quite popular. Is it not a Hawaiian, they call it, with pineapple on it? Forward goes Barnwell. He'll get a single here. Out there towards deep mid-wicket. 129 for 8. But pineapple?
Apparently it pairs quite nicely with ham, but not for me. I don't
Really?
think. Tried it once.
If
and
it pairs that well with it, why don't you have it in a sandwich with ham then?
Agreed.
Yeah, thank
Agreed.
you. How many times have you heard people say, I'd like a ham and pineapple sandwich, please?
Yeah, not many.
No, not many. That's my whole point. Is it really an Italian invention, ham and pineapple, as this one's beating the edge of Majid's bat?
No, it can't be.
Well, look, very sensible. That family all had individual pepperoni pizzas in the crowd, I think. Don't mind a bit of sweet corn.
On your pizza.
I'd rather have that than pineapple.
Yeah, well, rather have many things.
You know, pineapple is for dessert. It's not to be put on a pizza. Majid will get off the mark here. Nicely played. Just opens the face, guides this one down towards Organ. 130 for 8. But actually, here now at the Kia Oval, some great catering facilities. There really are. You can get all sorts of food and ice creams. Lots of bars as well, if you want to get yourself a drink. So it's great facilities here. Chicken, if you want to get some chicken. Barnwell looks to drive, doesn't time this. So tidy over again from Fuller. And Fuller, there you can see, 8 overs, 2 for 27. Good economy. Look at Abbott there, 1.71 economy. Hasn't taken a wicket, but he's just done what he does. Carl Abbott. Tricky one this for Majid and Barnwell to about how to go about this, really. And we've got Alex French still to come.
You imagine Majid would be quite happy just to try and prod and sort of tick it around. Barnwell, as we know, will probably take the more aggressive route, but could do well just to stick around for a bit.
37th over. McMullen into his 8th. Yeah, I think Majid's natural game is not to be launching balls 30 rows back. Barnwell can do that. So I think you're right. I think Yusuf Majid's just got to play his way. And then if Barnwell thinks he can put it into the stand, then try and put it into the stand. McMullen here is just going to run in and hit a length. He's almost on autopilot, I would have thought, McMullen.
Yeah, he's bowled nicely today, as have the rest of the Hampshire attack. As you say, they just haven't really had to do anything out of the ordinary. They've just hit their lines and legs and built up a bit of pressure, really.
Yeah, again, it's not 130 for 8 today. This surface and these conditions. Umpire Bailey looks like he's having a nice time. Something's tickled his fancy there, I think it's fair to say. Put a smile on his face. Just punched away by Majid. Straight to Nick Gubbins, who's almost been in the armchair as captain today. Gubbins. Sort of one of those days as a captain that you think, cool, this is all right.
Especially when you have Kyle Abbott at mid-off, as he has been for most of the day, bowling very nicely, but 694 first-class wickets. Not a bad person to have mentoring the young bowlers of this side.
As this is a full toss. Just tucked away by Yusuf Majid into the leg side. Will just be a single. So that brings Barnwell on to strike for the last ball of the over. And as I say, I think from a Nathan Barnwell point of view, if he thinks it's in his area, then give it a go. But just see the good ones out, really, I think, at this point. Well, he's having a drive at this one. That swung. Not taken cleanly by Mays. I don't think anything on that at all. So this will be by signalled by umpire Bailey. End of another over. So 37 gone now. 13 remaining for Surrey. So McMullen. Now there we are. We're back to the pizzas. So there we are. Very sensibly, everybody's. The other thing I like with this is everybody's having their own individual pizza, Hector. And looks to me like there could be some crisps on that pizza. That's that. I think that young lady is sort of making her own pizza with crisps that were already purchased.
Genius.
And there goes another plane on holiday. Off to the Algarve or somewhere like that, I would have thought. So Lumsden's back into the attack. He's got 3 overs to bowl. Young Mr. Lumsden. From the pavilion end, got Nathan Barnwell on strike on 2. And this is driven by Barnwell uppishly. It wasn't too far away from Gubbins, actually.
Yeah, they've got the plan in there for the short ball, and Barnwell, as you could just see, set up in his stance there. He's quite low and ready to spring in. He was waiting for the short ball, but clever bowling, just pitched it up a bit fuller. Slip still in there for the big booming drive, but 4 men out, 2 on the leg side, 2 on the off, waiting for that shorter ball.
Lumsden picking up a couple of wickets today. It's nicely bowled. Does have a little bit of, I wrote it down earlier, but whenever you see and I'm not comparing him to the gentleman I'm about to say, but you just see an action and you think, God, that does look a little like Naseem Shah, the Pakistan bowler. There's a little bit of that about this action from Lumsden. It's been impressive today for 16. Really has. That's the short one. Barnwell's had a swing at that. Wasn't in the same postcode actually, and that's taken by Mays up above his right shoulder, but good pace again.
Yeah, 1 for the over. Good, really clever bowling this. The 2 full ones to start, and then Barnwell, eyes must have lit up there, wanted to cash in, but in the end had a swipe and a miss.
How does he follow that up? Another short one, just pushed away down towards backward point by Barnwell. Good fielding again from Fletcher Middleton.
Yeah, a little bit out the back of the hand there from Lumsden, just takes a bit of the pace off. Very smart bowling from the 16-year-old. He's got his GCSE results coming in on Thursday.
Has he?
Using a bit of those smarts today.
These days though, you get those in a modern way, wouldn't you?
Emails.
Yeah, we got sent a letter with them all in an envelope. Short one. Barnwell's pulling this. It's uppish, but he gets away with it. More top edge than anything, and Organ was converging. But Barnwell gets a single.
Yeah, and that's exactly why it's Felix Organ and Tom Prest out there. Tom Prest at deep square, Organ at fine leg, but throughout the day really they've been in sort of a 3/4 length, and that's why, because there's quite a big boundary out there. Just waiting for the mistimed one. Couldn't get there in the end though.
Well, Majid's got the shorter leg side boundary, but that's beating the edge. Nicely bowled by Lumsden, so good over again from Lumsden. Yes, these days, I'm sure it's on some app or something, isn't it? You get your results. That was nicely bowled by Lumsden. That final delivery of the over. But yeah, it used to be in an envelope. And there they were, all printed out on a piece of paper. You used to be able to go and hide while you read them as well, which was good.
Were you sent the envelope, or did you have to go and pick it up?
Post it was. For GCSEs, post. And then for my A-level results, a friend of mine, he rang the school I went to and pretended to be about 10 of us and got all our results before we did, and then rang us all up and told us how we'd done. So that was good of him. But I'm sure in the modern way, there's a modern way of getting results. It was A-level results only the other day. 39th over starting. So yes, Manny Lumsden gets his results on Thursday, so good luck to him. As this one's cut away by Barnwell. Out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, he'll get a single.
Just get the sense that Barnwell's a little bit frustrated. Really good over from Lumsden the over before, just adding to that pressure. And Barnwell hasn't really been able to find the boundary or cash in on any loose deliveries, because there haven't been many from Hampshire today.
They haven't, and he's also very aware, of course, that Surrey 8 down at the moment, so. But it's not really Barnwell's job in many ways, or Majid's this, as the circumstances they find themselves in. And Surrey are just trying to somehow put something on the scoreboard, because with this Hampshire batting lineup, that's nicely bowled by Neil. With this Hampshire batting lineup, well, at the moment they probably need another 150 from here. Nicely bowled again by Neil. Just turned into the leg side by Yusuf Majid. Bowled nicely today is Neil. 3 for 29, and he's going to get a slip in now. Final ball of this, the 39th over. Majid's down the pitch, pushing this one back towards Neil. So again, good over from Neil. But that's their conundrum at the moment, Messrs Majid and Barnwell. They know, sorry, we've still got 11 overs to go, and you sort of say back your 50 overs, but you still got to make some runs as well. So it's when the combination really is Barnwell's got to be the aggressor here, but he's got to pick the right delivery to go after, and Majid's just got to keep him company.
Yeah, and I think when Barnwell starts to time the ball a bit better, Majid will be quite happy just to assume the role of getting the single and getting Barnwell back on strike.
Start of the 40th over, and Lumsden first ball to Barnwell, bouncer which Barnwell ducks underneath. I suppose if Barnwell does get a chance to bowl a few bouncers at Lumsden, Surrey will have bowled very, very well.
Absolutely, as you say, it's a good wicket. It's not a 134 for 8 wicket. You wouldn't think that Lumsden will have to do much with the bat today.
You've also got Nick Gubbins, who's scored 325 runs in the comp so far. Ooh, that's a bit wayward from Lumsden. Nicely taken by Mays. One for the cameras. And wide is the signal. One for the cameras and one for the scorebook as well. Good take this from Mays, but the reason I say that is it looks spectacular. And the dive and the tumble, as I say, for the cameras. But the catch he took earlier was terrific off Josh Blake. Barnwell, oh, he's got one there to have a drive at. I think it was the slower ball, thick inside edge. Runs away into the leg side, and Barnwell does get a single. So that will bring Yusuf Majid on to strike. 1-2. I hope I haven't offended those Hawaiian pizza lovers today. I've just never quite got... I've never... who came up with that idea? Majid forward to a good length delivery from Lumsden. Nicely bowled, slower one again from him. Anyway, I hope that family we saw, Hector down there, having their own individual pizzas, with the young lady very sensibly putting some crisps on top just to give it an added crunch. I hope they thoroughly enjoyed their pizzas this afternoon. Majid gets a ball on his toes, turns it into the leg side. Abbott potters across there. So Majid's just checking the end of his bat. Might need some chalk. And actually, you can see it's all taped up, the bottom of that bat anyway, so that's the last thing he wants is another crack in there. 2 balls to go of this 40th over. Very athletic young man is Lumsden. Forward goes Barnwell. Just hopped on him and touched that one. Gubbins does the fielding in there. But yeah, he looks a very natural athlete. Really does. One of those that you could give him a golf club and he'd probably smash it 300 yards and play off scratch. Looking to cut this one was Barnwell, but a bit too close to him. And it just comes out towards cover point, so another tidy over from Lumsden. You'd think actually from a Barnwell point of view, if he's going to target anything or anyone, probably the spin of Neil would be the one you. Oh no, now that's not. That hasn't fallen all on the floor. I hope for that poor gentleman. That's his cucumber and carrots there. Oh, that's a disaster if that's on the floor. We've all been there. Spend hours chopping up your cucumber and your carrots. There we are. Look, there, that's more like it. There's a couple of Graham Thorpe headbands being worn there as well. As Neil is into Majid. Majid's done the right thing here. Just pushes a ball out into the leg side. Now this will get Barnwell on strike. So I think anything that Barnwell sees that's up in the air from Neil, and by that I mean he might just give it a little bit of air. He's had a couple caught down on the boundary rope today. As Barnwell's laying back to cut this, doesn't time it at all. Of course, those Graham Thorpe headbands, raising money for Mind. I've said to anybody who's asked me, is this one's chopped away down towards backward point, and there's no run. There's that amazing mosaic of G. Thorpe on the wall as you go along the Harleford Road. And yes, I've seen quite a few people wearing their headbands. So again, Barnwell just pushes this one away to backward point. McMullen does the fielding again. So lovely to see a few people in the crowd today. Barnwell's playing this very studiously. Just pushes away into the covers. Gubbins does the fielding away to his left. So last ball of the over. Barnwell's forward and just plays this one away out into the offside. Gubbins does the fielding. There is no run. So we have had 41 overs now. We have 9 to go for Surrey, and it is Cameron Ponsonby. He's just come in and now he's left again on the old commentary rotor. There goes another aeroplane. I think that's coming back though. That looks like a landing plane to me. But yes, what can Surrey muster here, Hector, in the next 9 overs? That's the question. You give your thoughts on that, and then it will be Cameron Ponsonby.
Well, it's interesting what you say about Nathan Barnwell versus Andrew Neil. Just took his time to have a look at him in that last over. Doesn't want to fall into the trap that he's fallen into before. Afternoon, Cam.
Hello, Hector. I think it's hello and goodbye, I believe, because Jeremy Coney is going to come in. We've got a double change here in the comms box. Manny Lumsden starts his final over. It's all action. The speed at which Mr. Neil bowls his overs caught us unawares. It was meant to be a more seamless one in, one out operation over a series of overs. Here comes Lumsden. Barnwell just runs that down It's a deep backward point. He's not giving up yet. Here's Barnwell, and he can hit a long ball as well, so keep an eye out. He's seen 24 deliveries at the crease. Well, these two have combined for 11 runs off 44 balls. So it's not the speediest of scoring rates. They're still there in the middle. What can they lift up Surrey to? Can they get to 200? Is that too lofty an ambition?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
This is a Surrey commentator beside me, folks.
I don't know, 60 off the last 9.
I know. It's certainly possible if the number 5 was in there.
Well, I'm a big believer in the batting talents of Yusuf Majid.
And optimism.
I'm
always
an optimist.
You may well be right. Who knows? Barnwell, 6 off 24. He's got himself now settled.
Just about getting your eye in. Give yourself 30 balls. That's what all the great captains say. There we go. There's another single taken. 4 singles in a row. Rotating the strike. That's 6 runs and over. That gets them up to 200. No bother.
Well, let's wait and see. That's 4 singles. You're quite right. Lumsden has lost a little bit of pace, hasn't he, at the moment? It looks like in his last over.
Well, I wonder if he is subject to those kind of ECB regulations where you can only bowl 7 in a row, so the captain will have to be managing him because he's so young. I've heard our colleague Hector Vickers making the point that Manny Lumsden's expecting his GCSE results on Thursday. So it's a hell of a week.
It is. If he passes.
Well, you know what? If he doesn't pass, I think he's all right. I'd rather fail my GCSEs having got Rory Burns out earlier in the week than pass them and not get them out. I don't know. Anyway, his last ball of what's been a very fine 10 overs. He's got Yusuf Majid on strike. They scamper through for a single. So that's Manny Lumsden's lot this afternoon. A very fine spell of bowling from a very exciting young player. And the crowd, it was a very warm round of applause acknowledging the end of his spell. He gets a high 5 or 2 from his teammates. And well, with 8 overs to go, Surrey are 143 for 8.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to watch, won't it, how he continues his cricket interests, and he looks as if he's got good bounce. He has a natural, out from out to in to a right-hander.
What do you mean out from out?
Well, from outside the crease, angling back into a right-hander. And with some bounce, as I say, that surprised a couple of players today, with pace as well, and it was pretty much on the money, in close to the batsman and in close to the stumps. Those are all good things to have.
Now Neil begins his final over. He's got the pick of the bowling figures so far. I think you'd still probably argue that Lumsden maybe has been the most eye-catching bowler on display, but very fine figures for Neil so far. 3 for 31. That's cut airily out to the sweeper. Oh, a little bit of spin, almost catches the fielder unawares. And one by one, the stroll to 200 continues.
Yes, it's kind of like the whole innings. It looks like these are leg byes, are they? Or did he get a little bit of glove on it? No, leg byes. It's been a continual slide once again, I'm afraid, from the Surrey side. It's a little bit like a ship taking on water, really, and it's just slowly getting closer and closer to the Plimsoll line, where it just overturns.
Doesn't sound great.
No, well, it hasn't been great again, I'm afraid, for them. I mean, you can just go through every sort of group of 10 overs, Cameron, and you find the first one none for 30, quiet start. 3 for 44, that one there's lofted through the covers, and you'll get another single. They're just increasing this by 1 run at a time here, as you say. 35 for 3, follows the 44 for 3, and then 2 for 38. It just keeps on going. Never a partnership, and that applause for Neil's 10 overs. He's, you know, he's very quickly through his overs, isn't he?
Well, Neil finishes with 3 for 33 off his 10 overs and an over rate, which will delight many fans watching on. So it's 147 for 8 here at the Kia Oval. There's 7 overs to go. I'm Cameron Ponsonby. I'm joined by Jeremy Coney. And so will this just prompt the change in kind of mindset from Surrey? They've watchfully seen off the end of Neil and Lumsden. Now they've got McMullen back into the attack. There'll be a time to attack, and is it now? No is the answer. Not on that occasion anyway.
Well, I mean, the pitch and the conditions themselves, yes, it's been a bit overcast. Yes, there was initially a little bit of a modest swing only from McMullen actually, and a wee bit of movement from the seam. But it hasn't been excessive, hasn't been impossible to score. I think you'd have to say a lot of the batting has been culpable, really. They've made mistakes and brought about their own wickets. Some of it has been by okay bowling, steady bowling, some of it by short bowling. But nothing has been excessive in any way, either movement or whether it was from the seam at all. The bounce was something that we noticed. A lot of horizontal bat shots have got people out today, whether it's a sweep or a cut or a pull or a hook. But it's just a general subsidence, hasn't it? That's what it's been. Once again, I'm afraid, for Surrey. Scamper through for a 2.
High octane stuff here in the death overs at the Kia Oval, but it's well run by Nathan Barnwell. Waited an umpire's signal just to see if 2 runs have been added to his total. No, 2 leg byes. But there hasn't been a moment where Surrey have been ahead of this game, even when they'd not lost any wickets. They were 32 for none after the power play, and Thomas dug in, and Burns looked in kind of reasonable form, and then kind of got a top edge attempting one of those cross-batted shots you refer to. And you fear that it's not going to be enough for Surrey. They've had a difficult time in this competition. Hampshire, by comparison, 3rd in the table, 3 wins from 4. Bit of aggression shown from Barnwell. He thumps that into the ground. But it brings to an end another over. There's 6 to go here at the Kia Oval. The score's 149 for 8. Yusuf Majid and Nathan Barnwell, both in single figures. They came together at the crease far earlier than they would have liked. And they're tasked with seeing Surrey home. Just Alex French left for Surrey to come in to bat. Have a little look at the scorecard. I'll run you through it, is what I mean. What are you pointing at, Jeremy?
Oh, just the partnerships on the board from Surrey. 20, 11, 11, 255, 19, 0, 8. And that sort of tells the story as well, doesn't it?
Well, change of bowling. James Fuller's swapped around. He's going to have a go from the Vauxhall end. He's got 2 overs left. And he's bowling to Majid. Well, quick single hit and he's out. He doesn't hit and he's in. And that's the Surrey 150. Kind of an applause that'll hurt if you're in the Surrey changing room, because it's not a milestone you want to give much recognition to.
No, and the partnership now, what is it? Is it now 22?
22.
Goodness.
22 from 9.5 overs. So it's been, well, 2 runs and over, if you can do those maths quick enough. full, and that's slash from Barnwell. Will it beat the sweeper out at backward point? No, but they will come back for 2. Barnwell races the arm, and he wins. They're just ticking a little bit more here. Sorry, they know they're going to have to throw their bat a little bit to give them something to bowl at.
Yeah, that was good width, wasn't it, from Fuller, and it certainly encouraged Barnwell to go after that with a square drive. It's the longer side, and that's why they can always, once you get it past the circle, you're going to get 2 runs because that boundary is much longer. A lot more work for the outfielders to do.
This time pulled down the ground. That's 4. A much needed boundary for Surrey. And a brutal shot from Barnwell. He's pulled that off a length back past the bowler. It's nutmegged Yusuf Majid at the non-striker's end. And that's 4.
Well, there's that little bit of aggression that you were talking about. That one was much closer, but short enough that you could play off the back foot. And as you said, it's sort of a bunt, semi-bunt down the ground, very straight.
Well, what will we see now? The long on has dropped out. Short, pulls, it's up in the air. Ben Mays backtracking. Will he hold on to the catch? Yes. So Barnwell's attempts to up the ante have failed, and Hampshire have their 9th wicket. And just as there was a bit of a flicker for Surrey that something might be brewing, well, it's swiftly snuffed out. Surrey 156 for 9.
A little bit more pace this time from Fuller. And Barnwell actually, as he sets himself up, gets very low, doesn't he? He goes into a sort of semi-crouched position to face up. He's quite low. He's a tall man, actually. And then just doesn't get hold of it, does he? It's on to him too quickly. The stroke isn't really entirely prepared, so it's hasn't reached the point that you could get it to the leg side. And so it's gone over the keeper, who's run back and taken a reasonable catch. They can be quite tricky at times. That one wasn't in the really top degree, but you'd expect the keeper with the gloves to take that. So nine down now, and French coming to the crease. So this is not going to be a really challenging target for Hampshire, you wouldn't think. And maybe an opportunity for them to increase their net run rate. You just don't know. They're 3rd at the moment. They'll be pushing hard, I think, to try and get that run rate a little bit higher. Net run rate. Never really, at any stage of this innings, have Hampshire been under any pressure. There's been slips kept in a lot of the time. There's been extra men inside the circle to prevent singles. Not enough boundaries to keep them out there.
Well defended by Alex French. And if you want an example of the kind of nascent elements of his career, he's got grey nickel pads on, a Keeley bat in hand, and he's wearing Chase gloves, so he hasn't quite got the ring from the sponsor yet. If you liked what you saw from that forward defensive, though, I'm sure you can get in contact. He's a very talented young bowler. I've been bowling at good pace for Surrey this year, been representing England under-19s as well. Oh, that's leapt back at French. There's 2 slips in play. They're sensing an opportunity to attack at the end here. Hampshire at the end of James Fuller's over. The score's 156 for 9. There's 5 overs to go. And one imagines Surrey will be thinking, best case scenario, you can add another 20 and knock the ball around. You are unfortunately probably just prolonging the inevitable, but you're giving yourself a chance.
Looks like we're changing to Abbott now. He'll now pick up the cudgel for Hampshire.
So Kyle Abbott, very impressive figures of 0 for 12 of his 7 overs. 3 maidens included in that. The opening over of this fixture potentially was a nod to what was to come. He bowled 6 balls at Rory Burns, and Rory Burns left all of them. Here he is to Majid.
That's a little word, do you think? Did you bring your bat out, Rory?
I think there was.
Do you think you might use your bat today?
I don't know if that's a win for the bowler though. If it was six deliveries, 6 left balls, maybe that.
Yeah, I don't think you need to say anything.
Well,
Quite happy.
If I'm the batter, I'm saying bowl it straighter, mate. Come on, I'm over here. That's a lovely shot from Majid. And 4. The sweeper was very square. He's got onto that shot early and lashed it in front of square. And another boundary. So 2 boundaries and 2 overs for Surrey here. And that's the pick of the 2 of them.
It's a good shot. It's a good shot. Just slightly wide of off stump, and that enabled him to get it to cover rather than square. Not quite as wide as that.
Short ball. We probably could have guessed that one was coming. Abbott goes for his first boundary of today from the Surrey number 10, or at the hands of the Surrey number 10, and he didn't like it.
What will Surrey do? They've got 2 spinners in their side. Will they get much of a bowler? Or they must bowl because there aren't enough seamers to work through the overs.
Well, when there was a similar match earlier this year at Guildford when Surrey lost to Leicestershire, it was Nathan Barmer who was the victim there. He didn't get a bowl. Big swing and a miss from Majid. The difference there was Ryan Patel was captain and was able to open the bowling with his medium paces. So what you expect will happen here is James Taylor and Alex French will open the bowling. Because the surface is quite green, you'd expect
Barnwell to bowl.
Barnwell to bowl, but whether it was a case of, if for instance Hampshire got off to a bit of a fly and you felt the need to control the pace a little bit, then Yusuf Majid would come into play. But the problem is Yusuf Majid, kind of his best figures in a way would be kind of 0 for 40, having really controlling that middle overs period. And just going at 4 runs and over and keeping it tight, unfortunately won't be the route to victory for Surrey this afternoon. They need something dramatic to happen, and they need it to happen in a hurry.
Yes, sort of 3 or 4 wickets in the first 10 would be very useful as far as they're concerned.
The last ball of this 46th over coming up. And a dot to finish. So 4 overs left here at the Kia Oval. It's all just kind of petering out. Not the most dramatic of fashions, but Surrey still have 2 batters out there in the middle, and they'll be doing their utmost to creep Surrey up. Well, 200, be 10 and over now. I still believe, Jeremy. Do you not believe?
A bit more of a realist, I think. But it's just not enough, I don't think, with the batting lineup and the bowling that Surrey has to call upon. I just can't see how they're going to dismiss Hampshire for less than this total that they've posted.
Here comes Fuller, French on strike. That's short and well evaded by the 18-year-old. You must have played in some low-scoring one-day thrillers in your time.
Yes, I have, but you do need conditions to be really suiting your bowlers that you have. They need to be experienced bowlers. You need to have catches up and in and trying to use the new balls that are going to be available as much as possible and for as long as possible. It may well be that your seamers might have to almost bowl out if they're starting to pick up wickets rather than going to your spinners. You want to obviously have a few out with your spinners bowling. At least the capabilities of dropping men out after the 10 over section of the game. But I just don't, I think there's only really 3 seamers there. I don't think there's too many more, are there? In the
Edged, caught and gone. Innings over here at the Kia Oval. Surrey 160 all out. Well held at slip there, and Fuller has his 4th wicket back into the team for the first time in this competition after being released from his 100 squad, and he's shown his value. He's shown why he was a man in demand earlier on this year. And that's it's a job well done from Hampshire, who were impressive from top to bottom. Their seamers took quick wickets, their spinner showed control, and the result is they need just 161 runs to win. We'll see the replay here. Fuller still numberless on his back, but 4 is the number of wickets he's got, and a comfortable catch at first slip as well. Well held.
Nice height though, wasn't it, really? Just a good delivery outside off stump, back of a length, angled in slightly towards French and playing a little bit away from himself. I think it was taken by McMullen. Yeah, at first slip there. Two-handed, comfortable. So French goes, and that completes Surrey's attempt to set a total for Hampshire to chase. It was an innings that really started slowly, as if Surrey were determined to bat out the overs and to see if they could retain wickets through the first 25, 30, 35 overs and have some power left towards the end of those where they could place some pressure in the last 15 to 20 overs of their innings and maybe get up to 230, 240, that kind of target. But it wasn't to be. They started to lose wickets once the 10 overs were up. Burns was out in the 11th, Thomas was out in the 15th, Garantler was out in the 18th, Folkes was out in the 21st, and it just continued that slide that we've come to notice so much in this tournament so far, and it really didn't go anywhere. There's 3 20s in the innings, there's a 19 towards the end, but nothing really to really nail down a total which really is probably, I don't know, anything 80 runs to 100 runs too short.
Well, the tail of the tape is on your screen there. Hampshire's bowling figures, impressive numbers throughout for the away team. Kyle Abbott, miserly, I believe is the adjective that has to be used at times like this. Just 2 runs and over he conceded from his 8 overs. And match summary there. Well, you don't need to look too much further than the Surrey's high scores on the left-hand side of your screen. Grantler 22, Blake 22, Burns 20 and Taylor 19. So just 3 players made it past 20. But here's some good news to come out of the Kia Oval. In 2025, the Surrey Cricket Foundation are once again running a state schools cricket scholarship programme in Woking in honour of Alec and Eric Bedser. And you can see the recipients on your screen there. The Bedser twins were raised and educated in Woking, and they both represented Surrey County Cricket Club, with Alec also going on to play for England. The programme awards 6 scholarships annually to state school educated children in Woking with the potential to become performance cricketers. Over the past 5 years, 42 scholarships have been given, and this year's recipients are Joseph Benson, Finn Benson, Ava Price, Iris Sawyer, Leo McLeod and Charlie McLeod. So congratulations to those 6 young cricketers on your screen there, and well, hopefully we'll see them a lot at the Kia Oval in years to come. Well, for the innings break, we'll be back in the next, 25 minutes or so. And while we're away, we're going to show you a couple of the episodes of Surrey's fine programme, Second Glance, that's recapping some of the season's events so far.
There you go, mate, you're on camera. 60. Big 60.
60 coffee. It's a great way to start the warm-up for the game.
It's another London derby, tonight. 5 here. You're always 5 minutes late. Always. You're on time, you're late, mate. We're up this morning. See, another short side.
Oh, that allowed it. I
I
literally watched them yesterday. They were just like slogging to the short side.
Guess what they do? Walk across and play that pick up.
Yeah.
And you try like cut, we'll go cut.
Scoops a bit as well.
Scoops with that.
Who's this?
Okay. Like in test cricket, he just won't give you much. You'll just kind of, you go, and he just goes. Let me get my zone, man. Kiwis are just good pros because they're just nice guys.
Speak for yourself. Yeah, speak for yourself.
Hey!
I guess the riches they have here with all the players and the quality of players they have as well. So awesome to come in and learn off.
Who's the person you've learnt the most off?
Not this guy. He doesn't give me anything. Seeing this white ball team, it's pretty ridiculous. Guys have played franchise cricket and a lot of international cricket all the way down the lineup. So you're picking up bits and pieces all the way. You know, about 10 guys have played international cricket. So there's constantly things you're gaining from other people, which is cool.
Long black, flat wide.
Hampshire, like, ball was following me, and then I didn't touch it for like the whole, like, after the power play.
Jace was doing that.
Sneaky good mover, but it just looks not great. Just like eloping, that's what I like to call it.
Probably could have got a haircut, couldn't you? But
Forgot it was a TV game, eh? Everyone usually gets the old haircuts for the TV games.
Everyone knows what great cricketer you are, and I think it's always spoken about the history of this club. It's something I'm sure you'll see over the next few weeks, and there's some pretty tight ship that class runs here as well, so I'm sure you'll love your time here. And more importantly, I think everyone's looking forward to seeing the Laurie Evans, Mitch Sandler do it out of the golf course. So. Oh yeah! Sign it! We've got Let's go! Another little straw. Junior, you got anything? No. Alrighty, with Jimmer, let's go. Can we do our basic good skill, and using Sansi's words, can we find as bowlers where we're going to hit on that pitch and just stick to our best ball, knowing that they can't keep getting us? Let's go!
All right, boys, great football there in Shelby.
Great. But we don't play, if you want to whack balls off, whatever leave. If you want to bowl all day, I know that's probably not where you're at in your career, but you know where I'm going with it. Our sentiment is to whatever you need, you got it.
Smudge. Same pitch, lovely. Although it's 50 metres over.
Number 3, coffee. Probably end the day on about 8, I reckon.
yeah, you normally just punch a wee double espresso out of the machine.
Yeah.
About 6 p.m.
It's probably not great for the rig, but I don't know, just
Not great for the sleep, mate.
yeah, great for sleep. Tell you what's not great for a sleep, 2-year-old. After a game.
And no aircon.
And no AC. What's it like having me in your team?
What's it
mate?
like? Well,
Apart from gun, obviously.
obviously enjoyed playing with Santa all the time. Very relaxed, sort of calming individual. It's great to have around and bounce ideas off. So yeah, really enjoy playing with you.
Thanks, man. Not many days off from the county circuit, is it?
There's not. there's even less when you've got a 2-year-old as well.
Oh yeah, 0 days off. Surbiton's nice. A few of the other boys are out there, Burnsy and Folksy, and a couple of playgrounds and a couple of coffee shops. That's all my kind of days end up, and then try float a golf round a week in advance and keep chipping away. See if we can get that signed off.
Close to the golf courses, which is good for you.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, not many in boxing.
No, there's none. I could probably take a couple of wedges on the oval. I don't think Lee would be too happy with that though. Take a few divots.
You get some spin off there, some
Yeah.
nicely cut outfield, eh?
Yeah, nip a few.
Couple of real big divots, on the block.
It's good having Sammy at mid-off all the time. You know, he's just letting you know if this guy scoops or where his areas are, just to refresh him. Because you're right, like We don't play against these guys very often, so they're kind of going in a little bit blind apart from the scouting.
I think in the whole, the fielding on our team's been, it's nice. You go to some other franchise leagues and it's not some great fielding. So
yeah, obviously this team's amazing as well. A lot of international players, a lot of guys with good heads on their shoulders, and guys who understand the game. So
yeah, I guess
plenty of know-how floating around the outfield.
Good mixture of, you know, some guys starting out, but obviously a lot of experience as well, which is it's always good to have an environment.
Yeah, and just quality all the way through, which is good. Obviously, lots of different grounds in England have unique like slopes, short sides, pitches are different.
We've got big KWs tonight, haven't we? Should we try and rattle them tonight? Should we get into them?
It's impossible, isn't it?
Yeah, I've seen a few people try, but not successful. He's kind of in his own world and shows why he's so good. So maybe if it came from me, you wouldn't really expect it. Slogged a couple at Lords the other night, little 50.
Slogged a couple of. He got down on one knee, didn't he?
Yeah.
It's good to see him score some runs. Hopefully not many tonight though.
Yeah, hopefully used them up last night.
Hopefully he'll be gone by the time we're bowling. Yeah, T20 World Cup coming up, man. Put him under a bit of pressure.
I am the captain now.
Yeah. Captain centre. Santa doesn't really sell. He sort of just gives a little. This one, it's about all you do, eh?
I don't really know what to do. Yeah.
Oh, so you're not actually excited when you get a wicket?
Nah.
No emotion.
No emotion. Flat line.
You are? Welcome back to the Kia Oval for the second innings of this game in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Nathan Johns here alongside Cameron Ponsonby. Surrey batted first, having lost the toss. Hampshire stuck him in, and they've been bowled out for 160 in the 47th over of their innings. And the Hampshire batters are making their way as Nick Gubbins and Ali Orr come onto the middle alongside the Surrey fielding side. Say good afternoon, Cam.
Good afternoon, Nathan. I'll be surprised if 160 is enough, and if it is enough, we're about to see something quite spectacular. But all in all, disappointing innings for Surrey with bat in hand. Only 3 players made it above 20. We did, treated him almost to an early sight of Manny Lumsden, 16 years old, bowling at good pace. He accounted for both Adam Thomas and Rory Burns. I'll be interested to see how Surrey go about this innings with ball in hand. We've seen seamers have a lot of success in the first innings. There's only 3 on show for Surrey today. You've got James Taylor. One suspects that Alex French will open the bowling with him from the pavilion end, and then whether we get a look at Nathan Barnwell as well, we'll wait and find out. I imagine he could be quite a good option, Barnwell, because he can be expensive, but he does bowl wicket-taking deliveries, and with only 160 on the board, you need whatever's going to happen quickly.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be James Taylor to open up from the Vauxhall end, as he has done regularly in this competition for Surrey. He's going to have 2 slips in play. Ben Folkes is limbering up at mid-on. Of course, he doesn't have the gloves. It is Josh Blake who is keeping for Surrey in this 50-over competition. Rigfield, 3 in the offside. Third man, 2 slips, fine leg, 2 in front of square on the leg side. Umpire Rob Bailey is at the standing end. He calls play. James Taylor has the ball at the top of his mark, and here we go with the start of Hampshire's chase. Oh, that's hit him first up. Ali Orr just motioning with his hand there. That one might have nipped back into him. Looked like it's hit him on the fleshy part of the thigh. That sounded like leg rather than pad.
Well, it's not what you want first up, and our colleague Nick Friend at the Cricketer interviewed Ali Orr not too long ago, because he broke his arm last year when facing Spencer Johnson. It was his back arm, so his left arm, bottom hand as he'd be holding it, and that ball's just leapt on him a little bit. It's not the ball you want when you're nursing a fractured bone.
Oh, he goes after this one. I wonder if being hit just played on his mind there, because normally that is a delivery that an opener is more than happy just to shoulder the arms and let that one go through. It nipped a good bit away from him. There's still life in this pitch. We saw Kyle Abbott especially, but Brandon McMullen as well, get some movement both in the air and off the pitch in the first innings. There is plenty in it with the new pair of new balls that we have from either end. Light breeze blowing as we look at the flags atop the pavilion with Taylor. He's not too comfortable coming forward at the minute, is Orr. Just hopping around the crease a little bit, going down to do some gardening. He thinks the pitch is misbehaving ever so slightly.
Well, Surrey will be pleased with these opening 3 deliveries. Taylor's shown there's life in the pitch. Well, there was a bit of a waft outside of his off-stump second ball. It was a play and miss, induced from lateral movement. Surrey will need some early wickets. Could Taylor nab one immediately?
Punched off the back foot, timed nicely, but straight to Nathan Barnwell at backward point.
Barnwell's taken a couple of really good catches this year. He took one at Guildford out on the boundary, which he made look very simple. We're kind of running and jumping above his head. And he took a catch at square leg against Essex, where it was pulled flat to him. It really was a remarkable grab. He's a very good fielder.
Yeah, not often do you see a fast bowler fielding at point. Forward again, although not convincingly. He doesn't get a big stride down the pitch, does he?
He just seems to be hanging back a little bit after that first delivery which struck him. He's a very exciting player, very attacking. His white ball record, and particularly T20 record, isn't as strong as you'd anticipate given the kind of style and swashbuckling type of player he is. In List A cricket though, he's got a very good record. Average of 49 from 18 matches, 3 centuries, including a double ton. He made 206 in this competition a few years ago.
Well, that just spoils the maiden, or the potential maiden for Taylor. He's got a bit greedy, try to fire that in, swing it back onto the leg stump. Started at 2 straight. A first run of this chase for Hampshire. They're on the board.
Well, don't confuse this early exchange with Ali Orr being a man out of form. An unbeaten century. So beg your pardon, he was dismissed for 131. See a replay there of the ball sneaking down leg side. Against Leicestershire in their last match out, he made 131 off 141.
Good finish from Taylor. Come back after the wide. That ball down the leg side. The only blemish in that set of 6-1 without loss. Hampshire reached after the first 6 legal deliveries.
I think the difference in this match will prove to be the style of seamers that these two teams have. So, Hampshire, aside from Manny Lumsden, who is obviously new and is going to be slightly erratic at times because of that, they had real kind of seasoned pros in James Fuller and Kyle Abbott, who are just hitting a spot over and over and over again, letting the pitch do the work. Surrey, James Taylor's got a little bit of experience, but Alex French and Nathan Barnwell, not so much. And whether this pitch requires someone just to be metronomic and to force the issue, we've seen there from that opening over, it's not easy out here. There's life in the pitch, there's lateral movement. And will Surrey be able to be consistent enough with their line and lengths to force themselves into this match?
Young Alex French is going to share the new ball from the pavilion end. He's got 2 slips waiting for him. Deep backward square rather than a fine leg, so slight change in the field. Oh no, they've swapped them around as soon as I said that, of course. Square leg up into the ring, fine leg back. Just move my monitor here. Yes, there is a third back on the fence. So here's French around the wicket. Bang in delivery, probably gets away with that. Nick Gubbins could easily have cut that away to the fence. Good dot ball that for Surrey.
They've absolutely got away with one there. Surrey and Mr. French. It's a loosener to start with, but we've seen him bowl at high pace already this year. Came back wonderfully here at the Keir Oval a week or so ago after a difficult opening over. He then was on the spot throughout.
Oh, he's nearly on the spot there. Bang in delivery. Gubbins looks to cut under edge, not far away from his leg stump. French testing out the middle half of this pitch early in his spell.
Well, I was expecting kind of runs to be flowing. I was expecting things to be happening a bit quicker than they have done at the start of this over. So promising signs for Surrey so far.
Well, there's the first run off the bat. Nick Gubbins just tucks that one off the hip. A little bit straight from French, but he is continuing to bowl a heavy length. Of course, Surrey themselves got off to a very sedate start with their own power play with the bat. And the way Hampshire are going about approaching this, maybe it's the lack of scoreboard pressure. They only needed 161. They look, at least after, 9 legal deliveries, they also look more than willing to be patient. They're not in any particular rush. Although, you never know, net run rate might come into things. It might be in their interest to get a move on at some point. Well, there's the first shot in anger. Ali Orr has not got this anywhere near the middle of the bat, but he could pick up 3 if they scamper through. Ben Folks pulls out the slide. Can he stop the third? No, he can't. Long boundary out that way. Oh, and an overthrow. Will they come back for a 4th? No. I think Orr had ran too far past the stumps. A lot happening there for a mistimed drive through extra cover, but eventually they've come back for a third.
Well, runs on the board now for Hampshire. Gubbins made a century earlier this season here in the red ball format of the game. So he'll be a very calm presence at the crease to be able to guide this chase of 160.
Fuller from French. Orr went after the full and wide run the previous delivery. Gubbins decides to leave it alone instead. Ollie Sykes at first slip for Surrey. Rory Burns to his left hand side. We've got 3 men saving a single on the offside. Just 2 on the leg side, mid wicket and mid on. Final delivery of this second over from Alex French. 5 without loss. Hampshire, akin to Surrey with their innings, more than happy to be patient in the early overs.
There's a question you posed about whether this is kind of a cooler response to Surrey's innings, whether Hampshire feel they don't need to take any undue risk. Had they been tasked with chasing 220, would they be going out about this different way? Or more to the point, if they were batting first, with this kind of lack of, or show of restraint from Hampshire being on display. It's been very calm so far out in the middle.
Yeah, calm is the word. Both batters look a bit unruffled. Ali Orr had a few nervous moments when Taylor hit him early on, but since then he's looked calm. Gubbins, as always, unruffled. Oh, that wasn't very calm. Just motioning with his hand there is Orr. That one left him off the pitch, and he promptly comes down to tap away at the offending part of the surface. Two slips there, waiting for that one that just pushes across him if it takes the outside edge. Playing a little bit from the crease. He needs to be careful he doesn't get trapped, neither going forward nor back as he was there. This time he makes contact. Once again, Barnwell busy in at point.
I am wondering kind of at what stage, this is still incredibly early in Hampshire's innings, at what stage do we kind of round down what a pass score could have been from Surrey? I still have no doubt that 160 is unders. But from the opening, from the way we've seen kind of ball dominating bats so far and the difficulty of runs scoring, whether it would have been a case that kind of 230, 240 would have been round about where you wanted to be.
2 straight. Or happily clips it off the pads. Don't think it's going to reach the fence. It doesn't. It holds up just short. I think it's Nikhil Garantla down there, but they come back for a third.
A big pocket of the ground. Accessed there by Ali Orn. You're right, it was Garantla who was at fine leg and sprinted his way all the way round to deep square leg. He's been very good in the field for Surrey this competition, Garantla. Always important to have a second string to your bow. It's in the early stage of stages of his professional career.
I think this might be the first ball that Taylor has bowled to Gubbins of the day. Yeah, decent line, a little bit straight. It's Adam Thomas in there mid-wicket doing the fielding. Yeah, even Surrey look quite relaxed, don't they? Pretty sedate. Quiet enough, and I guess they only have 160 on the board. They're not going to be overly chipper, but everyone just seems happy to allow the game to just drift along at the minute. It doesn't seem like anybody's trying to grab it and grab the momentum. Taylor tried to induce the drive. He's left them again. He's doing well. He's good skills on display here. He's pushing it away from the left-hander. But I think Gubbins probably saw that at the hand. Lets it go.
I think this match needs a kind of cup of coffee or something just to jolt it into action at the moment. It's all very sedate, the crowd, which is a pretty healthy one for a Monday afternoon. Watching on, they're quiet. The cricket's quiet, Surrey are quiet, the batters are quiet.
It's alright, we won't be quiet.
Well, people might want us to be as well, to be honest.
Nicely timed. This one will reach the fence from Nick Gubbins. 2 straight once again from Taylor. And we saw Rory Burns play that shot a lot, actually, early in his innings, when Surrey did rarely find the boundary in their power play. Nick Gubbins has followed suit. Lovely little clip off the hip. I'll tell you who's not quiet. Did you hear that one Hampshire fan just below us who really enjoyed that boundary? Good on him. Someone's got to be loud and up and about and enjoying themselves.
We need more of that. Get some atmosphere going. It's a tough away day coming to Surrey. See those guys. Well, look, no wonder everyone's sleeping. They got it full of pizza.
To be fair, maybe that's why I'm a bit quiet. I had a nice tea, nice chicken and mushroom pie is what we got downstairs.
It was very nice.
Lovely, yeah. The post-lunch lull. Post-tea lull. It's a white ball game, don't call it lunch in mid-innings. Right, let's see if young Alex French can inject a bit of life into things. In the air, but in the gap. This one probably will skip away over the practice pitches. Adam Thomas gives up his chase. Back-to-back boundaries for Hampshire.
Adam Thomas is doing the yo-yo test at the moment. He's sprinting everywhere. The ball was not following him. He's following it most of the time. You see that push through the offside. It was aerial. There was a moment where both Cameron Steele and Adam Thomas fell in the game. I tell you what, Adam Thomas has absolutely blitzed Cameron Steele there.
I think Steele might have given up the chase quite early.
Oh, I don't know. If I'm Thomas, I'm taking the win.
Oh, always. How does French respond? Nicely played by Orr. Bit of width. Guides that one down to third. This is the danger. Sorry, if they are just a bit sedate. I'm not one who believes that energy in the field necessarily buys wickets, but I do think body language, bowlers' body language, ability to execute, they are all slightly linked. And if you do let Hampshire just get away with the field without having to take any risks, all of a sudden the game is looking precarious. They took a risk there, and it will be 4. Back-to-back boundaries for Nick Gubbins as well. Now that he's back on strike, he hit his previous delivery in the previous over for 4 as well. Flashed away off the outside edge. Not the most convincing of strokes, but it's wide of third man. If you're going to flash hard.
Well, in the space of 4 deliveries, all the pressure that Surrey had been building, that kind of illusion of run rate pressure and the ball nipping around has been dispelled. Hampshire already going at 6 runs and over. Tries to bring that one back in, I think, but he started it too far outside the off stump, and it ended up actually just going across as well. We have to bowl that one again. He was actually trying to go across him, hasn't he? You always think when they fire it outside that wide, outside the off stump, that they're trying to bring it back, but just got his line wrong. Flirting with that wide line again. This time he gets inside the right side of it. Still 2 slips in place for French.
Oh, you have to be attacking, don't you? You've only got 160 on the board.
It'll be interesting how Surrey go about it once they reach the 10 over mark, because there's the kind of catch-22. You want to be attacking because you need wickets, but also to take wickets you want to bowl a lot of balls at your opponents. You want to bowl as many as possible.
That's a better line. Looked like it just went over the top of the off stump, or quite near to it. Good leave from Gubbins. 2 types of leave.
Well, Cameron Steele has just dropped the lollipop that kind of Ollie Sykes has thrown to him from first slip, which doesn't indicate. It doesn't really mean anything, to be honest. But it's not his finest moment.
Knowing nod from Nick Gubbins there on the replay, as he just gives a nod of appreciation for the delivery that French offered him. Tries to go for that leg stump Yorker. Decent variation. Gubbins does fall over a little bit, but he manages to get a bit of bat and keep the strike. 4 overs gone. Hampshire looking very comfortable at 23 for the loss of no wicket.
French just lost his line on a couple of occasions. That over. See some of the fans in the stands. One man on the right yawning. What's he on about? What's he doing?
You said it. This game needs a cup of coffee. That gentleman clearly needs some sort of caffeination. Surrey need an injection of life here as well, don't they? Someone's got to try and change this game.
I think the problem Surrey have as well is there's no emphasis, there's no need for Hampshire to inject any of that. They're happy just to run this match on autopilot, get through to the other end and pick up their 4 points.
Taylor to continue. Oh, not just yet. What happened there? Did Gubbins pull out? Did Taylor just decide to stop? I think Gubbins might have spotted something behind the bowler's arm, maybe. Taylor's rubbing his eyes. I'm not sure if there's something getting caught in there. Very strange. No, I think that was Taylor himself. Yeah, he's rubbing his eye. I wonder if there's something flown in. He looks to be okay, though. Good lines, that. Forcing Gubbins to play. That is the line that has just moved across him ever so slightly with this new ball.
So 138 still to win. 6 runs and over would get Hampshire there after just 28 overs. So that's almost the time scale that Surrey have to be thinking about. The necessity for wickets and how quickly they must arrive.
Goes Fuller. Gubbins is waiting for the challenge, keeps it out. Probably might be a little bit disappointed he didn't time that better. There's a drive ball. Better from Taylor. Just tailing in as well towards the pads. Finds the inside edge.
It's been a pretty solid start from Taylor. Conceded just 8 runs off his opening 2.5 overs. He's not had the best time of it in the competition so far. Not many Surrey players have, to be honest. 3 for against Gloucestershire at Leicester, where he bowled well. 6 wickets in the competition total so far.
Definitely changed his line here. He's looking to target the pads of Gubbins. He's up to the challenge so far. 2 deliveries left in this 5th over.
I wonder if already the ball's kind of stopped swinging, because Taylor originally was trying to get that ball to nip away from the 2 Hampshire left-handers and bring those 2 slips into play. As you said, he's now gone a little bit straighter. If he's trying to pitch the ball in line with the stumps, have LBW as an option. But he's still nipping it away a little bit. He's not bringing it back into the left-hander.
Gubbins takes the single. Just to the left-hand side of Ben Folkes. Good running.
See Taylor having another go at Ali Orr now, which he's had a bit more success against Orr. Orr's not looked particularly comfortable when faced with Taylor. He's only got 1 ball at him though.
Yeah, it's been a good result actually, I think, for Hampshire, that they've managed to swap these 2 around. Orr has looked quite comfortable against French down the other end by comparison, whereas Gubbins has negotiated Taylor safely. Yeah, you're right, it was that first over, wasn't it? Orr was just hopping around, not too keen to get forward and defend to Taylor. Oh, edged over the top of first slip. I think in the end it was an intentional shot, and almost an uppercut. It was a surprise short ball from Taylor. Orr followed it. He threw his hands at it almost instinctively, and he's ended up being rewarded, but that wasn't too far away from Sykes at first slip. Well, it's comfortably gone over him in the end, but yeah, good surprise short ball, nearly done the trick.
I think that's very well played by Ali Orr. He has kind of thrown his hands almost instinctively to ramp that ball over the slip corner. He keeps on practicing his shot again, kind of being stood out there in the middle. There's more precious runs for Hampshire, and a show of that flair that we know that Ali Orr does have.
So he's still on the attack. 2 slips in. Ringfield on the offside. Badly need a breakthrough. That's a strong looking shot down the ground from Nick Gubbins. He looks solid.
I think that's a dot ball that fills Surrey with dread. Sometimes it's not the boundaries that really kind of assert your dominance, it's the control at which you defend. And whilst that was a push up to mid-off, Gubbins looks like a man who's pretty comfortable out there at the minute.
Heavier length this time. He has varied his lengths quite a bit in this opening spell, has French. I suppose as a tall man, it's natural to test out the middle of the pitch every now and then.
Where's this breakthrough coming for Surrey? So I'm not sure at the moment what the most likely scenario is.
Driven. Not perfectly timed, but he will come back for a couple. In fact, it has gone all the way out to the fence, so they'll get 3. That really didn't look like it was going to pierce the infield at all, but if you do manage to get it past that 30-yard circle, there's value for your shots. It does skip away here. Fast outfield at the Kia Oval.
Well, it's an enormous pocket of the ground, that left-hand side as we're looking at it. Kind of imagine you're going towards the gasometer side of the ground. We're playing over towards the Harleyford Road side of the stadium. And so when you're hitting to that longer boundary, it is a big old hit. You've got the 30-yard side. It's probably an 80-yard boundary in the 2 kind of deep mid-wicket pockets. And so 3 runs are always on offer.
They will take a quick single shy at the bowler's end. I think Orr would have been home. Cam Steele was always trying to clog that gap. He had to move to his right-hand side to get that. Always up against it when denying the single. I think that's been the difference between these 2 sides with the ball.
Ooh. I tell you what, I thought Orr was home quite comfortably. I'm not sure he was, had that hit.
That has been the difference, though, is that I think Hampshire had the ball in their hands. When they bowled good balls, there was never a question of Surrey scoring off them. Here, bang-in deliveries, 4th, 5th stump, packed offside field. Hampshire are still getting down the other end, which is a crucial difference. Just doesn't allow those pressure stop balls to build. So we can't try and get any momentum. The ball is already not doing as much as it was a few overs ago. Cut away, straight to point. The energy in the fielding side has just completely been sapped. We're only 6 overs in, 32 without loss. That required rate is already down below 3 and over.
Families in here at the Kia Oval. Still summer holidays, so yeah. Well, this is the last home match of Surrey's Metro Bank season. They've kind of started their season at home. They've had that 1 away match to Essex, which well, the less said about that trip, the better. It's not been a particularly kind competition to Surrey this year or in recent seasons gone by either.
It's always difficult, the amount of frontliners that are away at the 100. Taylor continues on the Vauxhall end. Full again. He really has changed his tack. His first 2 overs, bang-in deliveries, trying to nip the ball outside off. This time he's just bowling full and straight. That is a worrying sign, I think, for Surrey. That would suggest, as you astutely pointed out a few overs ago, that the ball is just stopped moving.
I wonder if it has stopped moving. We'll see Taylor copy French and come round the wicket and trying to bring the stumps into play a little bit more. As we keep making the point, you need 10 wickets. And so if you come round the wicket and have more dismissals in play.
Oh, what was that from Cam Steele? It was almost as if he's half thought about trying to throw down the stumps at the non-striker's end. I mean, never a question of Gubbins being out of his ground. He's comfortably back. It's almost as if he's trying to pull out of the throw halfway through, and he's ended up shanking it out to the left-hand side. He's lucky he didn't throw that for overthrows.
He's trying to politely not throw it powerfully at the umpire and then accidentally kind of throw it closer to him than he intended.
Big appeal for caught behind. Rob Bailey very quickly turns down the shout. Alior looks very unperturbed there. Just practiced his ugly heave over the leg side once again. Rare shot in anger. A confused shake of the head from Moore, as if to say, what are you talking about? Didn't get anywhere near it.
Or is that the slight shot in the arm that this match needed? Because Alior, out of nowhere, has decided he has no more time for James Taylor hammering away at the length. Surrey were pretty happy with that. Taylor, well, looks aghast that the umpires disagreed with his assessment that all got a bit of bat on that. And he still doesn't look very happy with the decision now.
Yeah, a strange one that. Rob Bailey was very quick to turn it down, or didn't have the body language of someone who knew he'd nicked it. This time he defends. Now, where did that shot come from?
It was entirely out of keeping with the 6.4 overs we've had so far. I'm all for it.
Well, I'm not. And do you want to know why?
Why?
Because anyone who's gotten out has gotten out playing cross-bat shots on a wicket that it's probably not there to play those shots. You've got all the Surrey experienced players. How did they all get out? Burns pulling, Folks slog sweeping down the ground, Sykes charging down, trying to hit it over the top. Don't think that's the way to go on this pitch. Speaking of Folks, there he is at mid-on doing the fielding. So I don't mind the intent, but I don't think trying to slog it off a length over mid-wicket is the right way of going about it.
I don't know if it's the right way, but it is a fun way.
It is a fun way.
That's often the option I'm in favour of.
Yeah, this game could do with a bit of fun. Not that it's always fun sitting next to you, Cam, talking cricket.
Naturally.
Right, final ball of this 7th over. 5 dots so far. Alior doesn't seem too intent on letting James Taylor get away with this. Oh. Well, he is. Another dot ball. A maiden. 7 overs gone. Still 32 without loss.
A good over for Surrey. That last 6 balls. Taylor manages to string together 6 dot balls in a row for a maiden. And that kind of anomalous show of aggression from Alior aside, still just a little bit of trouble being caused for the younger of the 2 left-handers out in the middle. I imagine he'll be getting towards the end of the power play, and then we'll see a change. I don't think we'll see Barnwell before the 10th over arrives, when Surrey will want to be able to have those fielders on the boundary if Barnwell does come into the attack, and whether we might even see them turn to Cameron Steele before Yusuf Majid as a kind of joker in the pack option, going let's go leg spin rather than the controlled left arm spin.
Banging delivery again. It's not particularly well timed. Gubbins, this time they get to it. I think that's always the crucial point about fielding on that side. You need to get to the ball before it gets to the practice pitches. And once it gets to that, it just skips on. But Adam Thomas got to it before it reached that area, and he keeps it to a single.
Right, I wonder if we're just going to have a bit of action here now. Alior showed some aggression last over. Alex French has loaded up with a cross-seam delivery.
Oh, what a shot. Punched beautifully through backward pointer. There was a forlorn shout to catch it from somebody as the ball flew off the bat, but that was only ever going in the gap.
I think this is some of the action we were just talking about. Alex French, we saw at the top of his run-up, he's just loaded up with a cross-seam delivery. He's going to be trying to hammer back of length, challenge that armpit area of the batters, hope for a bit of inconsistent bounce, whether it's going to skid off the lacquer or kind of bite by landing on the seam. You can see him setting up that way again now.
Better line. Tighter. Can't free his arms through a shot through point as he did the delivery previous.
He does have to be really accurate with his line here because it's the power play. He's only allowed 2 men out on the boundary, and currently he has 3rd man and fine leg, which means with only 1 on the out on the leg side, If you are going to go short, you can't get too straight.
There's that drive. Orr thinks about a second. He's going to come back. Oh, that's a bit of a sloppy piece of fielding. I think it's Nikhil Garantla down there at third. Only really had to move 5 yards to his left-hand side to keep that to a single. Orr fancies a bit of French here. He was coming straight back. He wants to take him on. This could be an entertaining 2 deliveries.
I think that shows just how big that boundary is down there, because that's gone pretty close to Grantler. He's a good fielder, but Orr's basically gone like, you need to throw it 70 yards. I'm going to get back in time. And he got back with time to spare.
Fiddled outside the off stump. A rare play and miss with that shot from Orr. He's been pretty good when he's looked to punch. And he takes the quick single. 8 runs off the 8th over. 40 without loss.
And Hampshire is very sedate, but controlling start continues. There's not too many avenues in which Surrey can turn here. They're going to have to stick with their 2 opening bowlers for now. We'll definitely see both Taylor and French bowl another. Taylor has got the ball in hand already. He's bowled 4 overs, 0 for 13. French a little bit more expensive. His 4 overs have gone for 27. He's just lost his line on occasion, been thrashed through the offside for boundaries.
Orr back on strike to Taylor. Thought about a single for a second. Could well have been one there, actually. Cam Steele had to move a good bit round to his right-hand side to take that. I wonder how Gubbins is going to play this, because I think everyone can tell that Orr is just ticking a little bit. Does he say, okay, young man, you go off, you take your risk, see if it comes off, or does he try and get down the other end and just take a little bit of sting out of proceedings?
I think we'll be pretty happy for Ali Orr to go. They know how attacking a player he can be.
Half a shout. They seem very keen behind the stumps, the bowler less so. That always is an indication. Taylor almost turned around belatedly and said, oh, I might have to appeal for this. Yeah, it's pitched well outside leg. You can tell. He knew it straight away, but I think when he saw the enthusiasm of his slip cord, and he thought, well, I might as well go up as well here.
There wasn't much going for that LBW. It was definitely hitting the stumps. Had that going for it. Just the kind of the bit beforehand.
There's another quick single. Folks, if he hits, wrong end, I think. Dare I say, the run-out chance would have been at the non-strikers, but Orr is very quick between the wickets.
I think it's a good question you raise about the mindset and mentality of Hampshire, of how they approach this chase, because you're entirely correct. There's no need for Ali Orr to kind of put the innings into 5th gear and try and get there as quickly as possible. If Hampshire bat, they will win. Maybe the only chance Surrey gets, only sniff, is if a couple of quick wickets fall.
Flicked beautifully over the leg side. Well, we talked about Ali Orr putting his foot on the accelerator, but Nick Gubbins has effortlessly flicked that straight off the middle of the bat. And it's a big boundary out there, but it reached all the way to the fence that stopped the spectators from coming on to play, and had that fence not been there, it would have kept going.
Well, this is kind of the point we're talking about. Hampshire could try and hit the accelerator, but they're cruising along at 5 runs and over without having taken a risk. That wins them this game in the 31st, 32nd over. It's only really if you get up to 8 runs and over and can win it in 20 overs that you're making a real significant improvement to your net run rate. So Hampshire, as things stand, might be pretty happy. And because they're so happy, they might then give that licence to Ali Orr to be even happier.
He could be very happy. Here's Taylor around the wicket. That's better. Not that far away from the off stump on the angle. And Taylor knows it. Hands on his head.
See the line that Taylor finishes up here. It's a good leave from Gubbins. The ball just seemed in a tiny bit on the angle.
Driven beautifully. First shot on angle we've really seen through the offside of this Hampshire innings. Gubbins leans on one to end the 9th over.
That's a really wonderful cricket shot. The ball skipped off the surface, driven straight back into the wicket, and it's leapt, bounced over cover, raced away. Well fielded in the stands there. Look at this perfect weight distribution. Such as the angle that Gubbins has struck, that it skipped off the surface. It's a very satisfying boundary. And you're right, it's the first time we've seen a kind of a show of positivity into the offside. We've only really seen Taylor concede his runs to the leg side up until that point.
French will continue into a 5th over of his spell. Driven in the air. It's in the gap. There's a chase for Ben Folkes here to save the boundary. It just holds up inside. Good bit of fielding, but they do come back for a 3rd. I make that the 3rd time they've run 3 to that pocket down through the offside of the left-hander. It brings up Hampshire's 50. They've done it inside 10 overs. They're making this chase look very comfortable.
It's such a large part of the ground down in that kind of black hole of the pitch, really. If you're fielding it down there, you kind of need your binoculars just to see what was happening. But Hampshire have been accessing it with regularity. We're just having a little chat here. Alex French and Ben Folkes are having a bit of a conflab.
Well, that was going to James Taylor. But yeah, I think that was a wise move. That the ball stopped misbehaving off the surface. So take out one of your slips, put him into that extra cover region where Hampshire have started to find regular gaps.
We just confirmed his decision with Ben Folkes, and now, well, everyone's shifting around a bit square in that field.
That'll be a wide. Not for the first time in this spell. French has tried to push it across the left-hander, but just started it too wide outside that off stump, and it's just flown on with the hand. Yeah, if you see, look at his wrist position here. He's trying to get his wrist well behind the ball into the left-hand side. Just gets his line wrong. Pulled into the leg side, not particularly convincingly. French saw him coming down the wicket. That could easily have ballooned up towards mid-on. We've seen a few dismissed that way, actually, trying to play that pull shot.
I think it was Garantler in the first innings, kind of spliced a pull shot, and it was very smartly caught, kind of diving forward in the ring. It does look like, if ever so slightly, the fielders on the offside have just rotated round a bit further in front of square for Gubbins.
Good length. French.
Ali or even. I'd imagine they'd taken a run there. I'd fabricated it in my mind.
Well, they did. No, it was Gubbins who was on strike.
The scoreboard's confusing me. I'm always confused.
I think that graphic is incorrect. It is Ali Orr who's on strike. So he hit 3 at the start of this over, and there was the wide, and then I think Gubbins was the one who charged down the track and hit him through mid-on, from memory.
It's good to know we're watching the game.
Down the ground. Has he got enough to clear Ben Folkes? I don't think he has. Safely taken. And Ali Orr's fun little cameo comes to an end. Surrey have their breakthrough.
Well, it did in some respects feel like it was coming. Whilst Hampshire have absolutely been in control, Ali Orr, from his end at least, has been looking to force the issue up that run rate and try and get this run chase done as quickly as possible. This time, looking to go through that offside. Doesn't get his timing quite right, and Ben Folkes takes a very comfortable catch. Surrey, well, they have a little bit of joy. They have an opening. They'll still need to make something very special happen very quickly if they're going to turn this match around.
Yeah, probably just not quite full enough for that shot. You can see he's hitting it on the up rather than driving a very full delivery down the ground. So he's always getting underneath it. Too much elevation, not enough distance. Folks reads it well. Comfortable catch in the end for the Surrey captain.
Well, good reward for French. Did feel like if he was going to get a wicket, it was going to come kind of in that offside ring. To this point, we'd kind of been seeing him hammer back of a length and him be almost a cut or back foot punched airily through the offside. They then filled up that side of the field by taking out one of the slips. And, well, in a roundabout way, kind of led to the wicket. Why not?
You can spin it that way.
We can add those storylines together. Why?
I'm not going to contradict you. Fletcher Middleton is the new man. He's in at number 3. Breaks up the left-handed opening partnership that Hampshire had going. I suspect Surrey might go back on the attack. We'll see if they bring the second slip back into play. At the minute, Rory Burns looks like he's going to be by himself in the cordon. Just a few chit-chats about what to do. Is there going to be another slip going in? Oh, now Rory Burns is getting out of the cordon.
Oh, I think we've got a helmet coming out.
We've got to have a short leg in. This is fun.
Blimey.
Adam Thomas is going to go in at short leg. It looks like he's a bit too tall to be fielding at short leg.
I also imagine if this was a preset plan that they had for Fletcher Middleton, there would have been a helmet kind of ready to go. Whether it's something they've considered kind of come up with on the hoof.
Oh, this is the last minute decision. That helmet was, look how far down the steps it had to come. This helmet was not ready to go. I reckon Josh Blake's helmet for when the spinners come on would be down at the seats, down where the 12th and 13th men hover. But given that Adam Thomas's helmet was not there, this was most certainly not a pre-made plan. This is on the cuff. They only need what? Another 100, 110, give or take. Let's take a risk. Oh, and that's why. That is a vicious short ball that has hit Middleton square between the shoulder blades, I think. He's ducked right into it.
I tell you what, if you're Fletcher Middleton, the last thing you want is to gain a reputation for yourself for not being too hot against the short ball. Because every time you come to the crease, you will see a helmet being called for on a short leg going in. I remember interviewing Will Jacks about it, because they have that plan against Keith Barker, also of Hampshire.
Well, no prizes for guessing where this one's going. Oh, he went for the double bluff. He went for full and straight. Middleton keeps it out. He survives a testing pair of deliveries to end the 10th over. 54 for 1.
I remember Will Jacks talking about Keith Barker coming to the crease, and as soon as he would arrive, that man at short leg would come out, go in even, and he'd be treated to a wide array of short pitch bowling. I've got Mark Church next to me.
I remember that. Every time that Mr. Barker walked out, and then he actually played the short ball rather well, I seem to remember. But it's an age-old thing, isn't it? That it sort of gets round the... Same with Emilio Gay. There's this great theory that Emilio Gay is not great against the short ball early in his innings, and actually he's a bit of a compulsive hooker and puller. But once he gets eaten, he's all right.
Perfect.
He's very good. He's very good.
I guess kind of perception is reality in that respect. If someone decides you're bad against the short ball, you get a lot of it.
And the other thing these days, as Gubbins is forward here, and that's a genuine edge from Gubbins, but there's only the one slip in there, which is why Rory Burns is looking a little resigned and has now got a big grin on his face, sort of floating between first and second slip, because Taylor's got Gubbins to push forward. Good length. Edge going down. And down to the boundary rope for 4. The other thing these days, of course, is with all the data and highlights, and there's no sort of hiding place anymore, is there? They used to talk about the tricky second season. I think it's the tricky second game these days. If you go well in the first game, or they spot a weakness, it tends to go around the circuit very, very quickly. As forward goes Gubbins. Gubbins, I said before he even went out there, he loves batting here. I don't think I've ever not seen him make runs here. Just loves batting at this place. And he's in good nick coming into this game. I think it was 325 runs we were looking at before this game. It's a good player, Nick Gubbins, really is. Forward he comes again to Taylor. At the end of this over, I'm just going to ask you to vacate.
Oh my goodness.
Is that all right? I've got a guest.
I'll do whatever
from
you
the
want me
Surrey
to do, Mark
Cricket
Church.
Foundation, because there's
Lovely.
been some awards which we saw during lunchtime, which we'll need to discuss. But yeah, it's a really difficult one for this Surrey. I think we're seeing now that the 160 wasn't enough on here. I think they'll be disappointed with the way they batted today. And against a batting lineup like this, very, very difficult. Now Gubbins will get a single here. Turning this one out towards Thomas out there at deep backward square. They'll take the single, brings Fletcher Middleton. His dad was a good player, Tony Middleton. Very, very good player for Hampshire over a number of years.
And we're not seeing a short leg go in for Middleton now, with James Taylor with ball in hand. So that treat's just reserved for Alex French. What a compliment for Alex French there.
And the first one was right on the money, wasn't it? To Fletcher Middleton. Middleton stands with that bat raised. Still the two slips in there. That's come back. Good leave from Middleton. Nicely bowled by Taylor. Because Surrey know they need wickets. That is the only hope they have. And it's a long hope, I suppose, really. But you never know. I tell you what would be handy here, from a Surrey point of view, young Cameron, is someone to take a hat trick or something along those lines. Just to put a bit of a wobble in the Hampshire dressing room.
Tactical genius from
Well,
you,
it
Churchy,
needs
there.
something spectacular from somewhere about now. As Middleton's pushing this one off the back foot out there into the offside. Thank you, Cameron. Cameron will be back. But as I say, we have a special guest with us, because at lunchtime today, and those in the ground will have seen the presentation taking place, and we saw it on the live stream as well during the lunch break, because in 2025 the Surrey Cricket Foundation have once again been running a state schools cricket scholarship programme in Woking in honour of Alec and Eric Bedser. The Bedser twins were raised and educated in Woking, and they both represented Surrey, of course, with Alec going on to play for England. The programme awards 6 scholarships annually to state school educated children in Woking with the potential to become performance cricketers. Start of the 12th over with Gubbins on strike, and Gubbins will just push this one away down to the left of the third man, and Garantner gets round quickly, but they're back for 2. Now these children must not be part of the Surrey County Cricket Club player performance pathway, and over the past 5 years 42 scholarships have been given. So this year's recipients are Joseph Benson and Finn Benson brothers, Ava Price, Iris Sawyer, Leo McLeod and Charlie McLeod, who are both brothers as well. So congratulations to those 6. And of course Josh Blake, who's out there for Surrey, was a coach on the Surrey Cricket Foundation, as this is a lovely shot from Gubbins, just driven away through extra cover and over the boundary rope and away for 4. I'm delighted to say alongside me is Isaac Morse, a community coach for the Surrey Cricket Foundation. Isaac, thank you for your time. Lovely to see you, my friend. And well, as I say, for those 6, what a day for them, and what a fantastic accolade it is for them as well.
No, thank you for having me on. No, it's a brilliant day for them. It's not every day you get a chance to go out. You get to go out on the oval, on the hallowed turf, before all the fans. And it's really nice to have a presentation, and it's also very nice to have two sets of brothers, with the twins, with it being honoured by the Bedser twins themselves.
Absolutely. Yeah, you've got the Bedser twins there, and then you've got two sets of brothers as well. Absolutely terrific. Another single for Gubbins, and that brings Middleton on to strike. So tell us a little bit more about the programme, obviously, and the fact that obviously it's for state schools as well, which is so important, isn't it?
Yeah, it's massively important to give them the chance to play as much cricket as they can. Well, obviously, the private school will tend to play more cricket. That's just the way it is. But the programme's a development programme ran in Woking, obviously in honour of the brothers Alec and Eric brothers, and it's only open to state school. And it's also part of the Surrey Cricket Foundation broader strategy to really nurture grassroots, particularly in less represented settings.
Well, that is the main aim of the Surrey Cricket Foundation, isn't it? It's grassroots cricket in Surrey, and Middleton playing this one off the back foot, and that is so important, isn't it? Because it might be kids out there who may not get the opportunities, but by doing what you're doing, it enables them. You may find one or two of the six are out there playing for Surrey in the next few years.
No, 100%, and it just gives that extra chance for state school kids, especially at the slightly younger age, where they might play for a cricket club, but that's maybe once a week with a game on a Saturday or a Sunday. So it just gives them an extra chance to play a bit more cricket. I know as part of the prize for getting their scholarship, they receive a £200 cricket voucher, but also small group sessions with ourselves. So it gives them more chance to play some cricket, especially in the off-season where they might be more into their other sports.
So what age group are we talking about with these six then?
These six are mainly year 4 to year 7.
Right.
But the programme's open for aged 8 to 15.
Yeah.
So it's all ages. And they go through a trial process, kindly hosted by Working the Horsenal. So big shout out to them. And so there was 2 girls trials and 2 boys trials, which went really well. The numbers were really, really good this year.
Because we've got 2 from Weybridge Cricket Club, haven't we? Joseph and Charlie. Finn plays for Purford. Ava is Woking and
I believe
Horsenal.
Joseph formerly of Purford as well.
Joseph formerly of Purford. Iris is Purbright. And Leo is Sunbury. So we know how hard clubs work, and we know we've seen it over the years. Those great folk that they're there coaching in the winter and in the summer. As Gubbins, that's a lovely shot. He's just got up on his toes and has whipped this through the leg side and over the boundary rope and away for 4. So Nick Gubbins moves on to 40. Just ticking along in this 12th over Hampshire. But for you as well with the Surrey Cricket Foundation, working with those clubs is so important, isn't it? Because that's where a lot of the talent's coming from
massively.
as well.
It's really important as part of the foundation is to bridge that gap between local clubs who have potentially got slightly bigger access to facilities, your slightly more fortunate, richer clubs. But it's really important that actually the village clubs, who potentially may have less players, have that help from the foundation, that we can help provide them with potentially build pitch facilities, and as a result getting more kids playing cricket.
Yeah, and for the 6 of them today, we've been saying it's a big crowd here today, and to be able to, as you said, in the lunch break, they get certificates as well. I saw that.
Yeah, got certificates.
But they must
shout out
have.
to Matt Fisher as well for coming down and helping with the photos.
So Mr. Fisher came
Mr.
down
Fisher
for that. Well,
which was
that's
really
worth
good.
it just to meet Matt Fisher, as this one Gubbins plays off a good length up towards mid-off. But for them as well, massive thrill to be on the outfield during the lunch break.
Oh, massively. It's so nice to see them taking the trip down, a few nerves here and there, not just them. And then, to come onto the pitch before the spectators, have their names read out by the Tannoy announcement, and just make the day a little bit more about them, which was really, really nice, and I know they really appreciated it.
Yeah, and you hope as well, they're obviously talented, there's no doubt whatsoever about that, but it's a pretty inspirational place to come as well. And I think even if you've ever been here and you've sat in the stands and you've watched the cricket out in the middle. This ground now is a pretty special place, isn't it? And I always think, you know, we mentioned there Matt Fisher, but role models are so important, aren't they, for the kids?
Oh, massively. Even if, because they might look back at this later on in their years and go, that was what really kick-started me to carry on playing cricket. And Matt Fisher's always going to do really, really well. And they can go speak to family, go, oh, Matt Fisher handed me my certificate when I was 11, 12. And so it would just play a really, really big part in their cricketing lives and just their lives in general.
And with Josh Blake out there as well, that is terrific. Because as I say, Josh was a coach on the Surrey Cricket Foundation.
Yeah, a real success story for the foundation.
Huge success story.
You'll be surprised whenever he walks out of bat, the office instantly becomes very full and loud.
Again, you know, for the kids as well, that story, you know, that was a guy that was coaching and he's now out there performing for Surrey. Fantastic. And we all know what a brilliant keeper and batsman Josh is. Final ball of this, the 13th now, and forward goes Gubbins, pushes this one up towards Yusuf Majid. He does the fielding and there's no run. I take, have all 6 stayed for the remainder of the game?
I believe so, yes. I think they were tucking into a pizza as I left them, so they're making use of all the facilities.
All part of the strength and nutrition.
Oh, exactly,
obviously.
yeah.
Get a pizza down
from the S&C coach himself.
Absolutely.
Get the good carbs in.
And you said there with them as well, they'll get some coaching from you guys as well. How does that work? Where do they go for that coach? Do you go to them or do they come to you?
So the coaching is based in George Abbott School
in
Guildford.
Guildford,
so which is all very close to them.
Yeah.
And so they get 5 small group sessions where we can just help them in little ways.
That's what I was going to ask you. Sort of from a coaching point of view, as I say, they're obviously talented, but sort of what things will you be looking at with the 6 of them?
I think it's giving them the opportunity to have maybe a small ratio coaching.
Yeah.
So you can get a little bit more information onto them,
and more sort of one-to-one.
Yeah, a bit more one-to-one. Because a lot of these clubs, lots of their team managers, lots of their coaches doing a superb job will be volunteers.
Yeah.
And they'll have 20 players to look for, and sometimes it's quite easy to get sort of stuck in that mist. And so it just gives them the opportunity to work on a few things in a slightly smaller environment, which will really benefit them.
And as you say, that'll be one thing that they're not getting, that if they were at a private school, you probably get a lot more of that.
Smaller class sizes, you get a little bit more chance.
Yeah.
And so it's just a really good way to give them a little bit more and a bit more increased feedback as well.
Yeah. Absolutely. And are they, I'm sure you sort of spoken to them about the Bedsers and what amazing cricketers they both were, because there's some lovely stuff as Barnwell with his second delivery, Middleton with a single off the first one, and that one was short and wide and a bit of a toe end on that cut shot from Gubbins, who ends up with a big grin on his face as Middleton comes down to, not quite sure what Middleton can say to him there. He could just completely mistimed it. But there's some lovely stuff about them in the museum as well.
Yes.
About the Bedsers.
No, I did point that out and said if you've got a spare 5 minutes, which is slightly looking unlikely.
Yeah, I just think as obviously it's because of the Bedser twins.
Yeah.
For them to know a bit more about the Bedsers is a lovely thing.
No, exactly, because when the programme started in 2013, it was an honour of the Bedser brothers, so it's nice to sort of go back to the roots of the programme and understand a little bit more why it's come about.
Yeah, I think so. And as you just said there, as this one was timed by Gubbins, so there you go. That's what the quality players do. Yes, he mistimed the previous one, but this time timed it to perfection, hit the gap, and it whistled away to the boundary rope for 4. But over a decade now, the programme's been running.
Yes, I believe since 2013. And like you pointed out earlier in the stream, in the past 5 years, 42 scholars.
42 scholars in the past 5 years. And again, that shows, this one's short. This is pulled by Gubbins, one-handed for 6. Well, that'll be his 50 as well. So it's a heck of a way to bring it up from Nick Gubbins. He was almost through the shot early here. That's why he ended up playing it one-handed. But it has soared away for 6, and as I say, he does love batting here, and it's appreciated by the crowd. But it'll be interesting to see that shot again, because I think he was through it early, and it didn't probably bounce as much as he was expecting. So he's ended up playing it one-handed. The ball hasn't actually come back from the stand as yet. I think it's ricocheted away the seat. Sometimes it goes down the tunnel, but yeah, he was a little bit early on that. And one-handed, then it's hit the seats, and I wonder if it's gone down the stairs and
pinballing around. The
yeah,
concourse.
I think it's probably in the forecourt now. But it's been a lovely 50 this so far from Nick Gubbins. Isn't it funny how certain players just go to certain grounds, and they're always good pitches here. But Gubbins just loves batting here. And as I was saying, Isaac, I don't think I've ever seen him not score runs here, Nick Gubbins. Oh, look, there's a small boy who's just emerged but without a ball. Oh, we've got it back now. I thought that young man had been all the way down the steps and found it in or maybe he did. He's getting a round of applause down there, that young man. Maybe he shot off and got the ball back. So well done to him. Gubbins 50 from 43 deliveries. Oh, this is an even better shot. He's timed this to perfection, and again he's just hit the gap, and that has whistled away to the boundary rope for 4. Just a reminder, the target is only 160, so already over halfway, but he's just playing that on length, Gubbins, and it's perfectly timed. And well, for Josephine, Ava, Irish, Leo and Charlie, they are seeing how to time the ball and hit the gap at the moment with Nick Gubbins. They really are.
A brilliant example.
Absolutely. Waits again, does Gubbins. This is short once more. This will be 6 more.
Even bigger.
This one's into the crowd once again. Gentleman made a valiant effort to catch that. There's a small boy there with his lunch, but Gubbins here has taken a liking to Nathan Barnwell. And this one was short, and he has just helped it on its way. It's a short boundary down there for the left-hander. But that young man there almost had his lunch disturbed. But this really is just help it on its way from Gubbins. And away for 6 it goes. So a couple of 6s in that over. And they are ticking along very, very nicely at the moment. Ah, Hampshire. Isaac, we'll have one more over with you. I was saying as well, it's Rory Burns' testimonial this year, and Rory raising money for the Surrey Cricket Foundation from his testimonial, which again is a great accolade for the work the foundation is doing, that the captain has decided to use the foundation as one of his charities.
Oh, well, it shows just how well the foundation's going. And if you look, a lot of my job goes into primary schools where historically they don't get a lot of sports coaching, especially cricket. So it's really nice to go into there, whether it's year R's all the way up to year 6s, and just show how fun cricket can be. Because you'd be surprised you go in there and think, oh, cricket, 5 days, it's a long time, stand in the field, picking grass. But actually you show, no, cricket's actually really quite good fun.
I suppose with the primary school kids as well, that is the key thing, isn't it?
Yeah, get them in early.
They
get them
enjoy
loving
it and they're having fun. That's all that matters really
massively.
at that stage, isn't it?
Get them enjoying it, get them going, this batting thing's quite good fun.
Yeah.
And then they go, should we go to the park? Should we play in the park? Oh, they've got some club training on. And then that's how it goes and goes and goes. And then they just fall in love with the sport.
Yeah, and I think sometimes even in the professional game, we tend to forget how much fun it is. You know, you almost tend to forget it gets so serious and it's your job. Why you first started doing it, really. Runs here for Middleton. Just tucks this one from Yusuf Majid, who's into the attack now. First sighting of spin. And one more to the total.
No, it's really, you're completely right. It's really easy to lose why you started playing. And that's why it's really important that actually you think, really reflect on the good things you're doing.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
And for the 6 scholars today, that might be a time for them to reflect and go, God, when I was 12, I did a really cool thing.
Yeah, well, at 12 as well, that's the other thing. You know, it's just fantastic. And I also think if you get an accolade at that age, and as we were saying, you get to go out on the outfield, you meet Matt Fisher, you get your certificate, you get coaching from you guys, you never forget that. And then some of their mates see them doing that and think, oh, well, that's something I'd like to do, and I'll have a go at that.
Exactly, it's just creating those long-lasting good memories of cricket that they can look back to and think, that was a really good time.
I was at an event for Rory's testimonial with Kumar Sangakkara, and it's exactly what Kumar was saying. He says, whole thing is creating stories, and kids getting into those stories, and that's what it's all about, really. And the 6 of them, what a day they've had, and they thoroughly deserve it.
Oh, massively.
Oh, here goes Middleton using his feet. Oh, that's a lovely shot for 6.
All 6 extremely talented cricketers.
Oh, that is a gorgeous looking cricket shot from Middleton. Just used to the feet, and then just eases Yusuf Majid over extra cover for 6. That is a lovely piece of batting. It really is. He hasn't tried to overhit that. He's just got to the pitch of it and then eased it up and over the top. Goes a bit shorter after that, does Majid, and it's punched up the ground by French. Moving round his French after Middleton plays that one with a full face of the bat. So currently going at 6.88. Only need to be going at 1.68. Hampshire. Middleton up on his toes, cracks this one off the back foot, out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. Thomas does the fielding. Isaac, thank you.
No, brilliant.
And keep doing the amazing work you're doing, because the Surrey Cricket Foundation do some unbelievable things, and we've seen that today. And by all means, let's get a selfie as well.
Yeah, perfect.
That'll
another good memory for myself.
Well, no, I think that's probably, if you could sort of just edit me out of that, or I think you can do filters these days, can't you, and do a bit of that for me. But congratulations to all 6 again. It's a fantastic accolade for them, and Isaac, lovely.
Thanks
to
for having
see
me on.
you.
All the
Look
best.
after yourself, and see you very, very soon. So yeah, the Surrey Cricket Foundation doing some outstanding work in grassroots cricket at the moment, and congratulations to all 6 once again. Great day for Joseph Benson, Finn Benson, Ava Price, Iris Sawyer, Leo McLeod and Charlie McLeod. Wonderful. And past 5 years, 42 scholarships have been given. So that is wonderful, wonderful stuff from the Surrey Cricket Foundation. Another young man is next to me now, Hector Vickers. Good afternoon to you.
Afternoon,
yeah, Surrey have... It's very difficult for them here, because, as we said, they never had enough runs on the board, and they've now got 2 very good players, Gubbins in particular, who we knew was in good nick, as Middleton Wells backing away to Barnwell here and helps him up and over the top of backward point, and that's down to the boundary rope and away for 4. 100's up now, and Middleton's racing now on to 15.
Absolutely, and he's played some proper cricket shots along the way. He's been quite clever the way he's timed this innings, just took his time to get used to the pitch and used to the bowling, and now we can see him and his captain Nick Gubbins just accelerating through the middle stage of this innings and creeping closer to an imminent victory, it looks like. And
I was saying earlier that from a Hampshire perspective, then net run rate could come into play at the back end of this, as there's a bouncer from Barwell. And ducking underneath it is Middleton. So, yeah, that net run rate can come into play. But it's been done very nicely this so far by Hampshire. Still got the short leg in there. Thomas is still in there at short leg. I think a little bit of frustration in that delivery from Barnwell, because he got a few from Fuller when he was batting, and from Lumsden as well. So getting an opportunity there, Barnwell, just to bend his back and put one back at the Hampshire batsman. Oh, Middleton's backed away again here, and that's 6. Short boundary. It's clever batting from Middleton. He's just backed away, got himself outside the leg stump, and then helped it. Uppercut, and that's over the boundary rope and away for 6. But look at where that front foot's going. It's just taking it outside leg stump, opening up the whole of the offside, and then cutting it away for 6. And thanks to I think they're Hampshire fans down there, and I think there's a couple of Surrey fans in amongst them as well, for indicating with 2 arms in the air that had gone for 6. Very, very good from them.
Yeah, incredible shot. Just gave himself room, and almost a premeditated one. Well, it was premeditated, but 6 nonetheless.
Well, this partnership's now worth 59 in good time. Oh, and this will be wide down the leg side because Middleton stepped towards that leg side. Barnwell's gone to follow him, but that one was way down the leg side. Amazing listening there to Isaac, and as I say, for those 6 scholars, what a thrill to be on the outfield and meet Matt Fisher and get certificates. I'd like to do that, and I'm 51.
Yeah, amazing work. Look to enjoy that presentation.
Yeah, and so true what Isaac was saying about having fun as well and enjoying cricket at that age. That's the key thing. Now Middleton's swinging this one leg side, and he's going to get 4 more here. And it's good batting that, because Barnwell knows he's going to try and take him over the offside, so he's trying to cut the offside out of this. So all Middleton's done is swung that short ball leg side, and he's had to reach a long way to actually fetch this. But yeah, he's way outside the leg stump playing that is Middleton.
Yeah, you've just got to feel a bit for Barnwell here. He had a tough day out against Essex last week, and again today he's just sort of devoid of answers at the moment, but that doesn't take away from Fletcher Middleton's batting this over and Nick Gubbins in the last over. 2 incredible batsmen and doing a good job for Hampshire today.
Yeah. Waits again, does Middleton. And that's a fuller length delivery, and he now plays a very solid defensive shot up towards mid-on. Does Middleton. You won't remember his dad, you're too young.
No, I can't.
Good player, Tony Middleton. Very, very good player for Hampshire. Well, Fletcher Middleton, when I first saw him, he was opening the batting in Championship cricket for Hampshire, but they've all got the shots now. That's the thing. I think Thomas is going to go out from short leg. I think that experiment has ended now. So Thomas goes out from short leg. Burns is going to go in at slip, I think, now. So Josh Blake, who of course used to be a coach with the Surrey Cricket Foundation, did Josh. This is punched for 4 by Middleton. Isn't it interesting? That's the shot of the lot for me from Middleton. 6s are great, all very spectacular, but that's a proper cricket shot from Middleton. Watch the balance here. Just those hands go through it, and it's punched for 4 more, so it's an expensive over for Barnwell and for Surrey. 16 gone, the target's only 161, and Hampshire are 122 for 1.
Yep, just missed his line there, did Nathan Barnwell. No one out on the cover boundary, so in the end pretty comfortable looking sized gap there for Middleton. He has 29 from 19, and the captain in at the moment 61 from 46. These 2 are just motoring through towards this total, and the Hampshire side itself is such a strong one. You really do have them in contention for this Metrobank One Day Cup. Serious depth with Tom Prest and Ben Mays still to come.
Start of the 17th, Yusuf Majid is in, and this is a good shot from Gubbins. Just opens the face, guides it away down to the white picket fencing there in front of the groundsman's workshop. Barnwell dived across to his right but couldn't get anything on it, and it's away for 4 more, and the runs are just flowing now. We are rapidly heading towards the end of this game now. Only another 35 required by Hampshire. Now his reverse sweeping for 4 more is Gubbins. Surrey just cannot keep a lid on this now, and it's good batting from Nick Gubbins. It really is.
Yeah, brilliant shot from the captain there. He does love to bat here at the Kia Oval, but yeah, it's just one of those where it sort of started off relatively tight from the Surrey openers, and as soon as the boundary started to come, it's just pretty impossible to stop with the momentum that Hampshire have, and maybe a little bit of confidence there from the Surrey bowlers after conceding that total to Essex on Friday.
Where's Gubbins going now? It's just onto the back foot, punches this one straight into Taylor. Yeah, I think the problem here for Surrey hasn't been the bowling today. I think it's the fact that with the batting, they didn't bat well. They'll be the first to put their hands up and admit that. And, you know, I think par here today is about 300 probably. As reverse sweeping again is Gubbins, that hits the pad, and that's going to run away for 4-leg byes. So that'll be 4 more to the total. 134 for 1 now. So, yeah, there's some young men learning in this Surrey side, but you're never defending 160 on a pitch like this, on a day like today against this Hampshire batting lineup. Oh, he's trying to paddle now. I think we're going through the Gubbins repertoire of sweeps here. More sweeping than Dick Van Dyke, Mary Poppins at the moment from Gubbins. That'll be leg byes. So 2 more to the total. But you often see this if a side does get knocked over way below par, and then the other side come out and bat, and it looks so straightforward, doesn't it, at the moment for Gubbins and Middleton. Just 25 more required by Hampshire. And tucked up towards Ben Folkes by Gubbins, and he'll nick the strike. So that's the end of the 17th. So it's going to be an early finish today. It really is. And from a Hampshire point of view, as I say, the quicker they can get this done for their net run rate, this partnership now worth 83, it could come into play, the old net run rate.
Well, at the moment, Hampshire have a net run rate of plus 0.399. Worcestershire, who are in second currently, plus 0.363. So definitely net run rate's going to come into play at the back end of this group stage. Gloucestershire up top with a plus 0.888. So they're well clear with 5 wins from 5. But this onslaught from the 2 out there at the moment, Fletcher Middleton and Nick Gubbins, looks to be propelling their net run rate very high going into the next round of fixtures.
Certainly does. Barmer will continue. Start the 18th over. Gubbins will get a single. Just plays this one into the offside. Burns gets round to his left. That Hampshire coaching group sat in front of the away team dressing room. We just saw them on the comfy seats. Jimmy Adams will be delighted with this. Mark Stoneman as well, of course. There's emphatic, and then there's emphatic.
Well, they bowled well as well today. They're missing 7 players to the 100, including the likes of Sonny Baker, Scott Curry, John Turner, Benny Howell, who would be big factors in their bowling lineup, but it didn't look like they were missing anyone really out there.
Well, it's Barnwell. That's good aggression, because Middleton was shaping up again there, I think, to go for the uppercut. In the end, he swayed inside it. I think he's asking the question, is that a wide? But that wouldn't be a wide, because he could play a shot at that. I think it's always difficult to get the wide if you've just uppercut in the last over 2 for 6.
I think Fletcher Middleton there would just be arguing that he had both feet off the ground at some point, jumped into it, but yeah, it doesn't really cut it for me.
As I say, I think the fact that he cut a couple with the last over for 6, that's probably going to play against him in this over. He's driving here. Nice looking shot. Sykes will get round to do the fielding. Yeah, I thought actually Burns and Thomas, sort of first 10 overs, played it well, because, well, we all know what Carl Abbott can do. He's a wonderful bowler, of course. And then McMullen bowled nicely. So I thought actually Surrey weren't badly placed. You know, they weren't racing along or anything like that, but they had 2 very good bowlers. And then I think all they'll look at is the fact that they weren't got out in many ways. And it's something they'll need to learn from, as this is way down the leg side by Nathan Barnwell, because after this one Surrey go on their sort of road trip around the Midlands for the last 3 games. And actually in many ways that might do them a bit of good, because they'll be together and it'll be like a little mini tour for them as well around the Midlands. But very tough. But I think they'll just be disappointed with the way they batted today. And they'll be honest enough to say that. Middleton punches this one away, out towards a sweeper on the cover boundary rope. That's Cameron Steele out there. So just 21 more required.
He's just timing everything so nicely as Fletcher Middleton. Shows actually how good a wicket this is, and it shows what Surrey are missing out on. Both Gubbins, but especially Middleton in the last few overs. Just everything he touches seems to ping off the middle of the bat, and he's picked up a few of the fielders in the last couple of balls, but he's been flying recently, 30 from 22.
It's making a lovely noise off the Middleton bat. Gubbins on 71. Oh, hello. That'll be 6. Gubbins has just put the bottom hand into this, and that has gone into the stand for 6. And well done to that gentleman there, retrieving the ball. But there we go. Oh, look at that. That lady's doing the right thing there with her jumper, putting it over her head. I'm not sure if it was coming anywhere near that lady that would provide any protection, but that's just a length ball. And Gubbins has just picked it up with the bottom hand as clean as a whistle and sent it soaring away for 6. So just 15 more needed now by Hampshire. Gubbins won't get to 100 here, but he's played beautifully. Cuts this one out towards Thomas, and they will pick up another single. So end of the over, Gubbins keeps the strike, and just another 14 runs required by Hampshire. But that was just a lovely pick-up shot. That's a tremendous hat there. Ooh, I think that's one of my favourite types of cheese hat, that one. It looks almost like you're on the Tour de France. Do you know the ones I'm talking about there?
No, I thought that was a Spider-Man hat.
No, that's a Baby Bell. If you've ever had those small cheeses on a picnic.
Yeah, I have.
They are very nice. But that looked almost like that gentleman was off on the Tour de France in the old days, with the peak of his cap turned up there. So start of the 19th over. Gubbins on strike. Majid to him. And Gubbins will just pop this one down to short third. Barnwell does the fielding. And they'll pick up another single. Yeah, I think Barnwell probably just needs to sit down with an arm around the shoulder. Just, it happens unfortunately. But it's been back to back for him now. Nathan Barnwell. He's a very good bowler. It's just on this pitch, no real margin for error. And you see that sort of shot from Gubbins where you're bowling a good length ball. Gubbins he's in. As I say, he completely trusts this surface. And you're just picked up and helped away for 6. Very difficult. So 12 more required by Hampshire. We're only in the 19th over. Gubbins on 79. Here he goes with his reverse sweep, and that'll go away for 4 more. It's a tough boundary to defend that for Yusuf Majid, because it's a very short boundary down there. That's the 150 up. So the 150's up. This partnership, 99. They have raced along, these two.
Yeah, clever batting. We've seen that a lot today from Gubbins. Likes to reverse sweep, likes to sweep, and even seen a couple of attempted ramps.
Certainly have. So partnership's worth 99. And partnership's now worth 100 with that wide. So the 100 partnership between Messrs Middleton and Gubbins. And 7 more required by Hampshire. That's a nice round of applause for the 100 partnership. Gubbins will just get on his toes, whips this one into the leg side. Rory Burns will get round to his right to do the fielding. couple of balls to go in this 19th over. Forward goes Gubbins. The one success for Surrey, that of Ali Orr, off the bowling of Alex French, top edge, and Ben Folkes taking a catch. Went up and came straight to him, really. As Gubbins is cutting for 4 more here. Just a little bit short, and Gubbins has just backed away and cut that away for 4. So we're down to just 3 required now. We haven't got out of power play 2 because we're only in, well, we've only had the 18 overs. But you just have to give every credit to Hampshire here, the way they've gone about chasing down 160. Absolutely no fuss whatsoever. And that net run rate for them is going to go up. There's Mark Stoneman, either writing some more poetry or just jotting down some notes there. Is Mr. Stoneman. But as I say, they'll be very happy with this, will the coaching staff for Hampshire. So Cameron Steele into the attack from the pavilion end. And just 3 required, so just 1 good shot needed by Hampshire here. So it's a pretty thankless task, this, for Cameron Steele, coming into the attack now. Gubbins, if he's got any sense, will just hope that Middleton hits this for 4, and he gets a nice little 87 not out to add to the 325 runs he's already scored in the comp. Here goes Middleton driving. This could be it. This will be it. First ball from Cameron Steele. Middleton has just driven it through extra cover for 4, and that is a comprehensive victory for Hampshire by 9 wickets after 19.1 overs. As I say, Mark Stoneman's still writing his poem, but they'll be delighted with this, will Hampshire. And, well, Surrey stuck in by Hampshire with the bat, just not enough. 160 was never going to be enough, and Gubbins and Middleton have proved that. Gubbins finishes 87 not out, Middleton finishes 35 not out, and, well, as I say, Hector, that is a comprehensive victory for Hampshire.
Yep, incredible for Hampshire with both bat and ball early on in the match. Their bowlers did the job, and then Nick Gubbins and Fletcher Middleton. What a partnership. 108 to finish the match off. Surrey will have a lot of questions and a lot to think about going into Derbyshire, then off to Notts, then to Worcestershire to finish their group stage campaign here at the Metro Bank One Day Cup. But today it's all about Hampshire, and it's all about their captain Nick Gubbins, 87 of 60.
Yeah, and they'll wander off for Fletcher, Middleton and Nick Gubbins, thinking that's a job well done. Hampshire players make their way down the steps, and yes, well played, Nick Gubbins. As I say, he does like batting here. And Middleton and Gubbins, job well done. Ben Folkes, the Surrey captain, leading the Surrey side off. Rob Bailey and Bill Al-Shafi up there make their way off. Just a reminder then, Hampshire winning the toss, sticking Surrey in. And Surrey all out for 160. And as I was saying, after the first 10, actually, they weren't badly placed. 32 without loss. But then Rory Burns was caught and bowled by Lumsden for 20. And then Thomas bowled by Lumsden for 12. Garantler caught Neil, bowled Fuller for 22. Folkes caught Lumsden, bowled Neil for 5. Sykes caught Organ, bowled Neil for 7. Blake caught Mays, bowled Fuller for 22. Still caught Gubbins, bowled Neil for 5. Taylor caught Abbott, bowled McMullen for 19. Barmel caught Mays, bowled Fuller for 15. Majid was not out 13. French, the last to go, caught McMullen, bowled Fuller without scoring. And, well, Fuller finished with 4 for 34. Neil 3 for 33. Lumsden, 16 years old, 2 for 46. McMullen 1 for 20. And then Abbott, none for 16 off 8, but so tight. 37 dots in those 8 overs. And there's the Hampshire scorecard, just chasing that 161, or the 1 wicket to go off the bowling of French for 27. But Gubbins, magnificent innings of 87 not out. And Middleton finishing 35 not out. So as I say, that has been a comprehensive victory for Hampshire today, and that will bump them up the table as well. I think they'll go into second spot now, won't they, Hampshire? And it also does that run rate no harm whatsoever.
Yeah, nothing short of brilliant from Hampshire today into second. Worcestershire will drop down to third. Gloucestershire still up there in first, but that's a bit of a statement victory for their team going into the back end of the competition. You'd expect after that performance to see them in some of the knockout games, but we'll wait and see.
And those Surrey bowling figures there, well, as you'd expect when you sort of beaten off the 19.1 overs of the chase, there's some expensive figures in there. And French, the 1 wicket there, 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 40. Taylor's figures are good actually. 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 31, but expensive for Barnwell and Yusuf Majid, and well, Cameron still only had the 1 delivery. So there we are, there's the tale of the game, and it's Hampshire that have beaten Surrey by 9 wickets. So thank you for your company as always. Hector, thank you to you, thank you to Jeremy Coney as well, of course, and thank you to Cameron Ponsonby, who was with us earlier on in the piece. And as I say, it's just been one of those days for Surrey. I think there'll be some long chats in that dressing room as well afterwards about how this has all played out. Nathan Johns, of course, thank you to him as well, who's been with us all day. But yes, congratulations to Hampshire. Next up for Surrey, they go on their Midlands trip, and first port of call is Derbyshire for Surrey on their Midlands trip. But Hampshire, well played to them, and they have beaten Surrey by 9 wickets. And from us all here on the Surrey live stream, have a lovely rest of the afternoon.